vessel in the streets with all my bling bling. I got all eyes on me as I'm doing my thing. Like ayo, 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 what's up, 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 up. Ayo, 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 never stop, up, 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 up. Yeah, I'm vessel in the streets with all my bling bling. And I'm like, whoa, we about to move on up. Got mad energy, mirror tell me who the boss. And I'm like, whoa, life is grand, feeling large. Entering the stage, you can tell that I'm a star. You can tell that I'm a star. Step in the room, all eyes on me now. I got the style, got the taste, take a bow. Just look at me now. Beat going boom, boom, boom. I got the groove, groove, groove. That's the mood right now. Just look at me now. Look at me now. That's the song. Make it shimmer, make it shine. Let's boom, so define. Yeah, we're bringing down the style, style, style.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Art's gonna grab an Odin. Signature weapon for him. You can see this time flash out as well.
Holding the angle, and Famous hits, whips in the pistol, makes up for it here in the bonus. Not gonna fall for the fake out, but Famous is just he's feeling it. Sheer wall. Will go ahead and separate them here for the moment.
Boo.
Tucks into Pizza. Does this get red? The answer is no, and Famous hits him in the head.
He's gonna get another one here, I swear.
He's got a 4K.
Apaan tuh pick anjing? Outlaw, pick.
Not a fake, like I would love to see. Just looking for the concussive bounce. Envy still here. Top of the box, swings out, does end up falling. But Wild Oreo able to find one. Jesse Bash comes up with 3, gets the 4th.
Vulnerable gold.
For what happened on Lotus, they were able to avoid it. The second map. See if they can look to just close things out. Francis is going to be able to find one, but in Margaret just absolutely out on an island. 6 bullets remaining. XDL puts every single one of them to good use. Now looking for an ace. Go ahead and start things off, and there you go.
Oh my god.
Trying to find some way through. Down goes 10-10. Okay. That's fine. Gotta wait for this execute to go before Margaret's attention is...
Oh, the stun. Francis now sending the salvos. Shota out ahead of it, but still taken down, and now the spike is on the floor. 30 seconds remaining. Blues needing to find this opener, but he cannot. Knife out into the heart of Sugar Zero. Bit of damage taken. As Monyet paranoid here, but within his own smoke. As that expire, 2G able to find one. Shots lined up. Monyet finding the headshot, goes for a quick little TP reposition. Draws out the shorty, and Monyet massacres.
긴장 풀고 하자 얘들아. 별거 없다 진짜. 어차피 다 경험치야.
이렇게 오면 죽일게요 그냥.
그래 그렇게 하도록 해 오늘.
알아 해. 다 죽일라니까.
안녕하세요.
네네.
Guys, fast hand please. I need to pee and I need to so okay.
야,
okay.
let's go. 자니 이제 파이팅, 오케이?
오케이.
자니, 파이팅! 이거 다음이나. 나세자. 호자, 나세!
Let's go boys. Let's go boys. Let's go boys. Let's go Lish. Let's go everyone. Let's go boys. Let's go. 아, 야 리칼 조심. 별 깔아놨다. 이 리코 왔다. 백업 불러야 돼 형이.
알람 몰리면 뺑깔 테니까 바로 슬라이딩 벌려도 돼. 확인.
Can we re-clear A? Can we re-clear A, boys? Re-clear mo A, Bash. With run. Need to re-clear this. Coming out.
앞에 하나 있어, 챔버.
자, A 온다. 스모크 해줘.
쭉 뺄게. 유를 TP까지.
아, 리테 줄 거야, 우리. Tara, boys. 30 seconds, boys. Stop mo right side. Take to Soldier. Picture.
뺑 하나.
Dalaban, Bash. Plant.
시간 없어. 설마 끊으면 이겨. 살아. 나이스!
뭐 하세요, 형님들?
나이스.
Restart B. I smoke.
레스타 레디어서.
I cap.
자, 커넥터.
Wait. Yeah, recon B. They B default.
니안 B. 몰리 얘들 몰리. 갈치. 엘보.
Can we fight?
엘보 나온다. 엘보.
Tumar.
살았게. 서른대 얘들아.
Go open. On hold. I'm only hold, 자. Go. 어차피 미사일 쓰고 나올 거야, 얘들아. 뒤 없어. To. Should be to be man. Be-man, right side.
슬라이딩 있어.
나이스! 라틴! Still fun! What are you doing, bro? 자, you make him cry, 자.
가라지 앞에 케이지 깔았고 얘네.
맨 먼저 일단. 이쪽 땡김. 얘는 리콘 없어, 지금. Let's pick together. Ready?
Okay, you can guys.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
시롱 하나.
혹시 내가 볼게, 정화 해도 돼?
확인했어. 나 가라지 안 싸움 할게.
자, TP 디퍼트.
시사틴.
15.
원 CD. 실불. 5v3 오케이?
I watching garage.
각자 스윙한다 얘네.
Go back. Play post. 메타 포스트 플레이인 듯? 다르고? 혜태 봐줘.
나 계속 커버해줘.
나이스.
CT 하나.
어이! 어때?
나이스.
니콘 내가 밖에서 그냥 마음에 들고 따다다다 했어 그냥.
잘했어요. 서 시우 리컨 자기.
봐봐.
소해. 당키오.
알래. 애미나. 잡아내. 스피드 마. 잡아봐. 연애. 브레이크 라이까.
해면 흥분파 디아이스 이유래.
yo. Apa, pick up.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome to Zeta. Zeta, pode picar, 와요. 나이스, Zeta.これ DD くね?
Take flight.
The droning art boys, maybe air split eh. I'm gonna send Leash in front. Hey, coming, nothing.
あと、
絶対下がってる。
バレてない。
Right trap eh. For sure one aim in, maybe chamber eh.
これ多分 Z いる。
右絶対いる。ヘイド110。
どうラスト、ゲイス。Play together。
これ A コンタクト行こ
俺と使うわ。
う。Be going AJ. I'm gonna stay in.
今左見えたかも、フラワー。CT チェックして、CT セットする。
One thing boys. One art, one like that. Nice! Nice!
任せ勝った
Nice!
에이 리콘.
Bmain 연막 왔다. A저 Bmain.
에이 앞라인 쓴다. 선택 가봐.
삐카운터!
아 올래. 여기 가자.
Bmain 둘이 갈게. 오멘 레이저. 망상 빠졌어. 망상이랑 QQ 빠짐.
자 B를 돌아봐. 다시 갈 생각할게. 8분 하나. 땡긴다 하나 레이즈 와이프 잡았고. 둘둘이야.
야, 레이즈가 땡기면 없어.
아 레이즈 왔어. 둘둘이야. 레이즈 땡겼다. 빼자. 서라고 빼자. 나 미드 밖에 있을게. 조용히 봐줘봐. 왜 하고 싶은 거 해. 지효 이겼어.
야, 뒤로 빠지는데?
에이스 주다 에이스. 야 뭐하노?
뺑 깠어!
끝에 있다.
파이프 있다, 뺑 깠어!
야 장막 날아가. 야 언더.
야, 이거 끝나고 가자, 얘들아.
자, 이번 턴에 들어 써볼게. 잠깐만 기다려. 올 때. 스크린 위에 없고 앞라인에서 안 보여.
형 들어가 구태기 형.
하게. 석가래!
천천히.
벌린다.
걸려.
둘. 저 반피에 이야.
시티. 에이스.
형 시트 보고 있어? 다 보고 있어. 어디 봐줄까? 석가래.
원차! 원예!
얼!
Players oath, we pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play.
Wait, cheer, please.
He plays solo for 5 years, but I don't think he needs the advice.
He plays solo every day. If he was, he need to retire.
Good luck, noob.
Nope, I'm gonna win, bro.
Wrong bind, bro. Aduh.
Let's go push.
Woi.
Gigi.
Push.
No, 148, bro. Cheer, please.
Let's go push.
What the?
Oi.
Push.
Oi. GG.
Wow, that's me.
149. GG.
Come on, bro. Wait, full charge.
Oi, I almost passed the barrier, bro.
Let's go, hero.
GG, bro. No chat.
Oh, nice dodge.
Wait, doesn't count.
Wah, lu bounce sih, lu fumble sih. Lu kenapa bounce deh?
Oh, I fumbled.
2-1.
Okay. One more life, guys.
Why you bounce?
Let's go, do.
GG. Wah, GG.
GG, bro. Push, can you start better than you?
Easy.
So bad if, bro. Holy.
Really disappointed.
Sorry team.
No.
Who's gonna play? Tackle?
Yeah.
GG, bro.
I think GG.
Maksud lu apa?
GG, bro.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay.
Let's go, tackle.
Let's go, tackle.
Dash.
Oh, dash.
Uy.
What?
No. Tackle, what is this?
Gua miss.
Run, Maxim.
Oh,
Maxim. Nice.
Wah.
Masih Bayu locked in, bro.
nice, Maxim. One more. Tackle, come on.
Gua fumble mid.
Tackle.
Halo.
Gak mau tuh took the spike, bro.
Let's go, tak.
Tackle Bayu double king, bro. Tackle, chase him, come on.
Let's go. Let's go, Intermission!
My team don't trust me. I give up.
Maxim, we trust you, bro.
They don't cheer me. They cheer NC Session.
Let's go, last point. Very easy, tackle, come on.
Let's go, tackle. You got this, tackle.
Bro, I give up.
You are slim, Maxim.
I give up.
Free fire spike.
Tak, why you double kick?
Wish me luck, bro. Bro, I cannot track you, bro.
Let's go!
Nice try, tackle, it's okay.
You need to get caught once, bro.
Finally, you skill, Maxim.
Go back.
Stay here!
Wait, too close.
Santai.
Let's go 5 seconds.
Oh, I fumbled.
Tak, what is this?
Need to predict.
Tackle, you're predictable, bro.
Tackle is predictable, bro.
It's okay, tackle, nice try.
Nice, Maxim. Hey, watch out.
Siap.
Look at me.
Go.
Hey, long time no see, bro. Hey, dude. Long time no see.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Draw.
Lagi. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Wait. Again.
I win.
Ready, bro. No. I'm ready, bro.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Oke. TP fit. Hey, what are you doing, bro? Boo. I never touch Yoru in my life, so I'm gonna try my best.
Emang dia bukan dia pernah main di official.
Nggak inget tuh. Dua. Oi.
What the? This challenge so easy for me. What is this? David!
Wait, you give him chance,
Bro, I never touch Yoru in my life.
Same, bro.
And his session go first.
Huh?
He go first now.
This is like her?
Yeah.
Me.
Oh no.
Why me?
Maxim, calm down. You
Why
win
me?
already.
TP.
No.
Oke lah.
Okay, I take that.
Bro, this one is easy. You just count how many seconds he
Calm
waited.
down.
Backseating,
Calm
bro.
down. Maxim, calm down, bro.
Stop teaching him.
Don't fall pit.
TP. Ya.
You count how many seconds?
Stay there. Wait, bro.
I lost my confidence suddenly.
He's fumbling.
Yeah.
Like me. Tuh, 2, 3, TP.
Nice pit.
Okay, I can hear already the result. I think I'm gonna lose this, guys. 4
Nah,
seconds.
3,5. Hitungnya pelan.
Okay. Hitungnya bener. Quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where are you, kid? Yeah!
Tuh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 5.
Fake reaction.
Woi aja.
Bro.
Dia jatuh.
Sit down, kids. Very confident. Of course, very confident.
Wait. Go until the end.
No?
Yeah, challenge, bro.
Woi, calm down, bro.
Yes, let's go. Go until the edge.
Okay.
Go.
I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. My previous teammate.
Yeah, let's go.
Menang Iki.
Calm down.
No. I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. You don't have any trophy, right? RRQ don't have, right? Boom have. Very proud. Of course, very proud.
It's okay, normal.
What is this?
Always lose every day.
You learn something new every day.
안녕하세요. DRX 감독 터미 편선우입니다. T1 발로란트 팀 감독 윤으뜸입니다.
My name is Hector Rosario, also known as Frost, coach of talent.
You guys can call me like Six Fingers. I'm Boom Esports head coach.
Hi, I'm Iwok, head coach from RRQ VALORANT.
Hi, Alex from DRX.
농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논이라고 합니다.
저는 젠지 발로란트 팀 감독 홀로 강근철입니다. 반갑습니다.
I can say feels great because I mean me personally like I achieved the milestone for the team already, which is like top 8. So far we can manage to lead the group stage 5-0 and then going into playoff. Like I just want to see like how far my team can go.
Of course, we're delighted to be first seed. Give us a bigger chance to make it to Masters. Of course, maybe not as clean as we would have liked it, but of course we're happy either way to have managed the first seed.
대진 받았을 때는 사실 젠지랑 PRX 있는 거 보고 진짜 힘들겠다 싶었는데 2위로 진출하게 돼서 너무 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
플레이오프도 힘들 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 많이 했었거든요. 저희가 PRX도 이기고 그 다음 연승을 하면서 확정을 지었을 때는 기분이 많이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
Well, I don't feel great about our record because we were pretty inconsistent, win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. So I think overall we should be happy that we placed second given our inconsistencies, but we're looking to have a much more consistent playoff.
본 무대가 이제 시작된다 생각을 하기 때문에 좀 더 진지해지고 좀 더 승리에 목마르게 된 그런 감정을 느낀 것 같습니다. 플레이오프에 올라와서 기분은 정말 좋고요. 밑에서부터 이제 시작을 하기 때문에 그 부분은 살짝 아쉽긴 합니다. 무조건 도전자 입장이에요.
I almost make it. So I mean the chief emotion I feel just like oh thank goodness that we made it.
탭자 선수나 서재영 선수나 원치케 선수도 분위기를 좀 많이 띄우려고 하고 있고 물론 다른 팀들도 다 그렇게 해야 된다고 생각을 하고 있거든요.
베인 선수가 다들 아시다시피 팀 내 분위기 메이커 역할을 잘해주고 있어서 팀에 한 명씩은 꼭 필요한 존재라고 생각을 하고 베인 선수같이 긍정적인 선수는 본 적이 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 처음 보는 좀 케이스고 특별한 선수라고 생각을 하고요.
Cruz is essentially a coach and a player. He's probably the only coach player in the league. Even right now to do this interview, he's conducting VOD review. So I did my own personal VOD review with him. I recorded like a video for him this morning. And he looked it over, listened, took his notes, my notes. Jovi and I often prepare stuff for Cruz. Cruz learns it, dissects it, then he's the one that teaches it to everyone else. So that's pretty much what we've been doing with this roster.
붐이랑 다시 하고 싶습니다. 저희가 또 새로운 로스터로 다시 준비를 했는데 이번에 다시 만나면 이길 수 있는 자신이 있어서 그룹 스테이지에서의 복수를 플레이오프에서 꼭 하고 싶습니다. 붐이랑 만나보고 싶고 잘하고 있는 걸 알고 있었거든요. 근데 이제 1등까지 할 정도는 솔직히 기대하지 못했는데 그 1등한 경기 내용들도 다 정말 훌륭했다 생각을 해서
I feel like Nongshim kinda have like a mixed kind of play, which is like a structure and also like a high risk one. I don't know, like I feel like they are our kryptonite. Like the way they play is just like countering our play. I don't know, somehow. Frankly speaking, like it's much easier to play against structured team rather than Nongshim.
저희는 저희가 변칙적이라고 생각을 안 하거든요. 이게 좀 오해가 있는 게 그 담비를 던진다고 하는데 저희는 던진 적이 없어요. 본인이 가는 거지. 네온이 혼자 들어가야 되는 경우가 있기는 해요. 있기는 한데 근데 일단 저는 그렇게 시킨 적은 없어요.
Genji, we're already playing them. We haven't beaten them before. We've gone close, but we haven't beaten them before. And this roster is much better. So we have the perfect route to win Pacific, period.
그분은 근데 항상 자신감이 항상 차 있는 분이라 저 역시도 자신감을 항상 가지고 있습니다. 재밌는 경기가 되지 않을까. 저도 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
My favorite player I think is Mako, aside from my team right now. Yeah, I really like the way Mako plays.
포세이큰을 데리고 있으면서 너무 욕심이 많은 것 같은데 저도 포세이큰이 탐납니다. 저 무조건 포세이큰이고.
포세이큰 선수를 한번 데리고 한번 해보고 싶은 생각은 있습니다.
If we had K-Ron, we'd be the best team in the world and it wouldn't even be close.
I like Francis, I like Monkey. If they can really speak good English, like they can come with the team, within the team.
Maybe easy, flexibility. I'm not really looking to replace any of my players as of right now, so there's a lot of good players in playoffs. But
그냥 저희 선수들이 거기선 최고라고 생각합니다. 이번 경기를 준비를 정말 잘했다 생각을 하기 때문에 이거 보여준 것만큼 다시 자신감 있게 게임하면은 다시 또 충분히 높은 데까지 올라갈 수 있을 것 있기 때문에 다 같이 열심히 해봤으면 좋겠습니다.
That I'm proud of them, and I think that we've turned a corner, and I believe we're going to win Pacific this year, especially in season 1.
work hard. We put in the time, put in a lot of effort to get here. Now, responsibility is on us. Pull it through. All the way through, we need to stay mentally stable, mentally solid, and confident and hungry for the win.
경기에 들어와서는 상대를 리스펙하지 않았으면 좋겠어요. 그러니까 우리가 항상 경기 너머로 봤을 때는 당연히 다 잘하는 선수들이고 뭐 당연히 그들만의 무언가가 있고 하지만 우리도 우리만의 무언가가 있거든. 그냥 내가 더 잘해라는 느낌으로 했으면 좋겠다. 지금도 열심히 연습하고 있는데 토론토 가자.
Keep humble, don't over ego, don't overconfident, no overpick, no overhit. That's all. Yeah.
So I think you guys can do it. I think a lot of people believe. That scares me a little bit, but I think we should. I think if the boys themselves, you guys have faith. I think we'll be in Toronto.
저희가 굉장히 힘든 상황을 겪고 있고 그리고 선수들과 감독 코치님이 굉장히 많은 노력을 하고 있는데 피부프에서는 우승을 했지만 스테이지 1에서 뭐 우승을 하지 못하고 혹시라도 마스터즈 토론토에 가지 못하더라도 선수들이 실망하지 않았으면 좋겠고 우리가 이 플레이오프 스테이지 1을 통해서 얻는 게 있으면 그걸로 충분히 잘 해냈다고 생각을 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Come on, girls, keep it up. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Come on, girls, keep it up. Always on go, I ain't never gonna stop. Come on, girls, keep it up. They can try, but it still ain't enough. We run the city and ready to buck. I just make it look easy, they don't make enough. Put it right in their face, ain't no making it up. Yeah, I want the whole check, I ain't taking no cut. They ain't sharing this cake, they ain't making with us. Shit, we keeping it all on them, taking from us. Ay, I just do it like it's nothing. This a challenge, so this how I'm coming. I'm standing for something, ain't going for nothing. Show up to the party to ruin the function. What they wanna do is I already done it. The game that they playing, we already won it. They screaming for us, are we missing strong? I know they gon' bop if it's me that they pumping. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop. Whoever that's thinking they better, you not. Just like a cheater, we keeping our spot. Man, no gang, got my foot on the gas, head straight to the cheddar. I'm chasing this guap. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop. Playing no game, got my foot on the gas, head straight to the cheddar. I'm chasing this guap. Come on, girls, keep it up. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Come on, girls, keep it up. Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop. I just do it like it's nothing. This a challenge, so this how I'm coming. I'm standing for something, ain't going for nothing. Show up to the party to ruin the function. What they wanna do is I already done it. The game that they playing, we already won it. They screaming for us, are we missing it strong? I know they gon' bop if it's me that they bumping. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop. Play on my job, I've been punching the clock. Know I'm gon' blow up, been ready to pop. I ain't playing no game, got my foot on the gas, head straight to the cheddar. I'm chasing this guap. Come on, girl.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I am in the undefeated Boom's green room, and I'm sure they have some secret before their pregame. So let's see what the boys are up to. And Dos, who is this?
You know.
I know. Is that your bias?
Yes.
All right. Dos is getting his K-pop bias in just before the game, and oh, we have Famous and Shiro. Shiro, who is winning?
I think I'm losing.
Oh, Famous just crushed him. These boys, what do you have to say to them? Is this everyday routine?
No, definitely not. Very special people.
For a special game coming up with Gen G, what do you have in mind going into today?
Nothing. Just do our best, I think.
Oh, everyday game, no, nothing different. All right. Do you have anything you want to say to them? You said you wanted to face them, and you saw Munchkin's interview, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he said he don't lose the same team twice, but it's the first time for everything.
Yeah. Good luck to Gen G, right? Yeah. NC, do you have anything you want to add in? All right. Let's end with the boom howl. Are you ready? Let's go boom.
Ow, yeah.
Ow. That was like a little kitty.
Welcome to another day here at VCT Pacific. It is a very, very special day today. Not only do we have 2 teams qualifying for Masters Toronto, we also have this video.
Hi Morgan, happy birthday from sunny Berlin. Hope you're enjoying your time out there on the desk.
What's he doing?
I hope next time I see you, you've got that 10 signature tattooed on your face.
Happy birthday, Moantai. Hope you have a good day. Speak to you soon.
What's my family doing?
Happy birthday.
Crazy.
Have a lovely day. Bye.
Happy birthday, Morgan!
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday to you!
Thank you.
Can we take a look at the cake?
Wow. I don't know if we can see this without. Don't tip it off.
We have to show off the cake right here.
It has a photo of me as a child.
It is over there.
Crazy.
This is
too
wonderful.
Much. This is too much, everyone. But thank you very much. What a lovely time. I can't wait to okay.
What are you going to wish for?
I'm going to wish for Indonesian wings today.
Ooh! Yay!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Okay, you guys gotta get out now. You guys gotta prep. Okay,
Time to get serious.
We still have to do.
Serious day.
We still have to do analyst deaths. Jesus. Okay. All right. Anyway, so we have it's a very, very important day today. Oh wait, they took the cake. Oh wait, then
I can't eat it now.
Never
so
mind.
I
thought why not?
We're serious. We're locked in.
We're serious. We are very, very serious. Because if we take a look at our playoffs bracket right now, it is looking incredibly spicy. But is it Korean spicy or is it Indonesian spicy?
Well, who knows? I guess we have to find out today. Indonesia versus Korea across both of these matchups. The winners go to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge, huge day. It could be massive for the Indonesian and SEA region to get some new representation overseas, or it could be, once again, Korean dominance crushing the dreams of many. So we'll see what we're going to get today. Could be a mix of both, and I think that this is a really good opportunity for these teams in the upper bracket to just get themselves that extra slot over there in Toronto rather than having to go down in the lower bracket and slog it out with all of those fantastic teams down there. It's a lot easier to just get it done today.
Yeah, and we already have some new faces making it over to Masters Toronto. We have XLG and we have Wolves and we have Sentinels earlier today that qualified, as well as MIBR. So who is it going to be from Pacific? Well, we find out today. But first, we're going to find out who owns this Build Diff roster for today. So we're going to go over to Build Diff, brought to you by Acer and Intel. And as we know, Victoria is overall owning in points. I just want to add that I won yesterday, so please give me that.
Very well.
Victoria is definitely winning. She has her roster right here. She has Texture as Duelist. She has Cushy as Initiator. She has Berserks over at the Sentinel role, and she has Mako in Control, and Foxy9 as Flex.
Solid team.
I like it, but I don't love it.
Yeah.
You know, if I had to say, I think Vic might be falling off.
I think Texture.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe.
Seems like a strange choice.
I think Texture's on a little upward trend in form.
That's true.
Berserks is a little bit of a sleeper. I think Cushy could be solid today, but we'll see what we're going to get from him. And then Marco's on an upward trend as well off the IGL duties. I think she's kind of banking on teams on players that are doing well in the last few games. So we'll see if she's right about that.
Right. Well, I have my team over here. I have Famous.
That's a good
oh my gosh,
choice.
he really wants to be in the Duelist role. He kind of gripped onto that. We have Cushy as well.
Okay.
I have Foxy9.
Okay.
Sentinel role.
That did very well for you
Mako
yesterday.
as well. I know. That's why I'm banking on him once again.
Mako.
And I have Monyet in flex.
Monyet.
Yeah.
Monyet's a bit of a defining choice.
I know.
So you think it's going to be a pop-off day for Monyet today?
This is
to beat DRX?
a massive risk. Yes.
He's due a big game, to be fair.
Yeah.
We haven't seen, you know, the great Monyet of old, but we know he has that potential. So
sure.
I could see it for sure.
He also may tank your team though, because if he plays a duelist,
I know.
and then doesn't
This
have
is
a
why
good game,
it's a big risk.
Just like
It's a
Neil.
big risk, but I'm hoping that they lock in Jemkin and keep him in control. But hey, we'll see. We'll
see
see.
how it goes.
Do you want to talk through your team, or do you want me to go first?
You can go first. You're closer.
Okay. So, to get to my team, I'll swap this out from Vic's team here. So, it's quite similar in some ways, but different in the ones that really matter. Instead of texture, we've got Hyunmin.
Nice.
An absolute demon.
I mean,
and then
he did very well for me yesterday.
Instead of Berserks,
on the Senti role,
we've got Foxy9 being my Senti.
Yep.
And then we've got Mako in my flex. And I gotta put the boy DOS9 in there. Of course he has to be in there. He's going to Toronto today. I'm feeling it.
It's famous.
He's not there. I got him in.
You haven't picked 2 boom players.
That's okay. It's about kills.
Yeah.
I think Mako and Hyunmin get lots of kills, but I think DOS9 goes crazy.
He thinks Famous isn't gonna pop off today.
I haven't seen you not pick 2 boom players when boom were playing for quite a while, Morgan. This is very surprising for you.
I feel like Hyunmin's always getting the numbers. I couldn't go away from Hyunmin today. And also, I'm behind, so I have to take some risks to kind of catch back up a little bit.
That's fair, that's fair. Alrighty.
All right, Pilski, what about you?
I won't make that mistake today. I've got Famous as my duelist.
Yep.
I believe DOS9's my flex. And then for Enit, I believe I went for Cushy as well. I think we've all gone for Cushy.
I've got a Cushy over here.
And then a Foxy9 for the Senti.
Foxy9.
I was actually pleasantly surprised by putting Foxy9 in the Senti. I'd had him in flex before, and then controller, I think I had Mako.
Mako.
Yeah.
Did we all pick Mako?
Yeah,
I think so.
We did.
I mean, Marco's on an upward trend.
So good yesterday.
Yeah, I think Marco off the RGL, he's a beast. He is unleashed right now for DRX, and I think against RRQ, they're going to have some problems.
Yeah, you know, there are just some players that you can't miss out on, especially with, with rosters like this. Foxy9 is one of them, I think. That's why he's a very, very popular choice, as well as Mako. Yeah, and here are our rosters. We are locking these in right now, and we're going to see, like, we have some... You're right. We have some differences in the places that really matters.
I mean, I found this team hard to build today because obviously all 4 of these teams are incredibly strong. If you look at the duelist position, all 4 of these duelists are rated in the top 5 for kills per round.
Yeah.
So in a kill-based competition, you can kind of go with any of them.
Yeah, and we all went for Cushy as the Enit. You definitely could have considered someone like Freeing for DRX, who I would expect to be continuing on an upward trend in form. Depending on how you think that game's going to go, but obviously Mako is a strong choice. I'm feeling very good about my team. I feel like the way I picked my team was kind of like not really based off who was going to win today. I just kind of went like, these are the players that I think are going to do well no matter what.
Yeah, and that's a good way to go about it as well. I also took into account that these are very important matches, right?
Yeah, very true.
Who performs well under pressure? Who can actually stand up to that task, right? Because it also is a factor about how well these players are able to stand up to high stakes match. And you know just how high stakes these 2 matches are. We've got Boom versus Gen G and RRQ versus DRX.
So far, I mean, this is the upper bracket game. So far in all of the regions, the teams seeded into the upper bracket have not won and secured a spot internationally. So Boom and RRQ really wanting to buck that trend today.
They saw that. They saw that post.
They want to be trailblazers here for Southeast Asia and stop so much Korean dominance going to these international events lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard. You have pros and cons when you start down the bracket, right? You get to watch the teams that play before you, but equally you don't have that momentum rolling into the game, so they will be trying to book that trend today.
Definitely. And speaking of momentum, we have Boom here who definitely wants to continue theirs, even though this is going to be their first match here in about a week. You know, no doubt they are a top team. I think many are still wondering though, how far they can actually go. And even they are wondering that, right? We see in interviews, they're like, did you expect to make it this far? And they're like, oh, I don't know, I guess.
They're very humble.
I don't
very
know
humble for how good they are.
I don't know what more this team need to do to prove themselves. They beat Gen G and then everybody's like, oh, it's a fluke game, they had Suggest, and they keep winning and everybody's like, oh, you know, they'll always choke. I see them do it in playoffs.
Who else do you want?
They're 5-0, 1 win away from Toronto. This team are about to write their name in the history books with a win today.
They're dominating every statistic at the moment. They're dominating pistol wins. They're dominating opening kills, op kills, shorty kills. DOS9 and NC Slasher, the biggest shorty abusers I've seen in my entire life. Absolutely disgusting. And I think they're in for a good shout here. But if it does come down to that veteran experience and who performs well under pressure, I can see why you would back the other squad in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have Gen G. It's Gen G, of course, Master Shanghai winners. And yesterday, Gen G were looking more and more like their previous selves, right? Complete with the slow starts and the texture 4Ks. They are the type of team that performs best when under pressure. We saw that last year. And, you know, we're expecting so much more from them here in the playoffs, too.
I mean, this is a team with a insanely high ceiling. I mean, I was worried for them yesterday after that map 1, but they bounced back, played 2 incredibly clean maps, and took that series off Talon. And we know how good this team can be. We know that they've been there before. They're not going to be content with missing out on another Masters event.
Yeah, definitely not. I know that kickoff will have been very disappointing for them, but they have kept Foxy9 in the lineup now. They had an interesting game against Talon. Talon definitely had their haven figured out yesterday, but the reverse sweep was incredibly clean. Texture has rocketed up the operator kills numbers right under Famous now from the last couple of series that they played. You've had a lot of opening kills won by Gen G in those 2 games where they were able to secure the reverse sweep, and they're just looking better and better. Ash had his best game that I've seen from him on Pearl. This guy's got an insane ceiling, so I think if he's in that kind of form, Gen G's in for a good shout. And I think Karon's had a poorer couple of series recently. He's another player that if he wakes up today, they could definitely lock themselves in a dub.
And as we check out the group stage highlights from both of these teams, I want to go back to the humble beasts, right? You know, of course, Boom, we know that they're hungry beasts, but they're also very humble. And I actually wonder if maybe not having the history that Gen G has, that burden and the expectations, does that actually allow this team to have so much more freedom, because we can see it in the way they play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they kind of got a free ride into Pacific, right? They didn't expect to be here. So whatever happens is a bonus here. And we saw this was the last time Boom played against Gen G. And I don't know how people can start to doubt this team. I feel like they looked so dominant in this matchup, the same way they did the whole way through the group stage. They sit at a miraculous 5-0, only having dropped 2 maps.
Yeah, this Haven was very close though, and I have to say, like, both Suggest and Ash had some poorer games. Ash has only gone from strength to strength since then, and Foxy9 said it himself in the interview. If he was playing in this initial game in the group stage, Gen G would not have lost. So
I love that from him.
It's a different Gen G today from what you saw in the highlights from the game here. You see Boom, the victor, standing on the stage after that initial game. But here we have Foxy9 in the server going head-to-head against Berserks, one of the most clutch players from Stage 1 groups.
Yeah, look at that. 8 clutches for Berserks is an insane amount. And of course, his counterpart Foxy, not as clutch, but we see dominance in a lot of these stats. I mean, since he's joined the roster back from Suggest, he has gone from strength to strength, and he just looks better than ever.
And it's not just Berserks that's winning clutches for Boom Esports. DOS9 also has an insane amount of clutches right now. They're neck and neck, Berserks and DOS9, of being 2 of the most clutch players in the tournament. So this is what I'm saying about Boom. This is why I can't, you know, not back them going into this series, is the fact that, like, you look at all the statistics, they win pistols, they're winning all their matches, Famous is getting op kills, they're getting first kills, they're clutching every round. It's like, what part of the game are you guys not winning right now?
I mean, and the momentum that you get from having a clutch player on your team like this, where they just salvage these rounds that in theory shouldn't be winnable, they steal them back for you, and everybody gets excited, everybody gets hyped up. And I think this Boom team are so momentum based. We've seen how they've managed to carry that over map after map, game after game, and now the whole way way through the group stage. I think they're so momentum-based, but like you say, they dominate in every single phase of the game.
Yeah, so it's just a question of where are they going to slow down? Is it going to be here? Is it going to be Toronto? Is it never going to be a slowdown from Boom from here? I mean, they have had a fantastic group stage thus far, but I do still think there are some asterisks on some of those wins. And I do want to see them take on the Gen G squad and see if they can make it look dominant today against such a championship-winning core.
Definitely. There's a lot that Coach Six Fingers pointed out in that little video that we saw earlier, right? They do have, there's this danger of the team overheating. There is this danger of the team getting a little bit too overconfident, and sometimes, you know, confusing things can still happen within this team. But it's because they're such great instinctive players, right? That they're able to catch each other. But you have to wonder, if you're going to Toronto, if you're going to that global stage, will that still work?
Yeah, I'm interested to see that as well. Looking at the head-to-head statistics here, I mean, you do see 1-0. Boom did win that group stage matchup. They've only dropped 2 maps in the entire group stage. 10-2 is insane. But over on the side of Gen G, the first kill conversion has gone up even more. 81, it just keeps going up. And you see that from the reverse sweep that they got against Talon yesterday. They were leading the opening kills against Talon in both of the 2 maps that they won really hard, and their conversion rate was insane. Texture has rocketed up the op kills. He's getting opening kills where previously he struggled in some of those opening duels. So that's something I'm definitely keeping an eye on today, because Boom's first kill conversion is very good as well.
Yeah, right behind them in second at 76%, so it's all going to be about who is getting those picks today. We take a look at our map data, and I mean, a lot of 100% we're seeing for Boom. I mean, I feel like they have a very, very strong map pool. We've seen them be perma-banning out Split.
Yes.
So when you run this 6-map kind of focus, you can put more time into all of these other maps, and they just look so dominant there.
Yeah, Split, not a map that's been played very much by either of these teams. Ascent being an interesting one where Gen G, previously it's been a good map for their core in the past. Haven't had a lot of success on it, so I'm interested to see if that's going to make it in. Lotus has always been the pick time and time again for Gen G. They love to lean on that in the veto.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see how this map veto is going to go. I mean, you guys would know sometimes the game is decided with these very choices, right?
Sure.
We're seeing the first bans come out. A respect ban. Respect. Lotus.
This is, Gen G picked a Split. So this is a classic game of veto chicken, right? So if you're running a permaban, like Boom have the whole time, all of a sudden you swap it. You ban out your opponent's best map, and what that is that's taunting Gen G. That's saying, hey, we don't think you're brave enough to pick Split into us, even though we've been banning it. But Gen G answer right back and go, no, let's take it there.
Yeah, Fracture taken out by Gen G. So Split will be the first map here. It's not a map that Boom have played for ages, simply because they've been banning it all year. It's been their perma-ban in every series in Pacific up until this point. They will start on the defense, and they will have had time to prepare something for this game of Split. Ascent going to be the pick there for Boom. They've recently swapped onto the Yoru, and Gen G, you've seen them have some rougher games on Ascent. And then Haven's going to be that middle ground that we've already seen these two teams play each other into OT over there in the group stage, and it went narrowly the way of Boom.
This is going to be so interesting, especially that Split map. I mean, as you can see, it is nothing for Boom, because you know, we haven't seen Boom on Split at all in Pacific. The last time they played this map was all the way in Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything about this Boom Split. They've been banning it all Split, but I think they have had quite a lot of time to get this ready, really, because before even the DFM game, the last game of the group, they knew that they were locked into this first seed.
Yeah.
So they could have been preparing that for the surprise today. So I think we should expect it to look quite good. Over on the side of Gen G, last time we saw them run this double duelist with Ash on the Yoru, and you know, it didn't look great when we saw it there. So I can totally understand why Boom would take the veto this way, trying to throw off this Gen G coaching staff.
Yeah, you can see it there. Attack win rate for Gen G, not too fantastic. It was the same story over in kickoff as well when they were playing the Breach Teo comp with only the singular duelist when Yeoman was on the roster. So I want to see if they're going to go back to something like that, or whether they will stick with this double duelist here, Gen G, because, you know, like we said, Split, you know, it hasn't been a successful map in terms of the wins for them, but they've played T1 and DRX and T1 over in kickoff, and those have been somewhat closer games. They've had much better defenses than they've had attack. I think the attack side start is the thing that I'm reasonably concerned for Gen G, actually, because they've picked it in here, and they will have to get themselves rolling on attack.
Yeah, well, it's going to be incredibly dicey, and especially since, again, this is a qualifying match for Masters Toronto. The first one that we're going to have here in Pacific. We're going to find out which team will be first and going over to our second global event of the year. So let's send it to the stage to find out who is going to be it, Gen.G or Boom.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Boom Esports.
Many call them underdogs, but these hungry beasts are determined to go to Toronto. This team has given the Southeast Asia region more fire with a perfect group stage run. Will playoffs be the first time this stage that they falter?
Arguably the biggest surprise of the whole of Pacific. They ran the gauntlet in the group of death, but came out undefeated. Now they are only one win away from launching themselves all the way from Ascension to a Masters event.
One win away. That is it. That is all it takes. And it starts with this series. Of course, they will be up against Gen.G. They were once on top of the world, and they are looking to take back the throne that was once theirs. With yesterday's victory, it seems like Gen.G are back. But will Boom be their biggest obstacle to another global event after being the first team to bring home a global trophy for Pacific?
Yeah, Masters winners last year. They will have been bitterly disappointed with how kickoff has gone, even though they got themselves a respectable third place. I think here for Gen.G, they've had to go through a little bit of a rebuilding phase across the group stage, and they're starting to play their way into scarier and scarier form. So I want to see if Gen.G is going to be able to get themselves over to another Masters event and rediscover some of that Masters winning form.
Oh, definitely. It's looking like for Gen.G, they've worked out all of the adjustments that they had to make in the group stage, and if they had to take some losses, that is fine. But it looks like they are back indeed, and as we can see with the coaches here, they are ready to play some mind games on the stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, this coach head-to-head is so good as well. I mean, I think they run very different styles, very different approaches, but it all culminates in this matchup today, and I think it's so going to be just a fantastic watch. We're already seeing how they interact with this veto. Of course, Split coming out, the previous permaban for this Boom team. They're already bringing some trickery.
For sure. I mean, this is the defining map of this series, if you ask me, because this is something that Boom have had time to prepare. They will have known that they wanted to play Veto Chicken here. They would have known that Gen.G has the opportunity to call their bluff, so they have to come prepared here. This is their best chance to qualify for an international event. You don't want to get knocked down into the lower bracket because you're playing silly buggers in the Veto. You need to make sure that this split map is made count here.
The thing is, you know, with Gen.G, they're still in that stage. We can see from our predictions, though, that a lot of us are still favoring Boom.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the reason I went with Boom today is that I feel like their anti-strat is going to be so strong against Gen G after they had to play yesterday. I trust the coaching staff and I trust the preparation as well as the players to get it over the line.
Yeah, I think I'm backing Boom for a similar reason, especially seeing Ascent. Yeah, I mean, people are really backing Boom at the moment. This is a SEA fan base that wants to see this team go over to a Masters event. I think a lot of people have gotten behind Boom with their recent form and what we've seen from them in the group stage. Here we go, completely different agent comp coming out here for Gen G. They've really run a bit of a surprise here. Unconventional duelist selection there for TextG. He's been playing a lot of Neon lately. Munchkin is a fragger on the Viper. That's something to definitely keep an eye on. And Ash is back on the Teo that he had a fantastic game on Pearl on yesterday.
Over on the side of Boom, we're seeing virtually exactly the same comp, but with Famous on the Yoru instead of Texture's Neon. Now, I personally prefer the Yoru pairing here. I think it should be able to counter the Deadlock on the other side and pair well with the Teo, but these two comps, very, very similar. But I do think it's definitely a little bit stronger on that defense, so the onus is on Gen G to start hot.
Yeah, they need to start hot on attack. They've had two very poor attacking sides in the games against DRX and T1 that they played in Pacific thus far this year, so they've definitely got their work cut out for them picking this map into this series.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. As we can see, the players, they have good energy on the stage. They're looking very positive and very excited indeed to step into this first series. Again, our first qualifying match for Masters Toronto. And this is the farthest that Boom has gotten so far, that an Indonesian team has gotten so far. So it's going to be very exciting indeed. We're going to see Tigers and Wolves and Split on the stage as we toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much. That's right, Mika. We're going to have Tigers and Wolves at each other's necks. The top seeds, though, from every other region thus far have fallen. What's it going to look like for Boom? They've gone with a flawless run so far. Surely they don't just let it drop now.
Hopefully not. I mean, who knows, right? Are we going to get some SEA representation going over to Masters Toronto, or are we just going to get another instance of Korea dominating out of our region? Who actually knows? I think when we look in towards this veto, though, it's a bit of a spicy one. I certainly thought that there could be some chicken played in towards this veto, but I don't think Split was the map that I expected to actually come on out in that.
Yeah, Split is definitely a bit of a surprise. You were talking about it. Like, they have never played Split in this entire group stage. They haven't played Split in forever, even.
Yeah, and when I think of Split and I think of these guys over on Boom, I always think double-digit result scorelines, your 13-11s, your 13-10s, your overtime. Otherwise, they get absolutely smacked. You know, one of the things from back in the Challengers days is I just remember them getting wiped over the floor in a 13-2 against, maybe it was Alter Ego, I think I'd like to say. But regardless, they've come out of, you know, the preparations in towards this series, getting to throw their feet up, and look what Gen G was doing yesterday. Coming in towards this one, Gen G opting for Split, and it doesn't really give good confidence when their last installments of this map as well come out with different agent pools, right? This is the third agent pool that they're coming out with this year, coming in towards this map, so I wonder if they are ready for this.
Certainly a lot to think about, but we are off with Gen G on the attack. Certainly got to think about Famous versus Texture possibly as well, but right now, just a lot of presence around middle.
Yeah, really stampeding up together at the moment to put some pressure towards this B side.
And straight in with the relay bolt as well. Texture already looking to cause some mayhem around the back side, but unfortunately, it's DOS9 inside of the smoke. Munchkin, though, swings out. He gets the flicks. That's a double kill already.
Looking to see as the plant goes down, but look, Boom already here.
Oh, and in with the Sonic Sensor as well. It trips, and Gen G will be able to find more frags. Down to the final one as Famous. Gen G picks up the pistol.
Nicely done as well for Foxy9 to be able to get out that Sonic Sensor. For those of you that might not have actually caught it coming in towards this one, it's Foxy9's first occurrence of Deadlock ever. So I believe it's going to be quite interesting to see what adaptations he's going to be able to figure out coming in towards this one, as opposed to the likes of a Cypher, where we think he flourishes on as well. But a nice little pistol, of course, from the likes of Gen G, up the guts of mid, stretching in towards the B site. Some ill timing from DOS9 with the Paranoid to come on out as well for Munchkin to kind of clear house.
That's just exactly how you want to kick things off as well. I mean, Boom certainly quite surprised by that one. Off to the next round, though, it's a sudden spring in towards Garage.
Bit rough for Shiro, caught in the combos. And a good little dodge out from Munchkin, actually. Taken down, though, was censored. It's just the eco to come through from Boom here, of course, in their secondary round, seeing what damage they're going to be able to do. But Gen G now into B.
Not too much lost. In with the, barrier mesh, though, just caught out with the utility in hand. So a bit of a trade coming out from Ash, but then still for Boom to have a slight chance 2v3.
Yeah, one more kill here would actually be pretty nice for Boom to come on out. Eventually, a Gravinet rather will come back for NC Slasher, but I believe there'll be about 10 seconds to go on that one. So if you want to transition for maybe a little bit of an exit kill potentially,
it's going to take some time. Gen.G, on the other hand, quite disciplined. They've got all these angles locked down in key. You've got Karon picking up the final frag once again.
This is where we'll see the buy up for Boom. See what they're going to be able to muster up in this one so far. To recap, 5-0 throughout the group stage was really unexpected when you consider that they bowed out very early in kickoff. You know, the team that shouldn't have been here, right? By a little bit of luck and damage that they delivered over in Ascension to sneak in and get the call up to come towards Pacific. You know, people didn't really think too much of them, didn't put too much stock on them, but to come out into this first seed and towards the playoffs, you know, gonna have to definitely see if they can get towards Toronto. So this is the final, well, rather the first step for them, the first gun round for them.
Cheeky little one-way with the dark cover. Famous looking for the pick.
And it's not even a bad round for Gen.G either with what they come equipped with. It's full rifles across the board. Yeah, there's 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian, but you can certainly get some damage coming on out now.
It's 2 pistols saved up from before, so in with the full vise. DOS9 attempts at trying to push them off, but Gen.G just caused shock and awe on the site. Famous, though, looking for some frags. He managed to find 1, then to trail off.
Yeah, but do they call it right now? There's still a little bit of alert coming through from Munchkin. Eventually, he'll run through the sensor, and this one will be tripped up and heard, but I think Boom, just judging by position, they know that they can't go for this one. They're going to have to opt for the save.
Yeah, trying to keep themselves back-to-back, shoulder to shoulder. Keep these weapons up for the next rounds. This has been a quick hit coming out from Gen.G so far.
Yeah, just great. No holds barred, getting in towards the site. Really awkward shots actually coming through from DOS9 there. I think that's going to have to be rectified really quick if you've got to put some chances on towards Boom, because you got to remember a map like Split as well. You're really trying to see what you can deliver on this defensive side more so than the attacking side.
And also for everyone who's been keeping eyes on Boom, right? DOS9 is such a pivotal player for the team, but he's had some up and down performances, so definitely needing him to be stepping up a lot more today as well. I mean, the entire scoreline so far, it's Gen.G splashing some cold water onto Boom's flawless streak.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think of Boom and so far what they've delivered in this first stage as well, dominating on the pistols, the first kills, the clutches, right? We need to sort of see that come out, because right now, well, they're not getting the first kills in this map, then they didn't get the pistol round. Gen.G are kind of out of the gates going straight away, and it's a very different scenario that we see ourselves in for this rematch compared to round number 1, to the first installment of it, right? Gen.G, we're playing with Suggest there, trying to figure some things out, and Boom capitalized on a lot of the weaknesses. This time, though, Gen.G, different idea, and they find the opening yet again. Famous not able to find anything.
And that's just an incredible lurk from Foxy9 as well. Now with the utility in hand, might just spot out his opponent. DOS9 looking for the weapon picked up, and he does find it. Backs himself into sight.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Shiro going to get tested over towards this A site. Noted, not going to be able to do much here, you would think. Berserks needs to assist.
Decent stall with the stun so far. But still, that's a lot of information, and Gen.G raring to go.
And Berserks only has the Bucky too, Shiro with the Deagle. So there's not a lot that they're going to be able to do here.
Yeah, repositioning, in fact, Komodo. Look at where they are, all the way towards B Tower. Meanwhile, it's just Shiro here with the Sheriff.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of Yeehaw action, that is for sure. Still got the salvos online, but they have crept up in towards Tower, and they've removed him. This is some great patience and pathing from Gen.G surrounding this A site now, where you think it would pretty much be done for Boom. They might even save a couple of these guns towards the next round that they carried from the previous in Berserks. I mean, you can just see what damage you might be able to do here.
Definitely a new sheriff in town, to say the least, but we'll see if the buckshot will provide any value in terms of exit frags. Gen.G for now just happy to rack up these rounds. I mean, the performance they carried over from yesterday against Talon, that was almost a 13-0, almost.
Yeah, for sure. The first map, jitters and worries for Haven, but where it finalized, it was all good. Ooh. Berserks looking for some damage. Foxy9 with the death, by the way, will be picking up the annihilation. And Karon with the kill. They're from the shadows too, so you've got some good pieces coming into the next round.
That's just incredible, well-timed salvos from Ash as well. A member from the Gen.G Academy squad who has been picking up in performances for the Korean team as well. So far, so good. Another exit frag found by DOS9, and Boom will happily collect onto that as they look for their first round win on this defensive half.
Yeah, this is where you start to get into some problem territory for Boom Esports if they're not able to get this next gun round coming over, right? You also have to contend with some ultimates, and if I'm looking at Gen G right now, you know, you're going to have some set little strategies that you can come out with a From the Shadows and with an Annihilation. If you're going for some sort of a B pop as well, you could definitely say that, or even an A pop where they're leaning at the moment. You could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for Caron. Where is he repositioning to potentially?
Ooh. Not to mention, you also got to consider for Foxy9 with the look that he was pulling out from before, but this time he's with the team, able to deal with that flash. Shiro now into the corner, not quite able to pull out utility in hand. Foxy9 checks it with a spam. Caron up towards the top of heaven, finds double.
You'd need something miraculous from DOS9 to be able to come out with something here.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, really. A gun barrel poking on out, good for the first, maybe good for the second, but the round quack.
You might even need to TP out of this position, but he does line him up! Looks for the quad, but Ash shuts it down!
Could you have imagined that one to come on through? I mean, they need a saving grace at the moment. Boom, another round where they do not get the opening frag. Famous is just down looking the wrong way. When you've already got this Viper wall, you have to be expecting that they can creep on out. I mean, we think about Vipers on this map, we think about lurks, right? That's the standard wall that allows anyone to path up towards the ramp almost free of charge. You had to potentially blindside a little bit earlier on. They just left it too little too late. You did have the From the Shadows as well there from Caron just to get closer towards spawn, but seeing that no one was home, gets full tower control as well. This is just really looking good for Gen G at the moment on this 5-0 mark, and Boom will be calling their first timeout here.
A much needed breather. I mean, another thing to consider is the fact that this is, you know, one of the first few times we've seen Boom run such a composition. NC Slasher usually onto the initiator role, this time having to play a Deadlock, an agent which he's not foreign to, but it's a very rare appearance. I believe this is his third time ever playing the Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, I think towards what we've already seen for Gen G on this map so far, right? And I'll highlight it towards DRX. This is very copy-paste, for example, on the agent mark, bar one, right? NC Slasher on the Deadlock for what was then Estrella on the Breach. Apart from that, the other four agents are the same. So it's not like this is a complete surprise for the likes of Gen G here. They can kind of adopt a lot of the same game plan coming in towards this one if they do remember it, for a map that they probably didn't expect to come in towards the pool, but maybe they did, right? Because if you're thinking about Gen G's Lotus, you're thinking, yeah, we probably want to do respect that ban. So there is a world in which the Gen G cohort expected Split to not be banned.
Hence the pick, hence the strats so far. But off the timeout right now, just a bit of a pause button so far for Gen G.
Got to be the hero, Boss9 here with the Vandal. See what the potential sheriffs of the teammates are going to be able to find on out. Bit of a spotto in mid for Berserks, but really Gen G playing on the patience variety. Spread around the map, waiting to see if there's any aggression from Boom, any little timing components that they can try and capitalize upon.
Possibly get closer to some ultimates as well. NC Slasher maybe holding on to the Graph Net up towards this A-ramp position.
Timing is going to be pretty pivotal for Boom here. How much can they bleed off the clock, try and funnel Gen G in towards this A site where the Deadlock utility is sitting, but NC Slasher, he's going to be caught in no man's land, and Famous is even rotating to the B site. This is the wrong call for Boom, and NC Slasher is caught sleeping.
That's right, he was playing the one and done. Just Berserks on the site now. Might have the rotations coming over, but again, it's all of these upgraded pistols. DOS9, is he going to be able to come up huge? So far, it's Texture ripping a new one against Boom. Boss9 onto the top of tower, thinks to swing off the smokes, and it's just too easy for Texture to pick it up. Shiro left, and he's just hoping for exits now.
Yeah, can't go through the screens either. That's walled up.
Do you really want to go for the peek? Oh, Captain. He's down to 6 HP.
Yeah, but Captain, my Captain, you're going down with the ship in this one. Spike to eventually explode. Don't give away an ulti point, though. You're kind of incentivized to try and challenge for one yourself, right? Get closer towards this Armageddon because you really need something for Boom. As Ash is going hunting and is going to catch him. So that's the 6th on the attacking round. That's the half essentially tied on up for Gen G. And they've got cash to splash, of course. They are not worried at the moment.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting flashbacks to yesterday's games, Komodo. 6-0. That's just unbelievable. Ash even pushing through his own salvos. Still, though, we're waiting to see the effect of the timeout that was just called. This was a bit of a save round.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Boom at the moment, but they take that timeout in what you would expect to be as a result for this round, right? You've got your full gun round coming up. You've got your operator for Famers, where he's somewhat, leading with this gun in our region. When that gun gets in his hands, they certainly look for some damage. You can say the same for Texture if he even wants to try and toy with the idea of that later on, but it's garage control at the moment for Gen G. And they want to just go into this B site.
Yeah, straight in with the overdrive, but instantly dealt with by Shiro. So not too bad so far. You've got some utility sent out as well.
You got the full rotations, though, for Boom towards this B site. Not really known by Gen G, of course, but if they started to pivot a little bit early towards the A site, they would have complete reign to get over there. Instead, stalling on out. That's a huge reveal onto Berserk. He's lucky to still be alive for the moment.
Able to tuck himself inside mail, so far so good. The drone didn't spot anything out into garage either, so it might have been a bit of fake information.
But what I was trying to say just before is for Gen G, they take a pause, they lose texture. This is where you can play with the rotations of Boom. This is where you can start to make them put all the eggs in a different basket towards the A site, which is kind of what they're doing, because look what's being brought out at the moment. Berserk's in the cocoon, the pit of mid is going to be down, and DOS9 is now the kind of only player towards this B site. You need Shiro with those salvos to assist.
It's got to be well timed. DOS9 at least has 2 smokes to work off of, so sets up the first one. A bit of a survival smoke on the site itself. Shiro comes in with some assistance, but still DOS9 for the swing. He gets gunned down by Karon. NC Slasher, though, arriving just on cue.
And he's got him
from the top. Picks him up with the Annihilation. That's going to be the first round picked up by Boom.
Oh, but it gets a little bit close there, doesn't it? Imagine a world in which DOS9 with the Sugar Zero smoke coming out there is the one that we like to say, trying to dance around it, only good for one, right? The progressions, the ducking and diving that smoke can really afford you, only able to find the one, which just shows that Gen G are quite attentive already in towards this map. Like, look at the quick little turn to come out from Karon, but it's the NC Slasher push out through the tower that really catches them off guard and delivers the goods with the ult there as well. You really can't be holding on to a lot of these components as Boom. You have to kind of be investing every single time with the ults, with the abilities. And in a new round like this, I mean, we talk about the credits that Gen G had already built up, right? We can't say the same for Boom. They get out an operator, but Berserk's is down to a Bulldog.
At least this time, though, the op still posted up towards A ramp. Famous trying to hit his mark. The lurk still undetected so far.
Yeah, but it's expected, and that is rough for Famous. He only gets a leg on towards Munchkin. And as there is a high-low setup towards this B side, it's not going to eventuate into much because Foxy9 is just doing what Foxy9 does best on the Senti role, playing lurk, playing with rotations and information game. You need to see Boom almost cut some corners and go for some information, right? DOS9 with From the Shadows, toy with the idea of getting that towards the A site when they hear anything coming.
I concur. Just the numbers not favoring Boom so far on the site, but a decent trade. Berserk's then looking for a couple more to even out the odds. Sneaks himself into the corner though, but that's where he gets pinched. It's the grab net, it's the push. Foxy9 to laugh it all up.
Good timing, good combos. 30 seconds to go. The plant not yet established as Karon starts to get that to the site.
Salvo surely. And there they go, but it does take a bit of time. Spike still planted nonetheless. Texture hiding in the corner for an off angle. It's something that Boom might not expect. DOS9 up towards the top of heaven. Oh, and the relay ball. Perfect square on the spot, but Shiro! Stuns are a cosmetic, and time continues to tick away. 2v3. Picking up the first. That's a good one. And if you can swing off into elbow as well, but Karon just marking it down. Threats neutralized, and Gen G continue forward.
Just no space given to Boom for that retake at the end there whatsoever, really, isn't it? Time is just a ticking. Shiro can't get anything off that drone, really. Yeah, he manages to find the one kill, but it's the fact that they just waited for the drone to come on out as well. As I was talking about, right, it's going to be that dry information. You've got to cut some corners for Boom. It's what they do at the ramp. They peek out individually. They get a trade out there, but the 3 versus 2 into the 2 versus 2, it's just a little bit too easy then for Gen G to be able to close it. They've got a really great read on this attacking side so far. Not seeing any massive value from Famers here with any first kills, with that operator that just misses its mark.
That's definitely something that stings.
For sure.
Got 3 stack on the A side this time, but guess what, Gen G, they're no longer towards this A position.
You got a hero stinger out for Berserks. I mean, funnily enough, we've seen some good percentages come out with just this
weapon
formation of what they're coming into it, right? A hero stinger and then the pistols. It's funny enough though. But this round again, Gen G recognizing the economy, knowing that they don't need to waltz into any little traps. You've still got Ash holding out on that drone as well if they want to try and gather some further information a bit later, but instead, it's going to be Famers. Dimensional Drift on a round such as this one, 50 seconds to go, trying to gather the information, and Gen G, they're still just playing on this patient game, waiting for Munchkin to lurk on out.
Ooh.
Finally, there's an opening for Boom, but what can you capitalize upon? Refreshing smokes at this B site, moving pieces towards that location as well. It's the right call at the moment.
Oh, but look at middle Komodo. Certainly, if you can cycle through those smokes, but Shira's got to stay alive. He has the salvos, and they are so crucial for the team. Currently toying with death inside of the smoke. He's getting tagged. Texture doesn't quite know, though, and he's looking for the swing into the site. DOS9 then puts up another survival smoke up around the pillar. Frenzy at hand, and here comes the stuns. Time running out for Gen G. Texture has to go, but that's when he gets gunned down by the Stinger. Berserks absolutely tears things up.
What did I say? What did I say? The conversion rate with a hero Stinger in this game. I don't know what is happening lately this year with the results that kind of buy is presenting. But hey, I mean, it's a thrifty round to come through for the likes of Boom. They get the opener, and then time is just being bled a little bit too much. Gen G, you know, they have opted to play a lot of default in these sort of rounds, but this time a little bit too slow. When you also consider that it's Berserks and it's DOS9 backing up this B side, they're just refreshing smokes towards the main. Time and time again, they've got a Paranoia. They can combo that with the Snake's Bite too. It can buy a lot of good needed time for Boom, but what they don't have this round is the affordance of space. They've lost mid, they've lost B tower, and Texture doesn't necessarily need to hang around. The idea that the spike is leaning towards this A site is just going to kind of bring out a little bit of this utility from Boom to make sure that there's nothing in main, that they just have to have a focal point on tower, on mid, and on A.
Especially A, because this is a spot where it's just NC Slasher, plays around the elbow, and that's where Karen will happily pick it up. Spike then delivered over.
And you've already set up this deadlock utility towards the screens too, the wall, the sensor, and now a pit. You might even think this round is untenable for Boom. They might actually have to consider a save soon. Texture in the back wings as well. He can have a pretty late flank.
Yeah, not unless either DOS9 or Famous could pull some miracle out of the hat.
They're just going to take too long to get towards the ramp though, silently.
And you got to consider the fact that Texture is still flanking as well. All towards ramp, Foxy9 first to receive, and he has GrevNet holding on to it. And the salvos on timing, look at this.
And now
Boom,
you've got the GrevNet.
There's no way they can make it out of this ramp position. Double kill picked up, Karen for the third. Just Berserks left. And he's praying, hoping to find anything possible, but it's a triple P coming out from the Gen G squad.
Yeah, just the sheer presence that Texture getting up towards tower is invoked, right? It's forced Boom back towards the B side to try and regather some information towards A, and it's just not available for them. An immediate heads-up TP from Karen to just get in towards the site. They set up the deadlock utility, and this agent composition that I'm thinking for Gen G, I mean, you're thinking about a refreshable GrevNet, you're thinking about putting the deadlock wall and the sensors towards screen. You're combining that with a Viper's Pit. This is why I'm saying you might even have to just consider a save, because you're into the next round with not a lot to play with for Boom.
And it's also a round where you're nearing the end of the first half. Boom, though, looking to get antsy, looking to find some early picks. They haven't been able to do so successfully so far. Snake Bite just to stall towards middle, but here comes Foxy9, and he has Annihilation.
See what Berserks and Famous are going to be able to do, because Famous' Gate Crash is eventually going to come on out. It's NC Slash up for the opening kill. They did convert last time when he found that kill towards the A site, but this is where we see Gen G in the 4 versus 5. Look to see if there's any oversteps. DOS9's tagged to half HP, and you've got the 3 stack for the Boom members starting to regain information over towards A, so they should get an idea that it's going to be mid and towards B.
Moving further across. Still lurking as well, though, Karen, keeping some of the Boom players invested.
And destroying that sensor gives them the idea as well, right? That this is where it starts to transition towards. Annihilation goes out.
Got some decent information outside of A as well, though, but oh, that's just a perfect snipe on towards another player. And Ash with the push as well. Karen, here he comes. But of course, just complete execution against DOS9. The weapon is not quite favoring Boom this time. They might have some positioning off towards Tower as well as Garage, NC Slasher, Hero Vandal. Maybe looking to pick a couple up more, but then the Poison Cloud comes through.
You got the Gravnet too, by the way, and a stun for Shiro, but no salvos online.
Still trying. They've got some time to work off of. Munchkin trapped by the net, but he's still undetected, just completely mows them down. Famous then to creep up from Garage. Just the Sheriff. Every shot is going to have to count, but unfortunately he fans the hammer. They don't quite hit, and it's going to be Karon, who's a little bit more accurate than that.
For sure. I mean, I was talking about, you know, the history of this map of Split for the likes of Boom Esports, and this is where I get a little bit worried, right? They do not have some great successive results in a clean scoreline. A lot of double digits, a lot of close ones, and, you know, recently a big smacking as well with a 13-2 loss, but you can't really take too much stock in that because they just don't play this map, right? The only practice they are getting on this map is on the scrims, and apart from that, you can try and copy and paste what some other teams do with a composition that is similar to what you run, right? But yeah, it's not really working at the moment. Last round of the half now, and you have to try and find this one as Boom for the 9-3 curse.
Gotta add though, Gen G are just doing such a phenomenal job at keeping Boom on their toes so far as well. We haven't really seen NC Slasher play this B position so far. So now that he's here, maybe able to do something different.
Munchkin with the operator though. Keep an eye on the little wing of A if Famous is able to find that good kill for an open up. As Gen G once more looking to pressure mid, looking to bait out utilities. Oh, and
No!
Famous, he can't get the kill on towards Munchkin. This is why I say watch out for the operator. It's just a day.
But he had a Phantom, Komodo.
It's a day where Famous is just not finding openers. I mean, how important has he been? How pivotal has he been in all of these games?
It's such an important day though. This can't be happening, but it is, and Munchkin able to pull the rotations over onto A this time.
I mean, in all 5 games they've played through this stage, he has had the highest first kills in those games, bar 1, which was against Gen G. He tied with 11 for Munchkin. The difference? He had the most first deaths. He had 14.
Fair enough, but right now you really got to be wondering, questioning what those stats look like right now because it's not too good. And meanwhile, you have the flash comboed with Texture sliding in. Barrier Mash now up at hand, and Boom have a lot of obstacles before they're able to even step into sight.
Plan eventually will go down. Ash already has the Armageddon. You just think in this 5 versus 3 that Boom are broken.
Oh. We surely can't see what we can, but it's just
They're
so perfect. They can't even really make their way out. They try for it. It's a shotgun annihilation, but it's easily dealt with. Ash survives, and Karon putting the nail in the coffin as well. We end the first half 10-2.
Yeah, absolute domination to come out from Gen G in this one. I mean, from opening kills, even when they're losing them and trying to still re-establish a conversion rate, right? It's just looking flawless. The combinations of utilities that they're coming out with and just not overcooking as well, right? When you've got, you know, for example, this round, when you've got an Armageddon available, well, just put it in the screens, which is going to be 1 of 3 retake positions where Boom are going to come from. It just makes it really difficult for Boom in a lot of those scenarios, going between ecos and rifle rounds. I mean, look, Quack, 10 versus 2 half. One of the rounds Boom got was a thrifty, remember. It does not give a lot of confidence right now that this was the right call for the veto, unless we see a complete different team come out on the second half.
Who knows? It's certainly a really tough scoreline to come back from.
Whose debut performance was more shocking?
That's a good question.
See, what's the connotation? Shocking good or shocking bad? Like, this is what you don't get from text, right?
Fair enough. That's one of those ways. You could really interpret this differently, but let's say for good.
For good?
Who would it be? So far, we've got 1 for Karon, 1 for DOS9. What about you?
Karon's was so long ago.
It's last year.
Yeah, that's so long ago.
Long in esports years.
Yeah, of course. I don't know, DOS9's pretty good, but, I mean, recency bias, that being split here.
Well, he's kind of above board, I think. Yeah, for the kill feed, it's Famous who hasn't been putting up those big numbers that we're used to. Look at that. DOS9 up by 9 and 11.
Pistol round.
That's right.
Boom up at the top for Pacific with the first scoreline. They've lost the first pistol in this map too. Alrighty. Map starts now for Boom.
And this is the difference that I was wondering about. You have Foxy9 on the deadlock, but he's positioned towards middle. Boom wasn't running that at all.
Putting a lot more stock on towards the extremities as well, that even then, Gen G were just completely capitalizing upon, right? Spreading out through mid, and you've just got a lot more options.
Right. Wall up, pistol shots found, and it's a lot of information then for the Gen G players to trail back into defensive positions on the site.
Yeah, see what Texture might be able to spot up at the tower. If he's able to find one kill here before losing his life, there's information. Then NC Slasher is at least around A, and that's already bringing rotations from Ash towards this A site.
Right. Karen has the flash as well. Smoke's ready to put up, more space for himself as well. Blocks off ramp, blocks off the choke points. Boom then trying to push up through from tower.
You're going to have that wall that can get back up as well for Munchkin. Famous though, finds the opening kill. You are locked to stay into this A site.
It's exactly what the Yoru can do, but Texture tucked underneath in hell. Not quite spotted so far. The Viper screen definitely helping him so far, but still, it's going to be the trades coming through as Boom suss out Karen's position.
Foxy9 does have Gravnet. Munchkin with Snake's Bite. It could ensnare one player.
It's a 2-on-4. Well, he does just toss it out into elbow. It looks for some space as he hops on over, but the right click's not within range, and it's going to be Boom to pick the pistol right back up.
Alrighty, on the board with a bit of a clean pistol, albeit taking a lot of time around the A side before things do get started. And of course, this here being, Boom Esports, I call it one of their biggest games, right? The previous biggest one that they had would have been that Ascension
DRX?
final to get here first against their then Simprissa Gaming, now Nongshim Red Force. And they lost that one, remember? Big OT in the last game.
Last year also.
Milliseconds, essentially. This is the one to get on the international stage, get back for a couple of the players from the early inception of Valorant.
Which means so darn much. Taking things a little bit slower this time.
Opening kill goes the way of Berserks onto Texture. Trying to get a little bit something happening towards the A side of things, but not able to when you've got no shields against a Marshall, of course. You want to just see Boom 100% these kind of rounds.
Trying to create some gaps.
But I like what Gen G are doing. Wow. Starting to rotate towards the A side as well. Munchkin is going to get out of this one.
Oh, he's got the sheriff picked up too.
Yeah, see if he can.
It's a bit of sound.
Make it spicy.
And that baits Berserks into peeking. Munchkin at least good for the first. Then the trades, of course, but also for Karen to arrive on cue. The clone goes out and he just lets it pass. But along with the clone is a gate crash. It's faked. And then the swing. NC Slasher for the exchange, but you also have players on both extremities. Foxy9 trying to lurk through. It's taking quite some time though, and Shiro then turns his crosshair back around. But that's the Bulldog now picked up. Gravnet seized, and he just goes in for the quick peeks, almost into the clutch. But DOS9 to save Boom up to the fourth.
That should not have been needed though. You're against the little pistols and you go for the dry peaks back in towards the A main choke. It comes down to a 1 versus 1 at the end there, and DOS9 is also Gravnetted down, feet planted, crouched, nearly forced to submit. That would have been an atrocious round for Boom Esports if they lost that one, but luckily enough they managed to get it across the line.
You know what is atrocious though, Komodo? Their money.
Yeah, coming in towards this bonus round, it's not going to look the best. It's going to be a party mix of a buy to still just hold on to enough cashola for the next round. So this will be a proper bonus round.
Right, proper if they do pick it up, but for now, just trying to suss out the defensive setups from Gen G.
It's going to look a little bit quicker here from Boom, you might expect, as the drone goes into mid from Gen G.
Yeah, but we've seen these positions played by Gen G before. Texture further up defensive. Karen in with the flashes as well, and he does fend them off. 2 kills found. Texture for the third, and maybe the fourth as well, as Karen dinks up onto NC Slasher. The salvo's just pushing them off again and again. Berserks, though, able to calm things down. Texture then to hold the angle, but look at that spray! Berserk's down to 89 HP as well. Not too bad, but it's 1v4.
Damage. Looking to maybe polish off Texture. If you could find Foxy9 here as well. I mean, you've still got to contend with Ash, but you can't even get past the first one. That's 11 on the board now for Gen G. I mean, how much space have they given themselves with this 10-2 half? You need the flawless run to come through from Boom, and you need it to not look fake like the one we saw in America this morning.
Ooh! Well, it still came close. But for now, that all remains to be seen because 7 rounds in a row. Oh, Texture. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
But he's not screaming help, help, help this time. He's having a fun one.
And he's not finding aces. That's quite important for the Gen G fans. But right now, just Boom looking for a quick round. They, again, need to make it clean.
And no pressure in towards mid as well. You can just wait on the timing for the wall. Eventually goes down, so you'll get some information that there's someone hanging around bottom and mid.
Which then pulls Ash into position up by Vents.
Could be cheeky right now if Boom look to put their numbers towards this B side if they're able to weather through the deadlock util.
And if you're Boom, you know that Karen and Texture are still roughly around the A site, looking for a different point of entry. They see those salvos going over.
Yeah, with the grab net too, so you know that there is a deadlock playing in B tower. Generally, there would be a sensor hanging around as well.
A lot of utility baited out.
Oh, this could be big for Foxy9. Oh, they heard
just
it.
with
All
the
right.
angle.
Got to the angle of that one.
Got to swing all together, and that's a decent trade. Then possibly space into B site. Munchkin, though, to hold it down. Decent track, but still Shiro evens out the score.
Yeah, but 30 seconds to go and get this plant and Texture. Not expected to already be back at the tower. You've got no smokes to go there as Boom Esports and Berserks. I mean, he's got his runners on. He's trying to get over here as quick as possible. And what does he have to bring to this party? It's a gun. There's no utility that Berserks can run with here.
Yeah, no smokes either. The smokes would have helped so much. That's exactly why these high mobility agents, these duelists, they're going to be able to wreak so much havoc. Here comes Texture, slides on through, and with the stun as well. That's just been quickly dealt with. Boom, out of the water, and Gen G up to map point.
Yeah, another scenario for Boom where they're just not able to gain any advantage at the beginning of these rounds as well, right? Not able to just find some space, some territory, some gun duels working as well. You know, a couple that they are getting in towards the mix are only in the trade variety, right? Like, all of the ones in the kill feed are always trades until the end, where Texture and Co. just layer some utility and overwhelm them. It's looking pretty flawless from Gen G, all things considered, on this map of Split. And now they've got 8 rounds of cushioning to try and close this one.
8 rounds is
a lot.
Hell of a lot, yeah.
And they don't need to change their setup as well, right? Because it's not being pressured too much. Foxy9's sensor at the front of B didn't get popped in the last rounds because he died in tower in the trade.
Oh, certainly. And Komodo with a bit of do-die situation. It's famous in with the dimensional drift, but quickly sussed out. Foxy9 on the draw with the annihilation. Then for the peak.
And Famous dead as well, coming out of the TP, expected and read by Munchkin. This is where things just go from bad to worse for Boom.
Oh!
NC Slasher looking the wrong way.
In the back of the skull. Berserks, though, able to stutter step back into another kill. The second one found now. Spike still down on the B site, so it's going to be a tough journey to pick that up.
And eventually they're going to get found out from a flank as well, because Charons are coming.
Taking his time in a stealth game, stealth mission, but he gets spotted out. The barrel quickly noted.
Yeah, but the spike. Is there a world in which DOS9 can get the orb at A main? Was that gathered earlier? I didn't actually see, because if he can grab it, he can from the shadows to get the spike. Okay, at least they're lucky that that is going to be here, but Ash has slipped through. They don't know how close he's going to be. Here we go, spike to be retrieved. Salvo's online, but Ash with the timing.
No earthly idea. Ash,
clueless.
Slipped the net into elbow. Not spotting out his opponents either, though.
Oh, the information that Ash can just give to Munchkin now.
Munchkin is going to have to be quite aware. The heads-up duels, so important, so paramount for this round, where Gen G could just end it all. Ash, he's pushed all the way back up into heaven.
Where are they? Where are they? It's an Omen and a Viper. They've got no utility to deny this one.
Put up the wanted posters because they are nowhere to be found until a shot was made known. Ash turns it into 2v1. Berserks to fight it back, but still needing to pick up the kills or at least buy time. 4 HP, he goes for the swing. Munchkin gets the kill, but the spike will go off. A Red Bull clutch for Boom.
Oh boy, they will hold on. They will absolutely hold on. They complete disconnection from the site when you think that Ash is going to get all the information that they're not around, that they can start to get here and get that diffuse happening. I mean, I'm highlighting it for a reason, right? You're playing an Omen, you're playing a Viper. You don't have a lot of this actual spike denial. You have to put your bodies on the line in that scenario, but the time is just ticking way too much from Gen G. You can put up the one-ways and you can refresh them as DOS9. They've really dug deep, the controllers of Boom in that one, to bring through a Red Bull clutch to keep them alive. And we do welcome in 10 clutches now on the tally for Berserks. I believe there's a couple of other players as well in this lobby that are also one away.
Right? First year in Pacific, and you're hitting these milestone marks. It's quite a welcome sight, but you still got a ways to go if you want to push this in OT.
Boom generally know that the sensor is on that tiled wall. Will they expect how close Foxy9 is with the grab net?
Not quite. Sensor will go off, and there's the grab net. Famous down.
Got him again.
Crunched. But still the trades. Bogey spotted now for Texture, though.
How do you contend with an operator on this line when you've got no assistance? The NCs you don't. NC Slasher. You need to gain favor somehow.
Still with Berserk's on that lurk as well.
Texture's hungry for this one, isn't he? Berserk's gone down on the lurk that you just mentioned, though. An Annihilation picked up. An operator, hot potato, if he wants it. But, I mean, you'd almost favor the Guardian here.
Yeah, Munchkin continues to clear out information as well, so it all comes down to this B site where Charon picks up DOS9.
Awareness on that one. It's an advantage now for Gen G. They can technically let the spike get planted if they want to, but then you've also got an Armageddon. Remember, Annihilation was just used and missed. Now as the plant goes down, it's on to Gen G to try and close.
Armageddon sent over. You can almost hear the pin drop. Boom. Trying to listen for information. Oh, but the upshot whiffs right over the shoulder. And here comes Munchkin in for the bursts. Just Shiro left. Can he extend Boom's life on this map? Smoked off, caged in. And he's attempting at blind, wild sprays. They're not found. 1 second for the Salvas to come back up. As a last-ditch effort, he sends it over onto the spike. But as the smoke dissipates, is it enough time? Gen G, they're sticking it.
I think Boom got it.
They're looking for it all the way over.
Boom have got it.
Boom! Managed to save the spike for it to explode. The Red Bull clutches. Boom pushes off to another round.
Oh man, but another one of these rounds that gets down to the wire. I mean, Boom are not winning these ones with holding on anything for the next round. It's Famous dead yet again. It's disadvantage after disadvantage that Boom have to try and come back with. I mean, they're giving these duels over towards Gen G, and I don't know how Shiro has managed to pull away with that one. I mean, it's a 2 versus 1 where salvos aren't even online. They're tapping on the spike. There's a dark cover to obfuscate vision, but they don't go together as a unit, and they afford Shiro a way to win the round. Oh, but they don't capitalize on it. Eventually they'll hear the pin pulled out. They'll know that someone was close, at least. Now confirmed that it's Munchkin with that smoke going down.
That is pressure as well. Any other round, they might have pushed it, but this time, looking at map point.
Yeah, I mean, Boom, you got to feel like they might be a little bit scared in this sort of scenario, right?
Certainly thinking about the mental game.
Big stakes game.
But it is the first round where they find themselves with a bit of an eco lead. Sonic Sensor's tripped and NC Slasher will spring.
Okay, rotation starts to come out from Gen G, though. The flash misses for Famous. He's really not having a cracker at these ones, but at least they trade in from Shiro, a plant afforded for Boom.
This is where I get quite nervous, Komodo. Texture has the overdrive. If everything's lined up properly, he could go ham. Finds the first in the form of Berserks. 3v3.
Need to see Boom survive with these 3 remaining members.
Theoretically, this round is yours to have, but here comes Texture. GrabNet instantly ripped off. Charon, though, pushes inside of the smoke, and Texture just blindly beaming over to find a lucky target, but nowhere to be found as Boss9 comes up alive in this round.
Well, that's 3 out of 8 so far that Gen G have dropped. Conversely, that Boom have won. A couple of these Red Bull clutches to come on through. But all it's going to take is that 1 round for Gen G. And you've got to consider that some pretty powerful ults are going to come online relatively soon. An overdrive was used in this one for sure, but I'm kind of waiting for, you know, the likes of an Armageddon and Annihilation. These are going to be some ones that can just absolutely rip Boom apart. There's Viper's Pit online now for Munchkin. You're not too far off the other ones that I just mentioned as well, 1 and 2. Aiming control with this pit. Do you use the drone as Shiro to try and sniff it out, or you just give respect and look for a little bit of mid control where there's a change up to some of this utility?
To some extent, but they hear the sounds, so they're going to trip it real quick. Foxy9 then with the GravNet, he's ready.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, though, GravNet not utilized, Taeho salvos as well.
Oh,
you got to think that you got to bait out these utils, that you're not losing your life in that one. See potentially what NC Slasher is going to be able to sniff out towards this B main choke.
But that's when you have the adjustments from Gen G now. Texture quick and online over up to the Heaven position. Relay Vault plus GravNet, and that's an instant kill on towards Famous.
He's done again. He's really not finding anything opening here, but Charon with the 1 traded on out.
Almost with the transfer as well. Foxy9 then off of the zip lines, but DOS9 quick on the draw. Texture spotted out as well.
Munchkin was still in the pit, by the way, over at the A side, so it's technically only 2 versus 3.
He's taking his time. Gen G, they can tap the pause button needed.
And this is hard now, with a pit going on down. You do have a drone, actually, for Ash, and you do have Texture with the fast lane, too, so this could get spicy into a retake.
Drone going out.
And thus, it begins. The drone in, scouted out. They know exactly where Berserk's is. Texture, what is that blind spray? All of a sudden, just in towards spawn? DOS9, though, decent position up by the cubby. Smokes up as well. Special delivery sent over, but DOS9, quick on the trigger, takes down Texture. Berserk's then in with a spray transfer as well.
Oh, he's
Munchkin manages to slip past, but the time once again working against him. Swaps on over onto DOS9 with the Shrouded Steps, and that is going to pretty much be the round as Boom survives yet again.
Yeah, handshake at the ends there from both of the Vipers wanting to survive, but I mean, the prospect of that round going Gen G's way kind of gets a little bit close when that spray comes out from Texture towards the spawn side of things as well. I mean, I keep highlighting it, but Famous, I mean, he's just like glass in this game at the moment, breaking so easily.
A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, that's for sure.
Absolutely, though, this map not over just yet.
I mean, his team has been picking up where he leaves off. It's a bit of space, and then information as well for his team to then collapse onto the B site.
Yeah, but a timeout from Gen G now as well, right? What did I talk about just earlier? We're waiting for a couple of these ultimates to potentially come online. The Armageddon, the Annihilation. You got those available in towards this next round, and they could be the ones that ends the map. Now, unfortunately, guys, we're not as... what's the words here? We don't know Korean like Paper Thin and Achilles, so we can't translate anything here, unfortunately. But this one looks like a Texture thing. If I see Ace and 4 kill, that's probably Texture. Did I get that one, guys?
Does anyone know Korean?
Yeah, I got it right. Confirmation. There we go.
Told you. And we certainly recognize Gojo Satoru as well, but so far, not really seeing anyone live up to that standard just yet. Perhaps except for Charon, who has been anchoring down sites like nobody's business.
Very consistent at the moment.
Might be able to do that again in this round.
Potentially so. There's a big lean towards this A side of things for Gen G. Absence at B. And they actually would be very well placed to continue this. An early Armageddon in towards the A side from Shiro. They want to get Famous in towards this one. A gate crash actually denied, I believe. But DOS9, how is this one not heard? Texture, you should have him dead to rights though with that relay bolt. And now it's the rest of the team that can't get into the A site yet. But they've got B. NC Slasher's found Munchkin.
Straight over.
You gotta go.
Problem is, you need to be able to transition over to the other side of the map. Not quite. And its weapons picked up.
And you got the wall at the bottom of mid that needs to be broken first by Shiro. He will get through it, but you've lost a lot of your boys at the same time. 2 versus 3.
Well, if there's any consolation prize, if NC Slasher finds 1 kill, it's ult.
The plant. It has to be the plant, though. You need it early. You need a way to gain some equilibrium in towards this round. Yes, you've set up your sensors and your wall, but it starts to fade on through.
Do
destroy
you
quickly
consider that Gen.G are nearby? Annihilation ripped from both sides! Oh, they're both collected into it! Shiro, so much to do. Both kills will go on over. Texture looking for the stick, but it's Ash to play off of contact. Gen.G will end it all in round 21 as the final score gives us a 13-8.
And the Annihilation at the end there works out a little bit better for the likes of Gen.G because then it's just the one player remaining. It almost feels though, Quack, we were just waiting for the eventual end of this map to go Gen.G's favor because of how destructive and dominant they were on the first half. Their defensive side was almost flawless. One thrifty lost and one normal round. But I gotta say, you know, if you're playing a Vito Chicken as Boom Esports, it probably didn't work over in your map there of Split, your opponent's map pick is Split. Maybe it converts a little bit better on Ascent, which we have already seen be played from these two teams, but I gotta say back then, it was quite the different look.
Yeah, it's all the way back to week 1 of the group stage. That's where things have progressed so darn much. You got Foxy9 coming in alive. I mean, you could definitely argue that in that final round, his barrier mesh, the way that he's working with the team, it's just providing so much darn value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a massive discussion as well to have here for Boom Esports in the break to recollect their heads and game plan coming in towards the next map. For those that might have joined us, flawless 5-0 seed number 1 coming in towards this playoffs for Boom. Gen.G are the challengers who have had less than 24 hours to get ready for this matchup. But of course, Ascent around the corner.
Yeah, we're just going to have to leave that up to our desk to discuss, but this was one hell of a split.
One hell of a split indeed. I don't think Boom was expecting that from Gen.G, but how could you not with this team? As we mentioned earlier, they come alive during playoffs. They come alive when the stakes are so high, and we saw exactly that in this map.
Yeah, what a great game from Gen.G. We saw them start so strong. We saw them be so sharp, and I think this is sort of the nice advantage of having to have played yesterday. You're coming in ready and sharp. You're used to the stage again. I mean, how long has it been since Boom were here? You know, a lot longer than Gen.G, and I just felt like Gen.G were very prepared for this. They looked very organized. Boom, on the other hand, it seemed to just fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think Gen.G would have even necessarily expected to play Split in this series, but they would have had to have been working on this map. This looks extremely well drilled on the side of Gen.G. Loved what we saw from them, and you've got to give some props over to Gen.G's coaching staff. They're a team that can be a little inflexible at times, that doesn't like to change up what they pick on certain maps, but they've showed a lot of different comps here across both kickoff and now into stage 1 here on Split, and this comp was an absolute winner. Really, really nice game to set the tone for the rest of this series. Over on the side of Boom, though, that is the worst game we've seen from Famous thus far. Shiro along there with him, and if it wasn't for DOS9 and Berserks, they would not have even been close to competitive in this game.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic from Famous. We spoke before about how he tops almost every metric that we have here in Pacific that we want those duelists to be doing, and this game, he just could not get any momentum. Felt like he was routinely shut down and not getting the entries that this team are used to. On the flip side, we spoke before about how great Gen.G are when they get that first kill, and they had 14 of them to Boom 7. So yeah, complete domination on that front.
And it wasn't even Texture. Like, Texture, as usual, is not winning in opening duels, and part of that is down to playing the Neon. He's going in, and he's able to be traded in a lot of those situations. But Caron, 2-0 in opening duels, but Foxy9 was the one that really impressed me. He's got no kit to get opening duels. He's just, you saw it in some of the highlights from that game and some of those rounds. He was just walking out and spraying people through smokes or finding the right timings to be able to find those entries self-sufficiently with just phenomenal game sense and some really, really good good aim as well.
He got 6 of those opening duels out of all of
6-0 on the deadlock.
Crazy.
On the deadlock. Well, Foxy9 said it best himself. He wasn't there the first time Gen.G went up against Boom, and you can see exactly why. I mean, Gen.G, they had so many great plays on this map, and we're going to see some of them as we pull them up on your screen.
Yeah, I mean, we said that Gen.G needed to start hot on attack, and what a way to start off with a pistol win here on attack. Beautiful B split. kicked off there. The Teo drone goes up middle and they meet up with those B players, and Boom are just a little out of position, and that is the value from the deadlock. Beautiful Sonic Sensor over on spawn side as they try to complete that retake, and you're going to see something very similar here on the bonus. Nice little neon wall to be able to throw up the fast lane there, draws out a little bit of reactive utility. We've seen Karon go for these double TPs a couple of times, and Boom are just a second too late on the counter utility, can't hold the site, and once you're in with the deadlock, you're in, man. Look at the double Sonic Sensor and the wall on spawn. You are not retaking that.
I mean, we saw in these statistics just at the end of the game, Gen.G had a 10 out of 10 post-plant success rate.
Deadlock.
Perfect. That's exactly
teams.
what you want for your deadlock. That shows Foxy9 is very comfortable. They clearly understand this composition. But like you say, when they start this strong for Boom, they were down so heavily in that first half that even if they made this comeback, you know, I felt like they warmed up into the game, but the deficit was far, far too big for Boom.
Gen.G already topped their last 2 attacks within 5 rounds of the game starting. Like they went like, I think 3-9, 4-8 last 2 attacking sides.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, when you, as you guys mentioned, you had Foxy9 on the deadlock, and he doesn't even, any agent he plays, he's probably gonna do well. And you had the Tejo as well for some insurance, right? And of course, you have Munchkin calling.
Yeah.
And we saw some very good plays from him.
I really want to highlight Munchkin. If we take a look at him towards A huge part of your job on Viper is figure out this A space, see what you can lurk, and he knows Famous is here with the op. Look at the expertise here. He knows when he can cross behind his wall and changes his elevation to throw off this op shot. He ends up getting legged, but that up flick is so hard. And now he just opens up the whole of the A site for his team, and we see him do this again. This shot was ridiculous, by the way. I mean, when he's routinely shutting down Famous on this A side of the map, I mean, they have so much space. It forces so many rotations when Boom are on that defense. So really well played to Munchkin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Karon given the MVP here. He's back in form. He has actually had a couple of not great series that when in their win yesterday against Talon, he wasn't really that impactful. He had a couple of rougher maps. He is well and truly back into form. The Omen suits him so well, and he was really dominant here on Split, but totally agree with what you said about Munchkin. Munchkin is always a fragger on the Viper. It's a defining part of their Haven, but not only, and he finds a lot of opening kills on Haven as well, but here on Split, he knew exactly how to play around that. But also you see the flip side of that. Famous had an absolute shocker. I mean, number one, they had a terrible defense, and that comes down to 2 things. He's getting first picked by Munchkin, which is shutting down his ability to be able to get involved in the game, but it also breaks their entire defense because it's structured so much around that A info line. And as soon as the Yoru goes down on that A info line, the rotations come back across and everything falls apart from there.
Definitely, and those rounds that Boom won, they felt very scrappy, right? You know that wasn't what they were planning initially. Especially since, you know, we have Famous here, Pilski, as our pick for Duelist, and it's not looking too good.
I mean, he said himself he is still not that comfortable on the Yoru, and it didn't show on their Ascent game the last time that they played, but here on Split, he definitely did not look comfortable, and I hope that's not going to knock his confidence going forward, because they're about to play Ascent. They've picked Ascent here, and last time they played the Yoru, and Famous is going to have to show up to this game, or it's down there into the lower bracket, and not only the Ascent is something that we look at here, because it's a 0% win rate here for Gen.G. Boom have played it 4 times, but now we go into Ascent and Haven. This is the veto that we got in the group stage week 1 game. And to remind everyone how that went, Boom picked Ascent into Gen.G. They started attack, and they absolutely bullied Suggest. Ran into the B side over and over and over again, and he could not hold it. But he is not here today, and this is going to be a very different attacking side they're going to have to play.
Yeah, you want to charge down the Sentinel, you're looking at a very different man in Foxy9 on the other side who's looking to put a stop to you. Of course, last time they played, we did see Boom use this Phoenix comp, but they have since swapped away to this Yoru that Famous just struggled with. So I do think this map is up in the air, but I don't think all hope is lost for Boom fans. No. This is their pick. I think it's still a map where they're favored, and even if we look slightly ahead to map 3, Haven Gen.G did not look good there. So I think it's still very on for Boom.
But Haven is a very good map for Gen.G. That was against Talon, who had a very good read against them. There's no guarantees that's going to happen again here. Haven will be a very comfortable decider, I think, and it was a very tight game the last time these 2 teams played in the group stage.
Yeah, Talon were dedicated to picking Gen.G apart on that particular map, but as we mentioned, we are going into Ascent, and this guy now is playing, and he's saying, oh, I wasn't there last time. I am here now. So how is that going to look like, especially for Boom? I'm wondering if they might need to lean into Famous's comforts a little bit, bring out out Famousin once again because this is, again, a qualification match into Masters Toronto. Do Gen G just get that short road in?
I mean, they definitely could. They're one map away. I mean, when you speak about Famous, and does he want comfort? Does he not? I mean, I think there is an argument for prioritizing, you know, a player's comfort, but equally, last time we saw him on Ascent on the Yoru, it looked much better. You're able to op a lot more easily, and I think it's not as tricky of a map as Split is, I would say. So I think you should have a slightly easier time there if they don't want to change the comp. Do you think there's a world where they bring the Phoenix back out?
I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be Yoru, I would imagine. There's a reason that they've swapped to that. But my concern really relies on exactly what we saw on that Split attacking side, is that they struggled to break the chokes. And they're going to have a similar issue with this comp that they're running if they're going to run the same comp that they did last time, in that they don't have some kind of double dive going on here as much. If they can't get out of those chokes here on Ascent and the Yoru TP doesn't get pulled off, it's going to be very hard for them to find rounds here on this attacking side. So we'll see what we're going to get from both of these teams. Boom, last time playing that Yoru comp. Last time we saw the Cypher for Gen G, but this time, Foxy9 on the Killjoy. Hang on, I've seen this
looks
comp
familiar.
before.
What year is this? What year is this?
Last year was pretty good on this map, playing this exact comp. Ash over onto the Sova, and Munchkin will not be playing the Sova this time, but is onto his KO.
No changes across on the side of Boom, sticking with what they know to work. Famous is staying on that Yoru, and he has to bounce back after that map 1 performance. Famous leads this team from the front. I want to see him get that operator into his hands, just get active in this game. That's what he needs. But Gen G, this is a comp that we've seen so many times from them, and, you know, it brought them a lot of success.
That's what I want to see from Texture. I want to see him get that defensive op going, get the piece down cat, and start taking over this game.
Oh, definitely. We're going to see indeed if he does that, or if Boom manages to start that comeback here on Ascent. We'll find out if indeed this is the last map heading into the first team qualifying into Masters Toronto, as we pass it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
The desk is absolutely right. Very familiar sights from both teams, but if you're thinking about this age-old composition, it's the one where you had Texture absolutely popping off back in Masters Shanghai. Sure, it might have been a year ago, but if you're thinking about how these two players look up against each other, Texture versus Famous, oh, I think that kind of already paints a bit of a story.
Yeah, especially from what we saw in map number 1 too, right? Just a bit of a duel out in mid, though, for the very beginning of this one, and there's just another opening advantage for Gen G. They can fall back if they want to, but as the time ticks away, everyone will start to do that. So, NC Slash are done in the new style Ascent comp versus the old style. But I love the initiative from Gen G as well to just reclaim some space in a different area. And they should know that it's either still back up through mid or catwalk or towards A.
Pushed in as a trio. Some utility dealt with as well. So some further information gained. Texture, Foxy9 now preparing for the hit through. Munchkin then peeking over. You gotta watch your backs, Boom! Oh, it's Gen G, Munchkin doming them in the back of their skulls, and then Texture to deal some further damage. Just Shiro left alive, 1v3. 6 rounds into each chamber of this Sheriff, but he fortunately walks into the open crosshairs of Charon.
Another scenario where the pistol cannot be gathered by Boom. Rough scenes, not watching their back, not expecting Gen G to just retake some space. Of course, this map was, you know, played by these two teams for opening week number 1, but Suggest was on the roster. And Boom Esports came out with a bit of a different agent composition of their own, right? Famous on that Phoenix. This one, not feeling like it's going to be as easy as getting to a choke point and exploding as that one was.
Nearly the entire arsenal bought up as well. Texture onto the Marshall. At least you got some alt orbs picked up.
Well, that Molly would absolutely wreck you in trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least.
Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy9 as well, but look at Ash, he's just wrecking up every single one of them. Looks for the ace as well, swings up, look at that tap! We have an ace in round number 2, Ash, the rookie picked up from the Academy squad just to rack up every single kill against Boom.
What the hell was that last kill to come out from him? He's just gone demon mode. The Bulldog, I mean, you're roaring out with that one, and Boom is on the other side, right? The shots, they are just absolutely gorgeous. 8 HP, and he comes out with that. That is, well, that's awesome. That's amazing. I think you should take a timeout as Boom on the back of that one, but no, they're going to have guns present in this new round, and this is where we need to see them actually start things off and not go, 6-0 down. But speaking of, who goes down? It's Smokes on the attacking side.
Can't have that.
Not who you want as first casualty.
You can't have that, Komodo. Oh, and look at them now. Famous, though, still deep in towards Pizza, looking for a possible pick, but Karen playing in close range. In with the Spectre, he sends out a Paranoia as well just to buy further time for then Ash and Munchkin to watch the angles. Bonus round instantly collected upon.
Very well done for Gen G. They are certainly navigating, I mean, this whole qualification game to a T. Not any difference to what they were doing over on Split, carrying over good wins. And just individual shots upon individual shots from Boom, not able to collect. I mean, you look at the tradability in the locations that they are sitting in, and they're not really affording themselves any good trades.
Yeah, let that voice.
Just let it keep ringing.
I want that as my ringtone. Or my alarm clock in the morning. Right now, Texture. Oh, he's hungry, and he peeks out into a Colette. Berserks, though, with the trades.
The right gun in this sort of scenario, too, when there's not full shields present for Boom. Outlaw can do some brilliant damage, and by timing as well, I think you've missed the mark there. It's Texture. Now he's the one that's on for the ace. Little timing. He could have found DOS9. He still may very well.
All right, able to find the first at least. Flashes off onto Texture. They know exactly where he is. Still a bit of a threat. Texture able to dance back and forth. DOS9 out of ammo, but Berserks then to stabilize.
Yeah, but what can you do here? It's a 2 versus 2 scenario for sure, but Berserks is low.
Oh, and surely you don't expect Foxy 9
It's
either.
all timing. It's all timing.
Not quite spotted just yet. Oh, but until that helmet peeks on over. That's one kill found. And then for Ash to peek off of it as well as DOS9 turns around. What an unfortunate series of incidents.
It's just all timing at the end there for Gen G, isn't it? Catching both of the Boom members looking the wrong way. Start off with, what I already highlighted, right? The right moment for the Outlaw to come out, the right little cheeky challenge, because if you're chopping and changing your approaches on this defensive side as Gen G, you're peeking towards main, you're peeking in towards middle and B main. You're really trying to draw out a lot of this early utility from Boom to make your tail end of the rounds better.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Komodo. I mean, every round so far has been Gen G starting things off with the opening picks.
Yeah. Might as well do it again here.
Texture with the op. This is what he was known to do back in Master Shanghai, peeking out B main. He had the most insane lightning reflexes.
He does bait out the shear in B main as well, so now you got to keep a little bit more of a heads-up play as Boom towards that location. Meanwhile, Texture repositioning with the operator, and whilst there's no real stampede in mid from Boom, who are still spreading across the map, it kind of needs to be the decision now for them where they actually want to end up.
Vi's utility around B main. It's not really creating any form of pressure whatsoever. Gen G just happily sticking to their default.
Info though, with that 0 point on towards Famous is generally where the lean would come through for Boom at this sort of scenario. Famous now dead yet again first, and it's Texture dancing with Charon. Everybody getting a piece of the pie.
And he's just marking off towards A short. Now you got the rotation from Boom at this point, but it's a little bit too late, Komodo.
Well, now is a situation in the round where you probably feel like you can't get anywhere. If you go to the B site, you've got to tend with the Killjoy utility. You've seen 3 players over the A site, yeah, for sure. But essentially so, the round is done unless they somehow manage to get through Ash at this B site.
Surely the rotation's coming over as well, though, but it's going to have to be a race to the finish. Shiro trying to bring the spike over as quick as possible. They don't really know just yet, and he swings at the right time. Just a bit of damage found.
Oh, that'll kill him.
Berserk still trying to keep his teammate alive. The spike does go down nonetheless, but Texture marking the back exits. There is no return, no escape for Boom in this round.
That's just extreme patience from Gen G in that one as well. They know that the time is on their side. They know that they've already got the opening 3 kills with no value in the round for Boom. No way to get back in towards the round whatsoever. And yeah, they'll give a bit of a sacrifice in terms of a plant towards Boom, but the eye on the prize is these rounds, right? It's essentially another great flawless start. I was saying we can't have another world where it's a 6-0 start like the last map, right? Well, we're 5-0 right now. You're coming into another scenario where there may not be a sensational buy from Boom Esports. And if things get sticky for Gen G, you've already built up a couple of ultimates going in towards this next round. So unless we just see a blessing come through towards Boom in this timeout here, Gen G are well on their way to Toronto.
Certainly looking like it so far, Komodo. Whatever it is, whether it be the chat spamming AWU for the Boom players or just a lot more support everywhere. Whatever it is, this squad definitely needs it. They've been looking flawless throughout their group stage, but much like every other top seed in every other region so far, they are starting to shake. And as much as I hate to say it, they are starting to crumble. That was a round where Gen G took things a little bit slower, and even then, Boom wasn't able to find a single advantage. Not in space, not in positions.
The 0 point in the very beginning, you know, you're removing Famous' ability to kind of do anything, it feels like, at that point in time, and then you've just got good peaks to come out from Gen G. Now, on the back of the timeout, I was just mentioning, right, you're not going to have a great buy to come in towards this round as the Boom squad. And for Gen G, I mean, a couple of ults on as well. Munchkin away, one away from the null command, but unless we're just seeing some individual heroics from Boom, you know, if we're able to see Berserks use the Steel Garden, bring them down to the pistols and gain favor in towards one of these sites.
Time to jump.
It's an option.
At least for now to start off with some spacing towards the middle.
Yeah, but
Crashed
who's
over.
there?
Texture.
And he's going to already be popping this Tailwind to get out of dodge after the first shot. It's just pretty pivotal. Very simple.
He's just punching in that ticket again and again. Foxy9 this time. Locking off B main. You got Munchkin with the off angle as well. There's no entry whatsoever for Boom. They're pinned down even. Pop flash over. And it's just Texture. DOS9. Aim not found.
Can I
404?
Can I see that from Texture's POV? I mean, he's dancing around the smoke. He's looking in towards Market, and I think DOS9 is just trying to hit the sheriff shot on a guy on a trampoline. It's just not working. I'm hoping that we get to see this one in the replay. I mean, how easy are these shots coming through from Gen G at the moment? It's a bit of a masterclass. Here we go.
Got one.
All right, looking the wrong way. Oh, bro.
And he was still trying to trace in midair as well. Texture, come on.
Oh, he's done him dirty with that one. He's absolutely done him dirty.
That was still, you gotta admit, beautiful by Gen G. My heart breaks for Boom right now.
Yeah, but it's quick in towards this B side, isn't it? Dimensional Drift with the friends in tow. Hunter's Furies to be exchanged as well. Is anyone going to find value from it? The answer is yes. It's Ash, it's Foxy9 getting the damage done, and I think this might even just be the round.
Counter Hunter's Fury of all things. It's a combo we've all seen before, but down onto the rotations now. Gen G still has ultimate control over the entire map. TP's back in.
What do you do? You've lost DOS9, that's your smoker. You've lost Famous, that's your entry. Berserks is 27 HP.
You play it slow, and you hope that you can find some picks.
You just know, though, by the way that Gen G are playing, that they're not over-peaking. They've got Ash watching A main, they've got Tree on lockdown, they've got an alarm bot in mid, and they've got the choke of B, held by Texture's operator with Foxy9, ready to swing when that happens. I mean, you are in the absolute perfect positions as Gen G in this scenario.
Gotta look for some kind of a combo. You've got NC Slasher with the Teo utility.
To be honest,
possibly to flush Texture out of position.
You're saving. Boom is saving. There is no way they're getting back in towards this round. They are saving this weaponry to have something available for the next round.
That was a full minute. We're just podcasting through this entire mid to late round.
I'm more hoping, though, that this minute is used by Boom to talk.
Oh, look at the player counts, though. Not too much in discussions. Shiro as the IGL, hopefully trying to cook something up.
I did see Berserks getting pretty active.
Not too bad.
In the comms before, so.
For now, just still trying to stay alive, Komodo. But for now, I mean, That was a round off of the timeout from before. That entire plan was cooked up, and it was so quickly countered by Gen.G and Ash on this Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, none of the utility at the entry side of things that is destroyed, right? The Molly, yeah, it's baited out by Famous, but it is the fact that it is the Hunter's Furies that go in, and you can't use any of your utility as well to get into the site, because there's also a null command that Munchkin's dropped in on you. So it is the perfect counter that Gen.G have available to just stave you off from getting in towards the site. Like, the way that Gen.G is playing this defensive side is impeccable.
I want to point out, Foxy9 was just dancing around that beam as well. Next round up, and it's Pop Flash Texture to push.
And he's hungry, maybe a little bit too hungry. So finally, folks, we get an opening kill Boom's way with no trade to be seen.
Maybe the Hungry Beast's a little bit hungrier this time. The stealth drone avoided for now until the scan goes over. 0 point right back, though.
How much do you favor Munchkin on an operator 2? It's down to the timing, though, as Ash puts up.
Yeah, off the fragment into the off angle. He finds Famous again. It might not be the first death in this round, but he's still not able to come online. He's getting disabled every step of the way. The op now in Munchkin's hands just fires off a warning shot.
They're not even in the site. They just blocked out by all of this utility. No one was able to get in when Famous was trying to do so.
Oh, smoke's dissipating. And he finds the shoulder. It's the exact same scenario as the previous round, Komodo. 2 or 3 members left alive for the Indonesians, and they're still just stuck inside B main.
They do have a smoke that they can try and block off Munchkin, but you gotta try and just get in past this one. He's already starting to reposition. It's gonna be a progression smoke that they can slip in towards the laneway, but they don't even want to do that.
Oh, and it's a crazy shot from Karon. That was not perfect movement accuracy, but it still lands square in the face of Shiro. DOS9 not able to survive either. 8-0 so far.
Man, oh man. And that's an opening frag going Boom's way as well. Though I will say, Munchkin getting 4 highlighted members off the 0 point is pretty big to stop them from going in as well, right? It's just some good little pieces of timing, utility to come out from Gen.G. 8-0. It's going to be a bit of a force buy to come out from Boom. A couple members stretching the credits a little bit further than the rest.
And Gen.G adjusts to the mid play.
0 point over towards B main. Did catch off Berserk's guaranteed. Unsure if it also found NC Slasher, which it actually did here.
I mean, look at how sound this macro strategy is. You're watching tiles, and you've got 2 or 3 more players from the Gen.G side and Market just to watch for top mid. Texture in with the blades, though. Quick on the draw. Shiro not too bad for the exchange, but still.
You've got to see Boom recoup together here and use the Armageddon to get in towards a site. If it's going to be this A site, it would push Karon to get out of dodge with Shrouded Step or from the shadows as the rest of the team starts to make their way back towards this A site. You've also then got Berserks with the Steel Garden still holding on to it too. So you can either use that earlier on your entry towards the site, or you can hold it for a little bit and use it when you're in the site.
It's kind of an all in or nothing. There goes the Armageddon, but Karon alongside Foxy9 now. Berserk's not too bad on the Guardian, but the lockdown, thanks to Foxy9's kill, Boom are forced to push into this position, and that's when Munchkin will spring out like a trap. Strikes into the heart of Boom, and it's Gen.G up to 9.
Yeah, real rough in that scenario as well, because you lose your smokes before you can even get in towards the site, right? Courtesy of Texture. Getting some commanding space up through mid. Yeah, he misses the shot, but the blades finish off DOS9, so it just becomes real rough when you've got Famous TPing into the site. That is a shot that you will never see Karon miss. It's just from bad to worse, it feels like, for Boom. When they're finding opening, when they're finding any kind of space, you've already got calculations from Gen.G and how to get back.
Now the next round comes up. Once again, Texture on the op. He's holding the line in towards B main. Berserk's not able to create any pressure whatsoever. Oh, and just with that little pixel spotted, I'm getting flashbacks to 2023.
That's all you need, a pixel to get the job done. Now some further information that you've stopped Boom from getting any space up through the guts of mid. You've got a double lineup stack and trade in towards the tree room.
Aim is still trying to creep on up, though. Should correct myself, I meant 2024. But that said, low HP Munchkin still able to hop on over to the B site. Hard spots out of player as well. Surely NC Slasher already noted too.
Spike down B.
Just might be another 10-2 or worse scoreline in this first half. Fame is completely surrounded. Ash just cleans it up for the Korean squad.
10-0, unanswered. No real value to come out from Boom in this one, and it's another one where the opening kill is the way of Gen G. They've got the right players in the right position, and they can keep doing this, right? How many times have we seen Karon and Munchkin just double up into the tree and gain favor? They have not been sniffed out. They have not been snuffed out whatsoever by Boom. Fame is really not having a good day on this Yoru too. I mean, he had the most first deaths on the first map. I think he's got a couple here as well. And this time you've got Gen G changing it up. Quick up towards B main. You got your Killjoy set up in A.
Still trying to switch up the pace. They managed to get in sight. The spam's not quite connecting. But then you've got to consider some of the utility that Gen G might have.
Berserk's is not with them, and he's got the Steel Garden. He could remove all the guns. What's he doing? He's playing flank, and he's gone.
And that does alert to Boom that at least Texture is on the flank. But how much is that going to come alive? Texture still able to keep some opponents off to the attention on the back side of things, while the rest of the Gen G squad waterfall into sight. Karon still able to come out on top. This is an 11-0 now, Komodo.
It's the trades. It's the trade game there, and it's a great recon to come out from Ash as well to reveal all the players towards Hell. You got the flank expected by Texture as well. You know, I kind of wanted to see Berserks with the squad using that shear for the flank watch a little bit and then going back after you use your ultimate potentially, because you got to remember if the flank is going to come out, right, Karon can get past it and Texture can technically get past it if he's using the Jet util, but in a scenario like that, with the squad, you might have thought would be having a little bit more value, because it's the trade game, it's the scan game that's working better for Gen G there. 11-0, last round of the half. You're playing with scraps yet again for Boom.
And it's every game working out so well for Gen G right now, Komodo, let's be honest.
Every round, for sure. Killjoy utility to the A side. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a tiles crunch, it's a pop out B main, and it's all of the information that Gen G needed to just recognize, yeah, this is ending A.
And Foxy9 has the util already prepped up on this site. Clone might have slept through, but you still got the nano swarms, you got the turret up towards the corner. DOS9 though trying to mark down the door with the judge to the best of his ability. The door quickly gets broken. In comes a nade, in with DOS9, but the mark, the range, not quite found. Famous then goes into Dimensional Drift. You got a minute left on the clock, but Munchkin just continues to go off. Kill after kill, rip and tear. 1,000 kills found in Texture to pick up the double at the end. We might have a perfect game at the end of this. It's 12-0 at the end of the first half.
Oh, and another scenario where Berserks is just not using the Steel Garden in moment. He had used it as soon as he got into the site. There'd be no guns for them to get around. There'd be no 1,000th kill mark, 2,000th kill mark to come on out. 12 flawless rounds for Gen G as they are 1 round away from taking down Boom, who were 5-0 through this first stage. Who we never thought would go 5-0. They're seed number 1 coming in towards this playoffs. And they have provided nothing. As harsh as it is, as harsh as it sounds, nothing on the scoreline here on this map, and kind of not a lot on map number 1 as well, when you consider it was 12-4, and they only got a couple of rounds in succession that didn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
It's facts. It's the God's honest truth. We haven't seen anything from Boom. Perhaps only the almost comeback at the end of Split on the previous map, but right now, just nothing going their way, and it's a masterclass coming up from this Gen G squad. You could eat stir-fried pork, you could play VALORANT, do whatever you want.
I'm sure they'll be doing that after this series if they qualify to Toronto. Some shakiness for Gen G through this stage, don't get me wrong. Maybe it's the great game plan in the very beginning, you know, to kind of get Foxy9 in the right headspace, see how Suggest was playing, and then switch it on up.
He was looking great yesterday.
Yeah,
He's looking great today as well.
Texture's looking phenomenal. Foxy9 was looking great with that deadlock on Split. This round though, Boom, They are the #1 team in pistols in Pacific.
They were able to turn that around on its head from the previous map as well, and right now starting things off pretty darn well. NC Slasher spoiling things for Gen G. Still though, with the information collected, it's going to be the quick spike deliver over onto the A side. Karen trying to stay alive, trying to survive.
Should be impossible here as a 2 versus 5 though.
Snuck all the way towards the back, spotted out by Famous. And the final threat, Ash, has been neutralized. Perfect game, completely jinxed up. It's going to be 1-12.
It's going to be 1 for Boom, but how much are they going to be able to find here? Because it does have to be a flawless run, right? This is a very different scenario, you know, as the first run for Gen G, right? Because first half, you're not closing the game down there. You've got no pressure as them if they drop a couple rounds here and there, which they eventually didn't. But here, one small mistake, one small overstep from any member, and it could be the series. You know, they're coming in towards this one. You don't want to go into a lower bracket. Like,
well,
this was the best opportunity for Boom, you would say.
All they needed was 1 win. Well, they are running a different comp.
Oops.
And it would be one hell of a story if they actually made the comeback possible. But right now, Gen G just trying to throw bodies at the problem. Famous and Shiro able to deal with the problem as soon as it happens.
Yeah.
Quickly nipped in the bud.
No 3-body problem that they need to worry about in that one. They all have their heads on a swivel, but the kills collected. And now we've got the guns to come up for Gen G. See a Bulldog in there as well, so it's not everything that you do want, but again, to highlight, all it costs, or all it takes rather, is 1 here for Gen G to close the series and make it to Toronto.
Good thing for Boom is they didn't drop a single gun in that round.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely have a lot to play with in this one. Is Gen G going to play more on the passive variety for the beginnings here?
Seeing the rush towards B from before as well. Does keep a couple more players from Boom on the site.
It'll be an early tell, an early read for Boom as well, with the sheer wall not being too deep in towards B, but deep enough that gives Berserks enough safety time. As you see the drone go in towards A main, you slip in as DOS9 as well, but this is the sort of scenario where you consider, is that just a ruse to bait out our utility to round A? The 0 point landed towards the B side of things. I noticed that Berserks dodged it, so his utility is still there, as NC Slasher does get taken down to 33.
Oh, but look at Foxy9. Mentioned the utility, and he's just happy to toy around with it.
These are the moments, though, Quack, where any oversteps from Boom could be the end. And Famous, he's caught. He's dead first. He blinked. I don't know. Regardless, that's not the way that you wanted to see that one turn out.
4v5 now. And it's a 4v5 where NC Slasher is low HP. Movements across the board as Boom looks to find a hold on space that has been lost. Gen G looking for the quick execute then into the B site. Berserks, decent hold, but as the time crunches down, Texture goes up online. Shiro tries to hold it out from Boathouse, and he finds a quick tap into Foxy9's face. Looks for the spam into the spike plant, and he manages to seal the deal. Just Munchkin left alive, and he's got to hold on to his weapon.
Doing his best Ash impression in that one for sure. Shiro able to hold down the B site. And they will manage to find the bonus rounds.
Woo! Certainly got dicey.
Yeah, for sure, but at least they got the round, right? The whole scenario right now where you're on the thought process of imagine the comeback, but we can't really imagine it just yet, I don't think.
Still difficult to paint that picture so far. Need 9 more rounds, but right now at the very least, Boom looking a little bit more confident. Famous though, still, that was not good.
Does dodge the 0 point though, so at least he can get out with the gate crash on the eventual A lane that Gen G are coming out with Munchkin's primary Vandal being the hero weapon.
Famous then with the gate crash back into A site. Shiro to hold off towards B main.
That's 2 players noted at the stretch of B as well, with now Famous dropping the gate crash back towards the Bravo site as tree control is established for the Boom members. This is the time for Gen G to start to still sneakily scale up this A site.
3 players on the site, though.
Or did he see the corner?
Munchkin. Oh, gotta imagine the pressure on this guy's shoulders. It's tough, but it does give Gen G the sight.
The whole site.
Just Texture to go in fact. The rest of them slowly trailing through. Good spam coming out from NC Slasher, though. And he still has the utility, which does go through now. In with the Paranoia as well. Shiro alongside Berserks to waterfall into hell. The spike has been found. The kills have been found also. As Munchkin then gets brought down into the depths of the abyss, it's gonna be Boom slowly bringing themselves back up afloat.
One step at a time. That's what they have to take this one as. One step at a time, still try and have a little bit of a pass mark to make sure you're holding some economy for the next rounds. I was looking at Shiro in this one and I was kind of thinking, yeah, you want to drop on down and help your teammates. You've got 2 shock darts that you can ricochet around as well if needed. But it's good to see that the gunplay is working a treat for Boom, though in this fresh round, this is weaponry for Gen G.
For Gen G to hold as well.
DOS9.
Sneaks himself into the corner.
Will it be expected from Foxy9 though? He's looking to and he removes his head. No smokes for Boom now on this defensive side. Famous down to 24 HP and Hunter's Fury that goes awry.
Nothing found for the side of Boom. Everything lost.
Some damage for sure, but nothing too large.
Nothing of value.
No, you don't need to be too extravagant here as Gen G either. 5 versus 4. Just call to group up together.
Credit to Foxy9 for being that diligent as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, Gen G go for those sort of plays on their defensive side a couple times, sending Texture in through the smoke, for example, but this time just DOS9 doing it solo dolo.
Gotta be honest, Komodo, I do not like Boom's odds right now. The utility beginning to trickle through, the Paranoia. You do have Razor Vines activated across the site, but Texture looks to bypass most of it until he gets stopped. Decent kills now as Berserks and Gang start to slow things down.
But NC Slasher has to run on over here to get these salvos in situation to even use them with this 10-second timer before the spike goes down. They will start to come on in, but you'll still get the plant.
Foxy9 also to continue holding for the angles as well. Berserk's not too bad. NC Slasher then with more assistance. 2v1 Ash holds for the angle around Generator, but the Shorty will make quick work of him. 5-12 now. Are we beginning to believe?
I don't think so yet, honestly. When these massive ultimates start to come online for Gen G in the round after next, you would assume Munchkin and Ash both 1 away. Those are going to be the ones that, you know, we haven't seen Boom contend with just yet on this side, really. So that's the round where I think if they're able to break through that round pretty cleanly, you know, whether it be in a post-plant scenario that they're doing okay with so far, or they want to try and offer something cheeky early on, maybe we start to have a little bit of a thought that it might be doable. But right now, not yet.
At least you see the hurdle over the horizon, and this timeout certainly giving Boom a bit of a breather as well. For Gen G, as mentioned before, all it takes is just the one. Close to their ultimates, this could be a round where they go for alt orbs. This could be a round where they take a pause, assess out Boom's positions.
So,
dire situation for sure.
With the timeout, brings a little suspense for Camp Boom as well. For some players, you know, you've not been in a scenario like this, right? This is one of the most important games that they've seen themselves in. That's where they can stew in their own heads a little bit, potentially.
Yeah.
Let us see.
Players like the likes of DOS9, possibly,
I mean,
NC Slasher.
The players that have been your rock in this stage. All but Pebbles here.
Well, Pebbles is one way to put it. Gravel is another. But right now, it's going to be Gen G in with a quick A split. Armageddon let rip. NC Slasher trying to buy and stall for time as much as possible, but the flash is still good. NC Slasher then continuing to play around Dice. Famous now finding his targets. In with a Shorty. He takes down Texture. Clone to hold out space and peek off contact on the flash. And for DOS9 to arrive at the right time. Boom continue upwards. but the ults have been found for
Yeah,
Gen
that's
G.
it. That's what I was kind of waiting for, you know. Gen G had found themselves 12 rounds of faltering, essentially. Well, maybe you call it 11 until we get into the overtime scenario, right, that they actually had to close out this map. But in that one, a single Armageddon used, and you've still held a lot of your ultimates and gathered them through kill, through death. Namely, the ladder here with the trades coming out from Boom. So they do manage to weather the storm. Famous' operator managing to find a couple of kills there. Definitely a required piece of the puzzle.
Persistence and determination have carried Boom this far, so far. Now it's the drone. Bit of information noted.
Up the guts of mid, of course, not running with the Killjoy, where we've seen the alarm bot. Kind of gives Gen G a bit of free reign and territories here. You can see that Berserks is hanging back in the spawn just in case, trying to spot out any pushes, any info. Sheer wall still at the front of the B site. Bit of a deeper one that you have to contend with, but on the timing mark, Famous starts to get the information. Sees 3 outside of B.
The crucial one will be Munchkin as well with the null command. So surveying does provide some value to Boom. The rest of the players playing farther back.
Yeah, and if null command comes out, Berserk's util is still going to be okay, so that he just has to hang back.
Off to Shiro as well, who is hiding inside a boathouse. Pressure begins to mount. Texture looking for the kill. Shiro tucked inside, but met with the right click.
Yeah, at that point in time, you can definitely use that one because you still get your Phantom. Player advantage, Gen G, they set up a plant.
Famous up towards the back as well, but he will be quickly noted by Foxy9's utility. The situation beginning to tense up. Famous in for the peak. He takes down Munchkin. A decent start, and Karen quickly dealing with his opponents as well. Famous looks to eliminate his threat, pushes on up, but oh no, this could be all over. Just down to DOS9 left. Famous was instantly taken out as well. DOS9 flashed up, sight robbed away from him, and it brings it all to an end. Gen G with a final score of 13-6. They've had some up and downs, but they will bring themselves back to the international stage at VCT Masters Toronto.
Welcome back to Gen G, one of our Korean powerhouses looking to re-stabilize their succession, their history going forward into 2025. You cast your mind back, so far this year, not too hot, but finally they give themselves the chance here. An up and down moment in time for stage 1 for Kickoff Shore as well, but here with some changes, with some new ideas coming into this stage, and especially some new ideas coming in towards this upper game. They win 2-0 against the undefeated Boom Esports in this stage as well to book their tickets and to be the first team through VCT Pacific that get to Masters Toronto.
First Pacific reps, and the trend also continuing as well. We gotta say it feels a little bit heartbreaking, but it still is a very fantastic game. Almost perfect played by Gen G.
And you've got to see as well this moment right now for the likes of Ash on this roster, right? The other guys, they've been through this a couple of times, right? They've gone overseas here and there for your Masters, for, you know, Champions, for example, as well. But for Ash, the newcomer to this roster, you know that it's got to be something special for him.
And at the same time for Foxy9 as well, gelling well with the team a lot better this time. We are going to toss it over onto the stage for the winning interview with Bella.
축하드립니다. 애쉬 선수 첫 에이스 축하드립니다. 카론 선수와 솔로 감독님 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 카론 선수 서주시고요. 감독님, 센터 쓰실래요? 좋습니다. Hi guys, it's Gen G's Karon and Solo with me for the post-match interview, and they take the first ticket to Masters Toronto. Woo! You gave Boom a rightful payback. So first of all, let's ask Solo. How does it feel? Oh, he's a little busy, but I'll get to him in Korean. How does it feel to go to Toronto, the first seat in? 이제 첫 번째 토론토행 티켓은 젠지가 먼저 갈게 하면서 오늘 붐한테 이렇게 복수도 할 겸 가져가셨습니다. 우선 소감부터 들어볼게요, 감독님.
저희가 처음에 졌을 때 좀 많이 당황하고 붐 앞에 다시 만나면 무조건 이긴다는 복수를 좀 칼을 갈고 있었거든요. 근데 그게 토론토 그 결정전에서 이겨서 너무 기분이 좋고요. 네, 우승까지 노려보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
When we first met with Boom, we were a little bit caught off guard, but I'm really glad that we gave the payback when the ticket to Toronto was on the line. And hey, we might as well take that trophy as well. Next up, Karon, we saw you roar. The screaming Karon, the first round in today. Was this all because you were really desperate and you wanted that ticket to Toronto? 첫 번째 라운드부터 카론 선수가 거의 소리 지르는 그런 장면들이 엄청 많이 나왔거든요. 그만큼 토론토행 티켓이 오늘 간절했던 걸까요?
일단 제가 조금 이제 팀 내에서 좀 난항기를 좀 겪고 있는 좀 상태였어요. 근데 이게 계속해서 이제 좀 폼이 이게 좀 안 나와주니까 그냥 제가 뭘 할 수 있을까? 그냥 이제 팀에게 어떻게든 이제 내가 막 나이스 해주면서 그냥 무언가를 더 해줘야겠다. 내가 안 되는 부분들은 이제 다른 팀원이 어차피 해줄 거니까 그냥 내가 할 수 있는 선에서 최대한을 해보자라는 생각으로 그냥 이제 좀 나이스를 좀 더 크게 하게 된 것 같습니다.
I think I was actually going through a little bit of a rough patch, and I thought, what can I bring to the table for my team when my form isn't the best? And I said, hey, why not be a cheerleader? My teammates will come through for me, so I might as well scream and shout that nice and give that positive energy for my team. And Solo, we saw a classic comp on Ascent. Was this the way that the classic Genji way that you came up with to counter Boom? And why do you think it took a little bit longer than you expected it to be? 이제 어센트 조합에서 튜닝의 끝은 순정이다 싶은 완전 클래식 요원 조합을 다시 보여주셨습니다. 붐을 상대로 우리가 원래 하던 대로 하던 걸 그게 가장 잘 통하겠다 싶어서 그걸 오늘 준비를 하셨던 건지, 그리고 예상보다 조금은 길어졌던 경기가 왜 그랬던 거라고 생각하시나요?
뭐 저희가 12대 0 되고 나서 좀 약간 방심해서 그런 것도 있고, 그리고 붐 요원을 봤을 때 저희가 원래 요루 조합인데 Z 조합으로 해도 하는 게 더 쉬울 것 같다라는 생각을 해서 저희가 여러 조합이 있는데 그 중에 Z 조합을 원래 클래식한 조합을 해서 쉬울 것 같다라고 생각했습니다. 네.
I think the reason why it took a little bit longer than we anticipated was because we got a little lax after the 12-0, and you know our original comp was the Yoru one, but I thought that using the classic Jet would work better as a counter against Boom today. And Karon, your next opponent is either going to be DRX or RRQ. Who do you think is going to win? 다음 경기 바로 이제 상대가 DRX 아니면 RRQ 선수거든요. 누가 올라오게 될까요? 지금 다들 목이 빼꼼 하고 있는데.
제가 생각하기에는
They're all chiming in. We're listening.
잘 모르겠네요. 둘 다 세가지고 이게.
모르겠다.
예.
I don't know. They're all good teams, and we had all the players chime in. Hey, we're watching you. We know what you're gonna say. Thank you to Solo and Karan for joining me, and congratulations to going to Toronto for the first shot. Yay!
감사합니다.
네, 그럼 다음 젠지의 상대는 누가 될지 저는 매치 2 인터뷰로 돌아오겠습니다.
Welcome to Masters Toronto Gen G. What an amazing series. Both ends, I mean, both the good and the bad. I mean, we nearly got what could have been a 13-0. Boom, we're able to pull it back just a little bit. But Gen G, this was just them on top form. This is what I wanted to see for the playoffs.
Yeah, absolute destruction in this second map. There's no two ways around it. That 12-0 first half, so dominant by Gen G on that defense. I feel like Boom were were not here to play today. They could not get the ball rolling against this vicious Gen G squad.
Yeah, form is temporary, but class is forever. I mean, Gen G, just the way better team in the server when it matters, when it comes down to a game that is make or break for an international event qualification. You got the classic Boom under pressure, things really falling apart for them, looking a bit like a shadow of themselves in the group stage. So now they're going to have to run the gauntlet down in the lower bracket. And Gen G are eyeing down another Masters event that I mean, last year was minimum top 2 in Masters for them in both of the Masters events they attended. So I dare say that there's going to be a few teams that are going to be a little scared to play them in this form over there.
Oh, for sure. They have that reputation. And you must be really, really frustrated. First of all, Karen, of all of the days, is not on your team.
Yeah.
And
why does he do this to us?
I mean, I didn't pick them, so I can't really say anything at the end of the day.
But you nearly did.
Achilleos is the team. Is the guy that actually picked Gen G, but I wrote Gen G in the chat box, and then I wiped it out and I put Boom. I thought that they would have great prep coming into the game today. I thought that their good run in through the group stage, their players were all in form, but it was a classic Boom choke today. There's no other way to put it. Unfortunately, they folded under the pressure here, and Gen G is that championship winning core with the rock solid mental despite the shaky start that they've had to this year. They brought back a classic comp on Ascent, and it's even like another thing that I thought would happen earlier on in the group stage where I saw Gen G all on comfort agents playing against Boom in that opening game, and I was like, well, Karen's on the Omen, Texture's on Jet, you've got Munchkin on KO, this is a recipe for success. And then they didn't perform in that game in the groups, but in the playoffs game, they were back in form and they absolutely wiped the floor with Boom. It was a fantastic game for Gen G. There's no other way to put it other than Gen G leveled up in the pressure game and Boom fell apart.
Hey, at least it wasn't the 13-0. It could have been.
They will be relieved that at least they avoided that.
I don't think it's going to matter.
Come on. Let's call a spade here. This was a throw. This was Boom's match to lose.
I mean, I hate to do this, but this is a highlight of what I've seen many times from Boom, and you saw it exactly in this series, but I've watched a lot of these guys' games going back to Ascension and some other tournaments. Like, when Boom loses a first pick on a default or when things start to fall apart from them, this is exactly what they do. It's dry peaks, it's the game plan completely falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, here we see them, they invest the Yoru ult, Sova ult combo, but Foxy9 is the one who manages to live, and Ash returns with an ult of his own. I feel like they just could not get any momentum. They couldn't get any steam at all in this game.
I mean, that round was a little unlucky. I mean, Foxy9 is in the backside of the B site, dancing around Hunter's Fury, and he's run shot Famous coming out of his dimensional drift with a Phantom, and that's the kind of round where that was a little unlucky. Like, usually when you get the Yoru ult on those attacking side gun rounds, you're actually able to run through, get all the info, and actually streamline your attacking side round. But unfortunately, the problem for Boom was exactly what I said in the pre-show, and exactly what happened on Split with Famous on this Yoru. Nobody is scaling out with him. They're all just stuck in B main, and they're stuck in the chokes, and they couldn't get any momentum or scale out onto the site at all.
Not to mention, we have to get like the stats of how many times Munchkin was able to, like, you know, get a kill on Famous this entire series, because I felt like that was almost like a little mini game that was happening in this series. Not to mention Texture as well, popping off when you needed to.
Yeah, I mean, Texture went crazy. I think he had 9 first bloods in this map here, which is just ludicrous, especially when we got, you know, we spoke about this before. We don't consider him to necessarily be the one who's always getting these first kills for Gen G, but here, he was just electric. Honestly, it felt like he had God mode turned on in the settings.
You can
could
go
do no
back,
wrong.
You can go back and look for yourself. Go back through the kickoff stats. Go back through stage 1. He does not have a positive first kill, first death differential. He is normally conceding first bloods, and he's running in on things like a Neon and things like that, and maybe he's getting traded, maybe he's not. Can't tell you that for sure. But on something like a Jet, you can self-sufficiently find those first bloods, and you saw him able to do that. Karen was also finding first bloods and was in fantastic form today. He was back to, you know, the MVP levels that we expect from him. He had a rough couple of series the last few. It was a little bit uncharacteristic, but I mean, I've been picking him for my fantasy team for a reason. This guy owns in the KPR, and for a controller, his fragging output is unreal.
Yeah, and it was nice to see him in the interview say that he was going through a bit of a rough patch, but he managed to pull himself together for this series, for this match, for this qualification into Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see the bounce back, like when it really matters. If there's one game you don't want to have an off game, it's this one. This is the qualification game, and he showed up big here. For such a young player, you know, he's not a rookie anymore. He's one of the more experienced players. We see him topping up those kill leaderboards, but really nice to see that mental fortitude, gets his team across the line and into Masters.
Yeah, speaking of off games though, it was kind of nice to still see Boom, even when it got to, you know, the point of desperation almost. They were actually still vibing on the stage. Yeah. You could hear them shouting, you could hear them cheering each other on. You knew that they were really just here to have fun because that is how they were able to get this far. It's not over for them just yet. They still have a chance, even though that percentage has lowered quite significantly. Yeah. So we're going to see Boom's journey later on. But congratulations to Gen G back on the global stage once again. Who is joining them? That is the big question. And we're going to find out right after this very quick break. So don't go anywhere. DRX versus RRQ is coming right up.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just saw Gen G book their tickets to Masters Toronto. Who is joining them for that? Is it going to be DRX? Is it going to be RRQ? And we're seeing here RRQ, this could potentially be the first time that they've gotten this far in Pacific and potentially the first time on the global stage.
Yes, this has been a team that has been leveling up throughout the years. Now it's all coming to a peak for this team. Now 1 win away from Masters Toronto, the closest that they've ever been, and it's all on the line for them today.
Yeah, they've never been in a position to actually qualify for an international event, so this is a brave new world for RRQ. I want to see if they can step up to the task. They've been an almost team for such a long time, and they're in fantastic form right now. They've smashed T1 at the end of the group stage. The Team Secret game, though, I don't know about that one. That's an interesting one right at the end of the group stage there. Obviously, you can say they haven't changed up too much in that series specifically, and it's not really a game that meant a lot to them as they've still bagged themselves the top seed. So, look, we'll see if that's just a little bit of oopsie at the end of the group stage or if that's a bit of an omen for things to come.
Maybe, perhaps. We're going to find out, especially since they're up against DRX. And guess who is on DRX this time around? DRX do have Australia, who was previously on RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a powerhouse since joining this DRX team. I feel like he's breathed a new lease of life into this already incredibly successful kickoff winning roster. If there's one team that's know what it's like to play on these big stages, it's DRX. We've just seen Mako there. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time with great success.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 teams knocked into the lower bracket when seeded into uppers. DRX, similar to Genji, have had to play their way through a whole series, a tough series, against T1, both maps going into OT. So they have well and surely been put through their paces, and they will be the team that, coming into this game, has had more recent reps in the server, and they are definitely used to these kind of pressure games to qualify for international events. They won on this stage most recently over in kickoff over T1, so I think they're going to be feeling good coming into this game against RRQ for a Toronto qualification.
For sure, and last year DRX did miss both Masters events, so they're looking to scrap that record. They're looking to perfect their attendance into the global events this time around. But of course, we do have this head-to-head, which has bit of an epic history. I'm not sure if this is the first time this is happening in VCT, but it's very rare that we actually get a head-to-head like this.
Yeah, I mean, Australia, of course, previously on RRQ, he knows the players on the opposite side so well. He knows the coaching staff so well. How much of that knowledge is he going to be able to bring into today? That's the big question.
Yeah, how many times have you seen a player who has been bedded in and really kind of groomed as the IGL of the opposite team for a whole year? He has kind of been the one that RRQ have kept on board to call the shots and really develop their playbook, and now he gets to call for the opposite team against all of his former teammates and coaching staff. I wonder how many of these kind of trends is he going to be able to identify and tendencies of the players. It's a whole different level to sit down with the coaching staff and watch through your opponent's VOD when you know exactly how they play.
Yeah, I mean, equally on the other side, I think RRQ will have information on how he likes to call, is kind of pacing throughout the round. So there's so much knowledge going around in this. There'll be so many mind games ready to be played in this matchup.
For sure, but we have to remember as well that DRX, they do have, just in case, they do have Freeing and they do have Mako who can help Australia, right? I'm wondering if that will come into play in this match, especially since, you know, RRQ, they know Australia and they know what he's gonna do. And of course, Crazy Guy, he said that he's wanted to go up against DRX just because they've won Pacific, and how poetic is it that he gets to go up against the team that he wanted. He gets to go up against Australia too, which is the player whose shoes he took over.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of talked about it, but he said it himself. There is a little bit of his own calling style that's been adapted into this team. Yep. We've seen RRQ change up a fair few things about how they've played. They've moved into double duelists. They've started to throw Monya on that secondary duelist. They've changed up a few of their comps and their routines. So I think having both Ewok and Warbirds a really kind of star-studded coach duo in terms of actually prepping for this series and the qualification over into Toronto is going to help kind of buck some of those trends and help give a little bit of a new look to RRQ, if they even need that, because they've been in fantastic form, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think RRQ have looked great. You know, up until that match against Team Secret, they were looking very, very dominant. But I think it's all about the prep today. We just saw how Genji were able to carry that momentum through from yesterday, and Boom starting a lot slower. I wonder if it's going to be a similar story with DRX already feeling confident, already having that first win in the playoffs. It's all about moving that momentum forward.
Yeah, and we're jumping into map vetoes right now. I do wonder if they're taking the previous series as a bit of an omen, especially since we do have SEA versus Korea in both matches today, and we're seeing Fracture come up as our first map.
I mean, yeah, DRX, they're taking out Pearl. That's pretty normal. RRQ have changed up their veto a little bit. They have dabbled in Split, but they'll take it out this time. DRX to select Fracture, not something we've seen RRQ play since kickoff, but they've won it twice over there in kickoff. That's the interesting one for me, though. RRQ going to pick up Icebox here.
Yeah.
They did get a dub, I believe, against T1, whereas DRX have lost 0-2 on this so far versus both Boom and Paper Rex.
Yeah, it's definitely targeting a weakness. We look at the map data here for Fracture. DRX, of course, playing that pretty standard meta comp that we see with the Breach and the Teo. Would you be expecting something similar to come out from RRQ?
I wouldn't. I mean, I think they're going to have to change things up maybe a little bit, but they were playing this exact same comp with the Sova in for the Teo and then the KJ in the Cypher. Sorry, the KJ in for the Cypher. So just a choice of Enit, a choice of Senti, but the core of the comp is the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar to that. Lotus is our decider as well. I think DRX is feeling very confident playing Lotus and Fracture. They just beat T1 yesterday, even though you don't see a lot of those results in the map data. This is a core map pool that you're very used to seeing from the side of DRX.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I mean, a lot of people favored Boom in the first series. For RQ and DRX, it's a bit trickier. I think it's a bit trickier, especially with how that first series went. We're gonna see how they do fare on the stage as we toss it on over and start with DRX and RQ.
Pacific. Team RRQ.
Looking to continue or even take over Indonesia's streak here in Pacific, RRQ are one game away from achieving the highest they've ever been in VCT Pacific's history. The team has always been in the middle of the pack previously. Can they change that right here and right now?
Yeah, we saw something different come from them. They ended up at the top of Group Omega, but so far that's proved to be more of a curse than a blessing. So can they buck the trend here, punch their ticket to Toronto? But I mean, there's a pretty large obstacle, a large DRX-shaped obstacle in their way.
Oh yeah, there is that big DRX-shaped obstacle in their way, especially since they are coming off of yesterday's win versus T1, and DRX, they are ready to see this all the way to Toronto. They're here to say, hey, if there's any team that qualifies for the Globals, surely it's the team that currently sits on the Pacific throne.
They are the kickoff champion for a reason, and despite some hardship and some weird stuff going on with the roster that they've had to be able to deal with and push through, despite the fact that Bane is a little under the weather right now, I know that DRX will want to punch their ticket to a Masters event here and make up for the little bit of a disappointment that they experienced the last time they went overseas.
Right, and of course, this is still a team with a lot of tenure, a lot of legacy to hold up to, especially here in Pacific, right? So now that we are stepping onto this stage, who again joins Gen G going over to Masters Toronto? And this series also continues that SEA versus Korea day that we are having, and I'm sure that RQ is taking a close look at the expectations that a lot of fans have for the series.
Yeah, it's redemption time for Indonesia. RRQ now have the weight of the whole nation, the whole weight of SEA on their shoulders to try and overthrow the reigning Korean champions from kickoff. I mean, this is no small feat. DRX have been here before. DRX routinely go to these events. RRQ never quite managed to get over that line, but today is the day it can all change. They can flip the script on its head here.
Yeah, I think for Fracture, it's a map that RRQ will feel reasonably confident on after their results over there in kickoff, but that was when Estrella was still on the team. Icebox a bit of a wild card. Lotus is going to be very confident for DRX though. RRQ, you know, although they had good games against T1 and Talent, they did take a loss versus Team Secret right at the end of the groups.
We're seeing our predictions right now. A lot of us do favor DRX, but there are a few who are voting the way of RRQ. I personally just feel like we always have to have a Gen G versus RRQ match in Pacific.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, I'm seeing.
Oh no!
I'm seeing a lot of people who don't believe in the storyline, who don't believe in the whimsy of this RRQ run quite like I do. I think DRX are definitely the favorites here, but we have the Agent Select coming in now, and for DRX, things staying exactly as we would expect. Freeing staying on that Teo, right where he belongs if you ask me, and Bane on that Cypher where he lit up last time we saw him.
Over on the side of RRQ, this is the only map you'll see Monyet on the primary duelist and Jemkin on the controller. Throw Jemkin on the Brimmy because he's an absolute frag, and once he puts that iPad down. Kushi though, off of the Sova and onto Teo, and you've got Xfero previously playing the Cypher, will be onto the Vice. That's going to be better going up against the opposing Teo, a little bit harder to get through some of that Vice utility, but at the same time that opens up a bit more space for the Neon to slide in. I'm not worried about the trips.
Yeah, the Neon's going to be able to go fast. We've seen Human on this before, and I do like it a lot. Human is looking to light up this server like he did yesterday. Very, very dominant performance from him. And also, we spoke about Mako stepping up. I think he needs to deliver today, and he loves this Brimstone, so he's going to get active.
Oh, definitely. We have players on this stage that absolutely know what is at stake. It is that second slot into Masters Toronto, so we're going to find out who takes this as we step into our first map. We're going to toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky. They are absolutely right. I mean, this is definitely RRQ knocking on that door, knocking on that gate to make it to an international event. Who better to play gatekeeper than DRX, the absolute titans themselves?
Yeah, I mean, you'd look back towards it and you think that T1 might have been able to also be in this spot where RRQ did beat T1 the other week, and they were so happy about that one. But DRX is going to be a little bit of a different beast. We've heard it, the reigning Pacific champions, though. I want to flip it back to RRQ. SEA representation would be absolutely huge to get in towards the Masters event and not be the whole VCT career instead. So if you're looking towards a bit of a change-up as RRQ to come in towards this Fracture map, well, why don't you just switch to the team's comp that DRX have played 4 times in a row on this map. T1 run this exact comp the last time that it occurred, and it was
just
a bit of the overtime yesterday scenario. So, you know, for DRX, I mean, there's not going to be too much of a change in terms of the actual agents and maybe the actual strategy as well, but RRQ, they would have had the time to come up with some counters.
Possibly. And we're off to the start. RRQ on the attack course. Already beginning all their way down to Arcade with a quad stack. Bane spots them out though.
Yeah, see if they want to still steamroll in towards this side of B, because that's where the Cypher utility is.
Drones at least into the cage. Monyet taking him down through the cage. Hyunmin though, alongside the rest of the team from DRX, have pushed up north side.
Yeah, and of course you got to remember, no Cypher means no info on a situation like this for RRQ, and how many numbers there might have been up here, but 3 players to come on through, and that's all they have to contend with now as Marco falls.
Yeah, Salvo's burnt as well. Just Hyunmin able to kind of play it, but yes, he stunned himself, and that buys time for Xfero, who is sneaking through tunnel, spots him out. That's Estrella down. And he looks for a second one as well. Just Hyunmin left. And they kind of know where he is already. Monyet will happily peek over.
Nice little plant as well. Just recognizing the position to switch to behind ice instead of the standard like front or open. In getting that kill on towards Jemkin, right? They afford themselves a lot of space. They know that the flank is coming through as well, so just start to find a bunch of the information. I mean, if you think about yesterday, how much Bane was, you know, trying to play around the same sort of utility up towards tower, you'd kind of expect him. He likes to hold the right side of that cage. So if RRQ have actually done their homework in towards this one, you might see instances that look very clean for RRQ, dispatching of a couple of the DRX members when they sort of see the situations that they've done their homework for.
You can certainly expect that they have. You've got 2 coaches, Ewok as well as Warbirds, and considering the fact that the game was just yesterday, this is fresh in their minds.
I mean, there was a game yesterday for one of the teams in our previous series as well, right? And they managed to pull on through. Gen G, didn't matter. They only had less than 24 hours to be prepared for the series. What mattered is that they were prepared.
Never quite know. Sometimes the game can be quite unpredictable, and that's why it's fun as well. But right now, just the relay bolt to try to stall and delay. Monyet, though, will chase.
Going to be stopped by the salvos, though you switch in towards the sands at the moment and still look for more. There's an opener.
Off through sands as well. Look at this. You got the fault line going over, and Estrella completely stunned and dinged up. Got just Mako left trying to hop on over, but even the dinks not quite fully connecting to the kill at the end. It will be RRQ with a flawless round finish to a 2-0.
Yeah, we'll see what this first little buy-up is going to be for DRX, who, if you think about this map as well, you generally think about lion's share being more rounds on the attack instead of the defense, so they've got to try and find a good pass mark on this defensive side, you would assume. So starting out with the bonus round is going to be a good thing. Now, generally, you would like to see a couple of combination pieces with your Breach and with your Taeho. Try and set up your Neon as well, and that's exactly what is going to happen for DRX over at this A side of things you'll expect.
Yeah, straight in with fault line as well as the Bass lane, but Hyunmin just tucked in inside. He's able to deal with Monyet real quick. Jemkin to exchange, and then for the team to kind of regroup themselves.
Yeah, both Neons. See you later. Try and refigure out some information. So a Taeho drone up towards the dish. It's going to see that no one's home, and this is the time where RRQ don't necessarily need to stretch too far. An upgrade will present all rifles for RRQ now. And a lot of pressure on Bane's shoulders, being self-sufficient at the B site. Camera gone, can call for some rotations. He's got his trap wires still to safeguard himself from Arcade, but he needs to have his vision ready for the tree spot.
He will hold the angle. Cushy beginning to drone over. Cage up to buy him some time at least to try to survive.
And no one's really rotated from DRX either. They weren't 100% sure if it was going to hit here.
Mako, he is quick on it though, and with the spams does quite a bit of damage as well. Unfortunate for Bane, who will not be able to last long in the top tower. The rest of RRQ all keep themselves huddled up inside this one spot. And that's where you got to watch out for possibly the initiator utility.
Yeah, Australia already has fault lines freeing. You want the salvos here if you wanted to try and go for the retake, but with 20 seconds to wait before those come back online, this is just not achievable.
Way too long, considering the fact that Cushy is somewhere on the other side as well, and his salvos will be flushing over soon enough. This just looked to be a quick save for DRX. It's a bonus round also quickly picked up by RRQ.
Yep. Similar story from the previous game, right? Where you've got one of these teams coming out the gates with the pistol around the secondary and the bonus, having a pretty phenomenal start to a map. See how far maybe RRQ are going to be able to keep that going. Because for DRX, having 3 members survive, you'll be able to still have a bit of a buy up for the remaining 2 that did die. Hyunmin getting closer towards the overdrive as well. You know, if you're able to get a kill or you're able to pick up the orb and such, you might be able to use that in a round such as this. One of the differences for Fracture, of course, a lot of ulti orbs around the map, but we know for DRX they do love to do the standard protocols of gathering towards A main a lot of the time until they kind of condition their opponents to switch up. So they will get A main control. Wouldn't be surprised if Hyunmin actually wanted to go for the orb, but they'll go further with the information. He's got the weapon in hand to try and find an opener, but it's going to be Mako instead.
Good pinch.
And now south side is all completely known that no one's home, so they can put their attention towards the north side.
Which is why you see Bane alongside Mako. Oh, they noted the drone as well. So quick smokes, quick holds. RRQ somewhat stalled for now.
And they do get a gun upgrade as well, so all in all, things work out, and you didn't put a priority on trying to get an overdrive. Bane, still killless, but with a stinger in the tower, can do some good damage. I say that, but he's taken out by the salvos. Cushy.
Painful. Monyet then kind of flooding back in with his team as well. Is trying to play close by.
Yeah, you say painful, I say baneful, because he copped a full lot of that utility there. 40 seconds.
And Hyunmin to hold now. Ooh, decent double kill. Mako to hold the off angle, and he's good on the spams. Just with Monyet and Jemkin. Jemkin tries to hold the angle close range though, but that's been quickly dealt with. Estrella now coming and chiming in for the final kill to put DRX on the board.
Yeah, and surviving with 3 in the last round now has a little bit of gold coming into the next one, right? Because you get the round on the board, you upgrade into an operator for Hyunmin. Yeah, there's a couple of fellas that are still a little bit killless, but you got an idea that they're playing with some rotations, playing with some cheeky little ideas, and more importantly, I think pushing RRQ now to really have some good ideas to counteract with, because you see, you know, this being a little bit of a good grudge match, right? Australia's old team.
Oh, yes.
He would have a lot of information on how they would have played previously. So if you have a scenario like that, well, number one, change your agent lineups. That's always going to be a way to change things up. And so far, so good for RRQ on that mark. Meanwhile, Monyet and Hyunmin, once again, both Neons down first.
You might argue that it's a bigger kill just considering the fact that it's the op that was robbed away. Estrella now coming back in just to check in alongside the fault line, but a solo peek and he's punished for it.
All the numbers though spotted. You would expect that this would be go time for RRQ to try and just bully their way in towards the site, but they're going to think better of it. Reset a little bit. You can bait out some of these smokes extra up from Mako too. Make a potential post-plant scenario a little bit easier for yourselves. You do know as well that it has been Bane playing kind of by himself at this B site in these moments in time too, and he's not been able to really find anything on the kill department, so it's not the worst idea for them to be rotating silently towards this Bravo site.
Certainly is a tall ask for the poor guy.
Yep.
Still, you know, having surgery scheduled for another day.
And with that orb gathered by Xferry, you pick up a Steel Garden too, so they can leave him down in unders and set up for a pretty good little take here. You just got to consider that trap that's at the front of the choke point. And the other
utility as well, though,
too,
coming
yeah.
out from DRX. Does Bane have a shorty? That's my question. It does buy enough time for the main weapons to come back online, so not really needed so far. 10 seconds left. RQ has got to go. Bane, so far, so good. Able to hold off the back lines. RQ just trying to push up from tree now, while Mako and Freeing find kills each for themselves. Mako on for the 3K, and it's DRX 2-3.
Yeah, it's the timing that is actually bought by Mako, dropping that incendiary down at the front, right? You got to wait like 8 seconds for that one to expire, and if you're touching that, well, the floor is lava, you're not getting through. Then you also got to contend with still a little bit of that Cypher utility. So by the timing, RRQ didn't really afford themselves enough to renegotiate things after in the 3 versus 3. You're spamming and just trying to deny the spike from going on down. Really nice done from DRX to answer back and, you know, not drop the round after they find their first. The operator as well. Okay, yet again attained for Hyunmin.
Not quite sounded off yet. Monyet trying to jump peek to bait out the shot, but whoa, midair. Just completely sniped down.
Yep. And with not a lot of space control as well, and the open A or B orb, you know, for the likes of Kushi potentially to get an Armageddon online, right? You want to try and gain some sort of leg back up here as RRQ, some free kill. You can definitely see, you know, the likes of the stuns and Jemkin's orbital strike if they need to. Going towards this A site now, where Freeing will start to spot some information out of this drone. Plus the one member.
You do have Mako playing in a different position this time. This is one that RQ might not expect. The Molly, though, now noted, does buy some time. They will continue to push on through with that orbital strike, but still decent kills found on the side of DRX.
Spike has to get in towards it. Time to be bought with the Armageddon of Kushi actually finally going in, but it's Hyunmin with the smoke fading. The overdrive is in. Traded out by Xferro.
Repositioned onto the other side, and that just buys further time and information as well. Now, Estrella and Bane to flood back in.
Split retake.
Angles held one apiece. Got some cages to possibly get more space to close up the distance. Bane still not fully detected so far. Until now, stutter steps over, fault lines back in, but Estrella good on the spams. Just for the final one, running out of ammo. Crazy guy, a last-ditch sprint into the main position, and it's Bane who stands tall.
Yeah, the crowd, you know, getting electric in a lot of these rounds for DRX, of course. That's something that we didn't touch upon too much in its entirety, right? The last series, of course, for Gen G, they've got the crowd behind them, where Boom certainly did not, unfortunately. You know, that plays a little bit to a person's mentality in a scenario like this too. The vibrations of the arena can certainly be something that can catch you off guard if you're not ready for it, and RRQ might see themselves in a similar scenario too if they're able, or if they're not able to counter DRX. 3 versus 3, timeout called from RRQ. Have a bit of a chit chat.
And so far, just trying to crack the solution. Mako has been quite elusive with how he's able to rotate back and forth through defender spawn, and that's Fracture, and that's what you do, of course, but his mollies buy time for his team. And meanwhile, if you're RRQ, just trying to crack a solution against, you know, Bane, who is oftentimes hiding inside a B tower, or Freeing, who back on the Tejo, right? That's something that everyone has kind of been yearning for.
Absolutely. I mean, bamboozled that you'd ever take him off it, let's be real, but you want to adopt in towards a bit of a double duelist scenario that a lot of teams are opting towards lately. I mean, I understand it, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you're playing with a nerfed Freeing in that current point in time.
Well, he's back on it now.
Yep.
And he's also finding so much information with the drone out towards A main. Same positions played. Slight difference with Hyunmin back on the op.
Yeah, so after the timeout now, let's see if RRQ are going to be able to get a good conversion rate here, because they don't have a good one successfully so far. Ooh. Yeah, that hurts. Not able to connect on the operator shot as Hyunmin. Gonna have to pull back from that one.
I got Spike.
So they will concede that drop position.
Yeah, but it's all 5 members from RRQ, and they're saying go time.
Go they will. You still have Freeing on the Tejo.
Yeah.
His utility spent.
You do have all of main as well as DRX, and, well, an orbital strike.
Good position to play off of. Hyunmin, though, continuing to hold the angle. It's xFaro inside of the smoke. It's left undetected. The trigger discipline now coming alive. He finds the first, looks for the next, but Mako quick to deal with it. Onto the spike, though. Estrella almost sticking it all the way through. Crazy Guy will deal with his opponent, his counterpart, just there and then. Bane and the rest of them all, though. Neural Theft coming through as well. They've spotted out all their final opponents' positions. Mako trying to spray and trickle them down. As Cushy hops on over, Mako will find the 4K and the defuse by Freeing at the end of it all.
Yeah, you're always going to understand what the idea is for RRQ in that sort of scenario as well, right? Jump in towards the site, get your plant down quickly, and play with a lot of this post-plant utility. It's something that we see from this agent combination time and time again from teams on this map, where you're putting your Aftershock in, you're putting your salvos in, you're putting your molly in. If you've got ultimates, you're dropping them there as well. You're really trying to play disconnected. And I think as soon as DRX recognize what's happening there, getting the spike defused half, at least early on, makes it a little bit more achievable, especially, you know, when you've then wasted all that utility of your opponents real early on, and then they have to drop in towards the site for the challenge. So well done for DRX there. A golf clap for RRQ, who now in this new round played a little bit slower, a lot of the stingers, and one Phantom for xFaro.
An attempt at rushing through from Tree. Not too bad so far, but with the overdrive going over, Mako quick on the draw, just holds the angle down. Monyet instantly eliminated. The rest of RQ then trying to rotate off forward. xFaro for the lurk, sussed out as well.
Yeah, they hold up and make sure that Monyet's not able to find anything with the overdrive. And now that they start to immediately book it towards the A side of things, Freeing is going to be here early. Salvo's online, but it's the crosshair to look at.
I mean, at this point, it's just a full stampede. He hears all of it, so ready for the quick first kill. Decent trade coming out from Crazy Guy, so that's a weapon picked up. But you still got so many more threats to neutralize. Trying to hold the off angle to play spoiler around it. Mako quickly dispatched of. Fault line sent back over. Certainly expecting someone from Sands as well as A main, because she might have heard the single step. He's trying to play close range with the Stinger, but look at that. Swings out from a strand. Crazy Guy trying to hold it down, but 1v2 Hyunmin sliding up.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that he was there, right? He'd already found the first kill in towards Mako a little bit earlier on. Hadn't repositioned because of where that spike is planted too. Bit unfortunate for RRQ, but very good patience for DRX in this round. Think it might get a little bit awkward for them when Monyet starts to get the first kill, the overdrive. If that goes RRQ's way, they probably convert the round from there on out. a good challenge from RRQ nonetheless. It should afford them still a bye coming in towards this next round. And maybe look for a bit of a different look as well, right? 5 in a row now for DRX, finding stability on this defensive side. So let's see what the beginnings do look like for RRQ. To the B site early yet again, you'd contend with the Cypher util. There's also a change of approach actually for DRX here. Breach and Teo util to combine towards Arcade. Maybe need to think a little bit better of that with the drone coming from the spawn side of things.
A little bit telling for now, at least, Komodo. Fast lane's back in. We've seen this before. Monyet still trying to toss
that's the salvo,
as much
mate.
as possible, but the salvos, they will burn up at his feet. Armageddon sent in as well. It's a bit of a retake attempt.
Yeah, I mean, look
really
look
early.
at the rotations with the door. That is so Gigabrain from Marco, using the stim beacon to open the door. The relay bolt doesn't go the right way, but it doesn't matter because the kills currently are. One back for Xfero.
So much info found, and in with the Steel Garden as well. Just an attempt at pushing DRX further back. 2-on-4 though, and Xfero needing to come up huge in this close range duel. Flash dodged, second flash over, but look at that. Triple peaked, low HP is Crazy Guy. But he still tries, and Stens Tall looks to fight back, but in with the peeks out, just Hyunmin slithering all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Neons do provide a different breed of Valorant at the moment, but when you've got these players that are just super sharp and super attentive and just very quick, right? They're able to come out with some really cool things. Unfortunately for Monyet, trying to go in amongst the cages and the salvos that will be his demise there. Bit of a rough start for RRQ, trying to find some timing on this rotation to the A site as well, but it's a 4 versus 2 scenario at the end, and Crazy Guy can only do so much.
DRX, that's 6 rounds in a row now, Komodo. And as we look on to the next round as well, it's one of these early peeks out from Hyunmin again.
Yep. But it's not going to happen. Xfero falling on back. Information confirmed by the Arcros.
The position played from RQ in the previous round, so DRX then trying to play conservative around what would be Arcade.
You do have a couple of components for retakes though, Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike. You can't play in the tower here as RRQ.
Absolutely right. The first component of that will go through. Spike not yet planted just yet. Counter Rolling Thunder as well. Monyet looking to capitalize with a judge, but the shorty will quickly decimate him. Off to the next, it's going to be Crazy Guy up towards Tree. Hyunmin chiming in as well from the canteen spot, but the spike finally goes down. Jemkin trying to hold the angle. Cushy as well. And they will fend off DRX for now. The Armageddon flushing them out. They're into the open where the kills will come through. Just Mako left. He was up huge with 44 big kills from yesterday's game, but this time quickly spotted out. Intel gained by Jemkin.
Yeah, one back for RQ, able to kind of just get in towards the site through an open free door, right? Just waltz on in, welcomed with open arms, and then try to contend in the scrap battle with the ults going around, with Hyunmin trying to do what he can with the operator as well. But the trade game working a little bit better for RQ when the plant goes down as well. That 2 versus 1 at the end there, you shouldn't really be losing. Valiant attempt on that flawless run from DRX, but finally shut down, and a timeout now to have a discussion on how the remaining 2 rounds want to go of this half.
Certainly not wanting to concede the final 2 over to RRQ at least, but also to possibly correct some of the, I don't know, slight mishaps that we might have just noticed with that that contest towards this B site.
I mean, you just got to be really attentive in a scenario like that. Like, if RRQ are getting in towards the site, you're trying to dump a lot of your util as well, you're going to get caught off on some unexpected timings and just shenanigans afoot, right? So your adjustments are going to mainly be to try and stop them from getting in that early, or go for a little bit of a better crunch, better flank.
And we have a bashful DRX fan. Well, you're definitely right about that, Komodo. I mean, just needing to think about all these possible positions. RQ has not been letting their feet off the gas pedal so far. It's been a bit telling, but
someone else that hasn't lifted their feet, Marco, on this brim. Shooting up Storm.
13 kills and only 6 deaths so far.
Timeout. Gone by the wayside. So was the economy of DRX. So this buy, a little bit lackluster. And Bane, well, you're probably no longer for this world soon, are you? 31 HP.
It's not
you
bad.
weather through.
You're going to think that he might have hopped off somewhere else.
Yeah, just fall back, dodge the U-tilt.
Then the drone. Look at this timing.
Well, you got to do something proactive as DRX here when you go in with a much weaker buy. You're not going to be able to see, you know, just great long-range duels, right? Hyunmin, for example, waiting for the opportune timing to rip the overdrive to be set up by the team potentially, but unfortunately in this 1-4 position, well, he's not going to be able to do that. You'd expect Bane try and find one.
Oh, but the drone. So that will offset the Bucky reload timing. Monyet fully capitalizing on it to then capture the site for the spike plant soon enough. Hyunmin with the overdrive, though. He's looking to get spicy with it. Unfortunately, Spice is something that Xfero's really familiar with, so just 3v5 right now with lesser guns.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate stun, wasn't it?
Positions being held currently as well. Estrella just trying to, sidestep in. Not too bad off the Stinger kill. Mako to swing, but still,
One enemy remaining.
you're contending with the RRQ grades, Monyet, Crazy Guy. They're all having these angles locked in. Estrella just hoping for any consolation pickups at this point. The bot line comes back in. He's trying to dodge all of them. He gets another kill. Not too bad, but still RRQ 5-6 now.
Yeah, you'll take one at the end there as Australia, but yeah, more importantly, RRQ getting another round on the board. It had been a little bit since drinks, right? So getting that there after the first 3 that they started off with. Try and chase the equal scoreline, 6 apiece. As DRX will be presenting with a buy in this one as well. And hopefully, you know, if you're a fan of theirs, get a little bit more attentive with these rotations, right? Because RRQ finding some gaps, finding some good little twos and fros. But it's back to the old faithful. Breach Tear Neon A main control. Ooh. See what the answer back is going to be for RRQ. Do they try and challenge? Do they give the respect?
Yeah, they'll hold the angle. Fault line exchanged.
Yeah, and a deeper smoke now as well.
Once again, back to where Bane is holding the site somewhat solo.
Bit different though, not playing in towards the tower. You got one trip towards the north side of things, but it's not at tower itself.
Cam in a slightly more hidden spot as well.
This is going to be a little bit problematic though for DRX if this is going to be the calm before the storm moment for RRQ. Jemkin gathering that orb would pick up an orbital strike as well.
Just going to come into a big collision between both teams.
Yeah, Marco with the incendiary needs some good position off it.
Thinks better to toss it over to the top of the site. Info. Bane though inside of the cage, and that's Neural Theft. Jemkin orb not entirely yet picked up. Situation does not favor such a scenario, so needing to push up front, they try to play around the smokes in towards tower, where Bane is holding true. Off to just Xfero now, and he's quickly, instantly killed by Mako.
Yeah, it's just good positions and good timing and awareness from DRX, honestly, in that round. Not seeing too much from RRQ. You've got your A main control and not out through the dish because you've got your trap wire over there. That's where the second one was placed by Bane. So you know that if you're giving control of the tower, well, just keep an eye on that and buy some good time. That's why the incendiary is put there. They don't have to worry about the tower for a couple of seconds when a potential explosion is coming in through B main, through the arcade side of things. So it is just really good, followable play to come through from DRX to permit them a 7th round on the board as we look for the exchange now.
Just fantastic adjustments going over, and you gotta imagine, you know, whether it's the coaching staff or the calling from Estrella, they managed to pull it over. Well,
here's the true vibe mergent. Am I allowed to like remove these options and put texture on the left side and texture on the right side? Like
that's a difference, right? You gotta imagine with all the Korean fans, you know, Bane. It's a really sharp-dressed dude. Monyet, though, ooh.
Yeah, they would both have their moments, I gotta say. They would both be the
True enough.
guys.
We did have a moment between Monyet and Stax just a couple weeks ago. Monyet right now has been trying to come online. I do imagine he's got, you know, he is a Neon, it is what it is, but he's coming away with a lot of first deaths where they don't necessarily always amount to too much. Possibly seeing the op picked up from him onto the second half now, where RRQ will be swapping over onto the defense.
And you got to consider some slight differences as well now, folks, with the Vice versus Cypher as your Sentinel. The remaining 4 agents, well, they're the same.
No cam.
No cam, using Arcros as a pseudo information gaining ability, but that's going to be on the side itself for the moment for RRQ. The B site itself with some thorns available as well. Playing cheeky spot angle is going to be Monyet, waiting for the timing for RRQ Crazy Guy to stun him up and then swing on out and challenge it.
Right? Doesn't this comm kind of suggest that RQ are looking for these firefights, you know, trying to contend with the spike plants as they go through. The fault line coming in now, and look at this crossfire, perfectly set up by RQ. Relay bolt as well, it stuns them up, and Monyet quick on the flicks, off to it, he finds a 3K, but freeing trades right back.
Plant goes down, Cage, for when that smoke starts to fade as well, will provide some safety. I think he saw him over the top of the cage, he did! And now it's all down to Kushi.
He does have the salvos. Slight drone as well, kind of knows where his opponents are. Will deal with freeing real quick. And off to the final bogey. Bane trying to slip through off to the other side. Kushi sticks it to halfway, spots out the head, but Bane, he will land the sharp flick instead.
And he will be the bane of your existence there, unfortunately, for old mate Kushi at the end of that one. Had he stuck the defuse, I mean, he would have actually won the round. A bit unfortunate that he opts for the challenge, but you're always going to kind of understand that. Some great shots out from Monyet, but a difference in not having some tower control for the likes of your Sentinel meant that there could be a bit of a creep up coming up there for the trade as well.
Can I just say, though?
He's confused. How have I won that?
For a guy that has surgery scheduled tomorrow, he's still able to put up these numbers. It's quite... It deserves applause.
He's been given the goods. Pistols, though, now for RRQ, dropping, well, the pistol round. So we'll see what damage they are going to do.
A lot of noise. RRQ all rotating on over. Trying to play close range. Right click will be found. And met with more contest as DRX continues to try to force their way out of this smoke. Decent shots found though with the rifles, but still Monyet able to deal with most of it all. Rifles now picked up, but a reload must be made. Fresh mag, and will there be fresh kills? He spots out his singular opponent.
I wonder if Xvero can try and get the wall, the shear, to get across there. Make it a little bit more difficult. It could be cool.
Well, okay, Mako has an incendiary to toy with. Goes for time peak. Ooh, quick fault line.
20 HP, but he is using these regen shields, so he will be back up. Time though afforded to Crazy Guy to get the Bulldog and reposition.
Yeah, it's a Bulldog on the other side, so even with a regen shield...
He's looking at the right angle too, 30 seconds.
You would consider Mako trying to play off of timing. Trying to cause his opponents to sweat. He's playing with the positioning as well, but in with the sidestep. It's an easy angle, quickly sussed out by Crazy Guy.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too quick for DRX to try and just bully their way in towards the site. As soon as that smoke drops and you're trying to just get out through the sky smoke, you're going into just a crossfire and then you're spotted. You're not able to get any of these trades. It just, you give the guns over as well. I mean, that one is a bit of a missed call from DRX, maybe just expecting RRQ to not be there.
Still
vibes.
Yeah, it's time he wins. I mean, we gotta, you know, give him kind of some slack. But still, as the next round heads on up, DRX with the, well, weaker buy.
Yeah, what did we see in the previous series, though? Yeah, I know it's a different map and all, and it's more close proximity gunplay on Split. The solo Stinger. Percentages quite high, but in this sort of situation where RRQ kind of are already spreading the map in its near entirety. You've got full south side control, you've got B site control. The only way they come in is through Dish or through Arcade, and now you know.
Right. Full intel gained. Angles kind of favor Bane as well as he peeks on over with the crouch.
There could be a plan here, honestly. No one's going to be able to deny that one, so DRX will fashion that up.
Decent money, but still in with the peeks out now. It's going to be Crazy Guy dealing with Mako. Looking to launch this assault onto the side from tree side. Estrella If he is able to find that one frag, that would be Rolling Thunder. The Aftershock, oh, almost. Sends out yet another, repositions. It's gonna be Freeing who sneaks all the way through though.
Remove the ult. Oh, I can't do it.
Oh, Monyet desperately trying to keep the round alive, but Freeing, look at that tap. Continues to peek into the spike defuse as well, and it just completely disrupts it all. DRX up 9-6.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That's the one out there from DRX. The previous round, RRQ thrifting with 1 alive. Well, this time it's DRX with 3. Some great shots, some great positioning, honestly taken, but Freeing some great shots and a great relurk to come out through unders. A shot on the Monyet there. I believe when the overdrive faded, it might have been. Regardless, though, it's some great shots to bring some normalcy back towards it, right? Pistol round and then second round and flipped for the bonus, although it was a little bit more worse for wear now for RRQ.
You were right, you know, Hero Stinger coming alive. Monyet now, ooh. Managed to get out of dodge.
The Stinger wasn't the thing that got the any of the damage, but
it's the round. Sure. Stats-wise. Nonetheless, it's still going to be RRQ, or trying to hold off to this arcade position. Monyet with his own Stinger at play, but you got DRX with a split push from both ends. RRQ not entirely sure where to look as Mako comes alive once again.
Another multi-fragging round out for Mako.
How many is
certainly getting there with those kills. He's 20 currently. He's got that good old 2 KD and a lot of assists.
And the ults.
Certainly wanting to provide DRX back in towards the international stage, and as we'd be expecting a timeout to come here, I'll add a caveat of maybe not finishing in the 5th to 6th spot.
Ooh. Well, that's one thing. But it is just the first map so far, Komodo. Definitely RRQ trying their darndest to contend with this, but DRX living true to their name.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where I don't expect RRQ to be out of ideas as well, right? Yeah, they're struggling a little bit in the last couple of rounds. That thrifty round is all they've seen, but it's early, right? It's still early in this first half. If they're able to find, 2 or 3 rounds, you're looking to reset things up. You're building more ultimates as well. If you're able to weather through now DRX's establishment of ults as well, because if you didn't catch it just before, there's a couple that are available coming in towards this round too. So it definitely is the time for RRQ to have a good little discussion, how to start to navigate a couple of rounds on the board.
Possibly try to bait some of those ults out would help them for the, well, few possible remaining rounds that we might have.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to, kind of bait them into using the Armageddon or the Orbital Strike, it's certainly going to be well worth it. And on the back of the timeout now, you've got a slight change up for RRQ too, putting Xferro with his Vice utility towards the A site. Though if I'm looking at the fellas and where they're sitting, you are literally in the spot for an Armageddon and an Orbital Strike to give you a bad day.
Right? Just completely hunkered down, especially with the Vi's utility, trying to go for these fights head on. Gunman looking to sidestep it, but will still be quickly sussed out. 86, as it were, and here comes the utility combo. Burns and completely raises everyone to the ground.
And now with the Neural Theft, you've got the information as well, courtesy of Bane. Monyet caught with gun, not in hand, and Jemkin was just seen in the tower before.
Smoked off as well. They kind of know where he is. He cannot afford to make a single peep, so far so good.
He almost needs all 3 of these to be 1v1s, eh?
Skulks over. Oh, might have seen the barrel. 1v1s, are they possible, Komodo? Oh, in with the movement from DRX, though. It's a little bit too tough. And because he's tagged, it just buys more time away.
Got to consider the save.
I don't think only got about 20 seconds left maybe on this spike, so
yeah, just no smokes.
off.
I mean, the molly's not going to do anything either, right? So you just take this gun in towards the next round. Really well done from DRX, only losing Hyunmin, who gets ahead of the ultimate, the Armageddon, when it does come on in. But you've got Mako getting trades again. Mako multi-fragging. Certainly looking good. The Orbital and the Armageddon both were used. You're really not getting out of dodge in that scenario. We saw the RRQ fellas do lose their life, courtesy of them as well. And these are those sort of rounds, right, where you've got that timeout that happens and you don't convert the round after it. I mean, look at that moment there. For literally a split second before Bane gets the trade, it was a 5 versus 3. You call it a 4 versus 3, but then DRX able to just achieve greatness. 11-6. This is going to be the round where there's a stretch of a bye for RRQ, still permitting a proper bye in the next round, but if this one goes haywire, they're going to have to play for the flawless variety to push us into OT.
That's exactly what DRX wanted, this scoreline favoring them so much. RRQ now just trying to hunker down as much as possible. 3 stacked up towards this tower position.
Yeah, do they want to go? They see the sheer wall, try and bait that one out. They saw the thorns courtesy of the stealth drone as well. These are the sort of scenarios for DRX where you might actually consider them changing their approach, but a Rolling Thunder in, they want to go.
All right, just continuing to push through, foot off, not off the gas pedal.
Well, it should be.
But that's when RRQ exactly
They should have
stalls
thrown it into
their
reverse.
engine. Yeah, finds every single player. Just the 2 left.
Yeah, they have tried to one-dimensionally go in towards the B site, forgetting that there's going to be Vice utility, Breach utility, Brim utility, Teo utility. Like, I'm throwing all of it in there, right? You're not getting in towards that site in that sort of scenario. That's why I thought they were actually going to backpedal after baiting out the shear, but apparently not.
Same here. Certainly was a little bit odd. But it is also quite one of these rounds where they might be able to condition RRQ into holding this even further.
It's a lifeline, though, for RRQ. They don't see DRX get to round number 12. They pull for a couple of these weapons as well. Build up a bit of that extra cash in case they do lose one, and we'll give them another buy into the round after.
Right? Much sorely needed cash. Look at how they're able to collect on another free weapon as well. Oh... Okay.
Ambitious, Xferro.
Xferro was on that boom squad from...
Well, nah, he had the stinger, I think, still going into that one. So with death, he will carry over the Steel Garden.
7-11. So questionable-ish round from DRX. But we shall see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've built up a bit of a lead where you can have a couple of these falterings, but it looks like we are going to have some coach intervention now for the side of DRX, you would expect.
That it could possibly have been saved up, but I do see blue on the stage. It's 2 more rounds for DRX to bring this map to a close. Certainly running into some roadblocks right now. Very well set up by RRQ. Even on the slight half buys.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind DRX playing more in towards a bit of a default structure in this next round as well, right? Try to bait out a bit of this utility of RRQ, try to figure out what sort of positions they are going to switch into as well.
Give your dad a hug. He needs it. But back into it, yes. Certainly a lot to consider as well. RRQ now with the buys. Taking a look at the utility on the map so far as well, Komodo. I mean, we're not really seeing too much from the Vise, just the wall, the Razor Vine possibly.
Yeah, I think more importantly coming into this fresh round is going to be what RRQ have for a retake if they need to switch their mindset towards it, right? You've got Steel Garden, you've got Rolling Thunder. Though you've been quite successful of stopping DRX from even getting into these sites a little bit too, right? So you've got options right now. You've got a lot of control towards the A site, and you've got the retake set up for Monyet, and that's why I kind of highlight these little retake abilities that they're going to hold on to in this sort of scenario, because Monyet can just let them get into the site, go for a bit of a spray, be cautious through the smokes that you've got a Vandal that you are spraying with, but ultimately as RRQ, this was the idea, right? You either play stack at A, or you retake B.
That's what this is all about. But a full 5v5 retake, though, still can be a little bit risky. We'll see how the utility fares out for them. Both crucial alt players, well, one at least, coming out from this tree position. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder let rip into the site. Cushy, so far, so good. But here comes Bane, quickly 86th. It's just down to Mako alongside Estrella, who unfortunately gets gunned down. So in with the utility, it's down to a numbers game. Hyunmin trying to stay alive. He managed to deal with the first, but Cushy quick to play contact. And RRQ will continue onward, forward.
It gets close. It gets close. Just cushy there, but good for the trades. A couple of trades to be seen. And for DRX, I mean, they knew, they pinged it out. They were ready for that flank to come through, but I don't think they were ready for it to be in numbers. 3, in fact, stampeding in for the flank. That was a quick execution on towards freeing, and then it just started out the trades in towards the kill feed. So a bit unfortunate for the likes of DRX that they're not able to win out on the 5 versus 5, but that was always the idea for RRQ, right? Play with the stack over at the A site and go for the retake, which works successfully. Yes, albeit close.
See how much more close it can get. Might be one of the last few buys that DRX can afford soon enough.
This is ambitious from Monyet. Will this be expected by DRX whatsoever when the Sky Smoke starts to fade? The answer is going to be no.
Still though on the other side, Bane will quickly dispatch of him. That smoke was a little bit suspicious enough.
This is a problematic position though for RRQ. Player deficit, you've lost smokes in Jemkin, you've lost Monyet. A couple of ults there go down as well.
Because she has to come up huge, plays into the position, spots out the camera, but quickly has to turn tail and run away. He stalls them with the stun.
There's still a minute to go though, and DRX don't necessarily need to go full on. Will they expect Xferro this far pushed up main? Because you're considering in a scenario like this, you do need to absolutely cut some corners as RRQ. You need to catch your opponents off guard. So let's see if Xferro does.
With the way that DRX are moving though, I certainly expect them to check the corners at the very least, but crouched into it. Xferro will collect onto 2 skulls. In with the overdrive, Hyunmin presses onto the pedal. Into the site, just cushy, tucked away, springs out, low HP Hyunmin, but unfortunately his teammate falls. 1v1 now, and it's still possible, but a full kit afforded to Crazy Guy, and there is a chance. Spike planted.
Ooh, will he see him through the corner of anything?
None so far. Crazy Guy, sudden peek, and it's just Hyunmin.
That nearly looked doable for RRQ as well, didn't it? I mean, Xferro coming out with a double. They lined up for him. You thought that might have been a little bit of a nail in the coffin for the round, but never count DRX out. That's a situation where in a 2 versus 3 that it switches to. It's Marco and Hyunmin able to get the job done. Cushy trying his darndest. But just a bit of an elevated off angle from Hyunmin at the end that gets good favor for DRX to find map point on the map of their own choosing. 4 rounds now that RRQ have to play with to try and claw back into overtime, and a lot of ultimates that they do have to play with too.
Especially for more retakes as well, but right now playing the info/positioning game.
Yeah, waiting for the stun, try and send Monyet in. But DRX not going to give you any information. No drone coming your way over at the A site. So I wonder for RRQ, how long do they take before going for some further information?
For DRX though, I mean, you don't see any reactions coming out from RRQ just yet, so you're certainly considering this A position as well. So slowly back into this B spot. You got the Vise wall.
You got to remember though, last time they tried to get in through this, they were just peppered with utility, and the Rolling Thunder that Australia threw in did nothing. So you're either getting numbers to go through this wall together, or you're baiting it out, and I think it's going to be the early one. All 4 get through.
Xferro runs away and lets rip the Steel Garden, which would buy some time for his teammates to come back in through. Orbital Strike to prevent Xferro from escaping though, and he's got the Judge, but in with the right clicks is freeing. Close range Mako. Trying to smoke off even further, but the spams! Spike has been dropped. And that does not bode well for DRX. They might have the crossfire set up, but still this buys further time. RQ all in position. Mako, oh, he made a sound.
Yeah, he's not going to check this one, you'd expect.
Down to the final 2. Just Bane and freeing up from tower. Fast lanes up. They're all kind of getting stunned. The salvos will buy some time. Bane trying to get some crosshair placements, but still in for the trades. Numbers game once again. Freeing has to come up huge to possibly close out the map, but his HP is way too low. RRQ, all they gotta do is hold down mouse 1, and they will push themselves up once again, 9-12.
Yeah, they hold on. Nicely done. Getting all the trades out there as well. Bit of an unlucky shot through the smokes too, by the way, that catches one of the DRX members. Bit unfortunate on there for Australia. As Marco also pushing forward gives up a bit of an impossible situation for the remaining two fellas. They try to make some good work for it, but another successful retake to come through from RRQ. I think they're pretty happy that they're converting a couple of these defusers in the last few rounds. And you also push DRX onto the week-old buy, so you would expect double digits for RRQ, though a different look right now for DRX. Hyunmin finally wins a quick engagement towards A main.
And that's the side already captured. You also have Bane slowly creeping up from south side. Still though, RRQ in position from the Raptor spot. They will be able to snipe out a couple of players. Spike then coming back in. Drone spotted as well, so no true suppression. Freeing might be able to play with the retakes on this. Oh, Mako, what a peek!
Freeing has the ult, remember?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
He's stuck on the side. Ooh.
So he just sends it out. Just try to push his opponents offline. Mako now coming in with lineups.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately. That can just be stuck on the defuse for Jemkin, and he knows it as well. So the round is done. Bane, he's not even going to get an upgrade of a weapon. He's just going to stick with the Sheriff in towards the next round. So that's actually a little bit rough. I'm confused and questioning Freeing's ultimate location. You know, he's in the game, of course, so you kind of think that there's some reason behind it, but you've already lost a lot of this space, and, you know, there's advantage for the likes of RRQ when it's in the site itself. So that ultimate, maybe you try and scare them away. It might have been better instead of scaring them in to the site.
Who knows? It definitely does feel a little bit disconnected, though, Komodo, I will admit. Next round up, and once again, it's Hyunmin looking to bypass all of the utility. Stalled for now, but it does bait out so much from Cushy.
Yeah, options as well for DRX. Wait out for the smoke, play from towards the tower spot. You've got a little later one coming in towards Dish too, which has a time limit on it now that the trap wire at the north side of things has been broken. So whilst DRX may be able to establish a plant here, we know that RRQ have been quite successful in these retakes, though that was a B. How did they fare at A?
We'll see. For now, it's footsteps. Freeing certainly aware. Oh, look at Monyet with the movement. Still though, Bane comes in with the assist.
You expect another one?
They will push. Oh, it is Sphero. Double kill picked up. Arc Rose to flash and gather more space as well, but look at the sides. Mako, the multi-kill king himself, and he's finding a couple more, but Cushy answers back as well.
Freeing has no salvos, 30 seconds. He has to challenge, but it's planet open.
Has to go for the gunplay. In for the smokes, and he's trying to get him off of the spike, but Cushy sticks it to halfway. Continuing to stick all the way through now. Oh, and there it is, defused down to 3 seconds. A good kill at the end of it, but still 1 away from overtime.
Oh boy, that one gets a little bit too hot under the collar, you think, there for DRX. You thought that maybe, hey, just maybe, that one would come the way to them, but no. It's the double from Xfero. It's a double back from Marco. Not enough at the end for Cushy to be able to win a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch.
Unbelievable comeback coming through from this Indonesian team. It just speaks to space about how confident they are right now, trying to hold true to this A position where Hyunmin has been sliding over. This time DRX slows down.
Big round for him. Last round of regulation. And if you're trying to go to this B site, there's again another little change up of location from Initiator. Your breach is here. Still got an incendiary as Jemkin. The shear has not popped as well. You've got a spot from Monyet in A main, by the way. And now a stealth drone going up to Dish. So you're getting some info, but what you've got as RRQ is a cheeky free opener.
Not only that, Cushy has the Armageddon as well, which could deter so much. DRX trying to hang back towards this A spot. I mean, this is why making that much noise in towards A main early on was so helpful for RQ.
Absolutely, but for Monyet right now, he has to get out of dodge. He doesn't need to stay around. He can get crunched upon with an Armageddon, though, that goes in to try and stave off DRX's advances.
So it does buy some further time, but look at DRX bypassing it through the sands instead. Smoked off Rafters as well, and RRQ trying to get back some space. The flashpoint is good. Hyunmin, though, into a tiny position, able to snipe down Crazy Guy.
How do you defend the spike, though, playing up at the dish with 2 of them?
It's all stuck in towards this one final spot. Cushy turns back around on ahead, and he's going to push further on into the side, down to the 1v1s. Xpharaoh needs the headshot. He crouches down, tries to offset the crosshair placement, but freeing with the swing. He closes out the map for DRX and pushes us into a map 2. The final score, 13-11.
Oh, what a delivery on Fracture that one has provided us. It's special, that's for sure, but it's freeing on the Teo that gets the job done in the 1 versus 1 at the end. But I don't think it was an individual game from both sides in this one. There was definitely so many team moments on both the chords that provided greatness and a couple of falterings for sure, but they were entertaining. You can't take that away. That was a cool, fun map.
Absolutely, you just cannot disagree with that fact. Every game so far for DRX in this playoffs, I know it's only day 2, but it's been going to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Mr. Consistent in this map as well. Marco almost felt like if he was getting 1 kill on the round, he was good for a double or a triple. There was a quad in there as well. He was certainly trying to deliver a lot on the Brimstone in this one. But as I said, it really was an effort by committee approach for both of these teams, with the way that the retakes were looking for RRQ, with the way that the space control was at times looking for DRX as well, you know, trying to push Hyunmin forward, set him up with your utility. I mean, a lot of different individual moments of brilliance and setups for the teams. Just a lot to take away from a map like that, and you know, there's a lot of history for both of these teams on this map as well. I like the change up from RRQ with the T1S comp to come on through, but just didn't get it over the line.
Just shy of it. Yeah, it was so darn close though. I mean, you really have to admit, you still saw some good moments coming out from the RRQ squad, but we'll toss it back over to Adesh to break all of this down.
Lots of good moments from both sides. This was such an exciting map, a roller coaster ride as well for both sides teams. But of course, this goes over to DRX. It is their map pick after all, but RRQ brought it really, really close, especially those last few rounds.
My goodness, I love Valorant. What a map. That was unbelievable. So back and forth. I really thought RRQ had the momentum, especially after Cushy won that clutch where he stood the defuse. Oh, I thought they definitely had it, but DRX just get themselves across the line there, claiming map 1, claiming their own map pick.
It's nothing but tight games here in playoffs here for DRX. They are well and truly comfortable with being put all the way down to the wire. They played some excellent Valorant there, as did RRQ. I mean, there were really highlights for both of these teams, both macro-wise as well as the individuals, but that is a monstrous game from Marco. Now that this guy is off the IGL, he is unleashed.
Yeah. Oh gosh, Mr. Consistency. Every single round, he is able to deliver, and he's been doing this since yesterday. Just consistent performance all across the board.
He's been doing it since yesterday. He's been doing it since 2021.
Since the beginning, since he started competing. You know, bring back Vision Strikers time. He's been there.
You know, he's an OG of this scene. He's been around for such a long time. It's amazing to see him be throwing up performances like this, especially in a qualification game. This is as big as it gets. He's leading the charge from the front here. Like you say, free from the restraints of that IGL duty, he can just go crazy.
Yeah, RRQ, it's another great effort by committee. I liked a lot of their approaches this game. I mean, they had a hot start initially on the attacking side, but DRX, after losing to the bonus, win 6 in a row really, really nicely. I think we have some replays and some highlights that kind of underline that a little bit more, but I was really impressed with the way that they were able to recover here on this defense. You just see RRQ, you can see they're up 3-0, and DRX every single time are disrupting them with util and making their life very difficult to get into the site. And that is what you see when you get these mirror comps, right? Breach, Teo, Neon, as well as the Brim. Marco in particular, on the defense on the Brim, you could just see him holding the sky smokes. You drop the mollies, you drop things like the aftershocks, you have the Cypher set up on that B side as well, and it makes it very difficult to attack into this DRX defense.
I mean, in these compositions, you have so much utility to work with, so much stall, and DRX DRX are able to layer that so well to consistently stall out RRQ on that first half. I mean, it just felt like whenever RRQ tried to move somewhere, they're met by waves and waves of solid utility.
Yeah, Mako was doing a good job being able to flood into the site, playing around the sky smokes as well. But the rest of DRX, you know, able to buy enough time with that delaying utility or disrupt the push itself. You saw a little bit of disruption for them on attack, but this is what I'm talking about. Bane was turtling inside of tower the majority of the time, but this is a perfect switch up from DRX. This time he dives onto ramp, they drop the molly on tower side, so you can just never really know what you're attacking into. Even if you recognize the setup, you see the Cypher cam, you see a certain trip, you know that's the same setup they play every time, but then they change up how they actually approach breaking down that arcade split.
Yeah, it's clear to see why they picked this map. They looked very well drilled, very well practiced, especially on the defender side. I just think a lot of that comes from smart practice, clever protocols, a good player innovation in the server. So big respect to DRX.
I think having really strong site leaders on defense, super important as well. Like you get two of the boys to sit in the server together and discuss actually how they want to defend some of the meta executes. And you can very much see that Bane and Mako are very comfortable on the Cypher Brim, as you need your Senti smokes player to be in terms of how they're going to defend that very, very common arcade split you saw time and time again.
But I do have to commend RRQ, because when the side switch, RRQ, they also had a very interesting defense side, and they really, I feel like, came alive as well in that side. But I mean, when you're up against Mako, there's just so many good moments from this player. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is something the caster spoke about, right? It felt like he was always good for one, and if not one, two, and perhaps even three. You just couldn't slow this guy down. I feel like, look at these, so many kills through smoke, so much game understanding. You know, he was unstoppable this map.
I mean, he's a phantom abuser. It's disgusting. This was a disgusting play, by the way.
Through the door.
The sim to open the door, being able to recognize exactly what the rotation timing is, and that is Mako's superpower as a player. It's not incredible aim. It's not, you know, some crazy mechanics. It's positioning, reading the game, knowing the little pockets of play that he is able to play in, dropping a sky smoke and always standing in the perfect position. Over on the other side here, though, we wanted to highlight Monyet. Out of 24 rounds, he was involved in 10 of them, in 10 of the opening kills, or 14, something ridiculous. Like, he was just sending it. He was the postman here. He was licked the stamp and he sent it on the neon. Finally unleashed, not on smokes duty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clear game plan, right? Of Monyet, either go get us some space or a kill. That's it. Go, 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 go. And Monyet is the kind of player who loves that stuff. He loves to just be able to send it.
Absolutely. I love those two players that you highlighted, Mako and Monyet. Of course, Mako gets the MVP for this one, and how can you not with so many amazing plays and just like this performance all throughout, right? But on the side of Monyet, I gotta love the chaos. I gotta love the chaos that he brings.
It was 14 out of 24 rounds that he was involved in an opening duel. I think he went 7-7, which is ridiculous for one player. That literally means, especially on attack, it was the majority of them, but even on defense, every single opening kill of the round, he was just sending it. And Hyun in a fair few for him as well. So Neon definitely being the defining agent, and there's a reason why you see it picked all the time on Fracture at the moment. It's the only thing with enough speed to beat all of this util and just get some chaos going.
For sure, and I'm actually gonna put Monyet up here as well, just to kind of like put him over here next to yours. Can he fit? Yes, he can. Yeah. There you go. See, we have him on there, on this side. A little bit chaotic, just how he was playing earlier.
Very chaotic.
You gotta love it though. It's those moments from RRQ that I feel that make them such a team to be contended with, right? Especially since this is playoffs, and we were so eager to see how these teams were going to transform. RRQ is one of those teams that can actually bring out something else, and you can't ever count them out, even round per round.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job to start mounting that comeback. I mean, I was really believing, I think they were believing down there on the stage. That map was within grasp for them, but you know, of course, that was DRX's pick. Now moving across to Icebox, this should be where RRQ, in theory, are a little bit more comfortable.
This is the wild card. They have picked this map. They did get a win against T1, which doesn't necessarily mean too much as far as I'm concerned. That's been a big struggle for T1. Over on the side of DRX, they have conceded both games of Icebox to Boom and Paper X. So Icebox only just coming back into rotation here in Split 1. This is very much a defining map for a lot of these teams in this split, because it it is the kind of thing that you can play veto chicken with. And RRQ has opted to take this chance and pick this against DRX after seeing them drop a couple of maps already.
Yeah, they definitely smell weakness, I think, with this pick. You know, last time we saw RRQ play this, they beat T1 on this map. So it is a map where they feel fairly comfortable, and I think they know that this is not DRX's biggest strength. The map plays very differently to something like Fracture that we've just seen. So I think they're looking to kind of counter DRX stylistically and really be able to put their own spin on this.
You can see the two comps there. DRX have been changing things up. We saw Bane on the Omen previously, and they have kind of been tinkering around with the roles and deciding exactly who they want to play what. So we'll see what they're going to bring into today.
Yeah, Icebox, I feel for DRX, perhaps they're keeping their cards close to their chest. They're quite good at that. And they haven't exactly won Icebox since, I believe it was last year, sometime last year, and also because it's been out of rotation, right? So there are a lot of secrets to be kept in this match still for DRX. For RRQ, I feel like perhaps they feel a little bit more comfortable in this map. Perhaps it's just like a, you know, that feeling, but I feel it's still 50-50 for them.
They just don't have the reps, so, you know, it's just a big question mark at the end of the day. It's kind of similar to what we saw, well, not exactly similar, but in some ways to what we saw from the split coming out from that last series. It's just, rather than playing straight into the core of the map pool where you know what you're going to get, it's a bit of a question mark thrown into the veto, which has been interesting to see both of the teams seeded into the upper bracket, but in theory being the underdogs, being the ones to maybe take a little bit more of a risk in the veto and play something that's been less repped by everyone.
Right, and of course, you know, going into this RQ, banking on the fact that DRX, as you guys mentioned, probably have some weaknesses around this map. So stepping into Icebox right now, I wonder what we're going to see from both teams, and it's looking like it's a mirror matchup once again.
Ooh, you're getting a little bit of a change up here for DRX. Bane, it seems like he's on Senti duty. Marco's getting put on the Viper here, so no Omen in the mix, and no Yoru. Hyunmin onto the Jet. They're keeping things a little bit more vanilla.
And as you just said, Mika, a mirror matchup on the side of RRQ. Roles are exactly what we would expect. Look for big things from Jemkin. This Jet really is his signature agent. He can get that up out. There's nothing he can't do with this agent, so pure comfort on the side of RRQ.
This Jet head-to-head is going to be fireworks here on Icebox.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're a little bit relieved that we're not seeing that Yoru once again as we did last time. Of course not. This is a qualification match, and of course, both teams are bringing the very, very best out. We're wondering, is DRX going to seal this? Are they going to book that other ticket to Masters Toronto, or is RRQ making one of their comebacks? We're going to find out as we step into Icebox and toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Yeah, let's stick freeing on Teo, or Teo on freeing. Which one was it again? Well,
yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. And I'm all for it because we got another change up for DRX coming in towards this map. They haven't felt full comfortable on the agent lineups that they would be presenting with us here. So let's go back to what they deliver with against the likes of your Paper X, for example, where we know that the defensive side was not good for DRX. They put up 1 round and they had 7 opening frags, by the way. 7 first kills and they put up 1 round. So the 4 versus 5 conversions on that defensive side are what I'm looking to in the second half. But for this attacking side, it's taking space. It's baiting RRQ out. It's forcing them to be uncomfortable, especially around this A site.
All right, they've, well, tried to assert some pressure over onto B. Right now, slowly backing towards A. And RQ haven't really seen or thrown anything out, really, just yet. Maybe 0 point off of the timing.
Yeah, well, gonna look to go in. 0 point to get a bunch of information at the moment. And DRX, I mean, they don't necessarily need to keep staying around here if they don't want to, but they will opt to now with Marco making his rotation as well to this site.
Oh, but quick in through the salvos. Cushy, not too bad though, still able to find angles. Yeah, through the wall. It's going to be DRX continuing to push up front. Then for a Crazy Guy to try to play around this Raptor spot, it's still tricky.
Yeah, they're just going to line up for freeing. I mean, you don't have a little bit of respite in towards that one whatsoever, do you? When you think, oh yeah, you can settle down, you can send in your drone, you can try and get your teammate to play off that one. Nah, how about we just line up for 2 freebies from freeing?
I mean, that was not meant to
It wasn't meant to happen,
sure,
no. But hey, freeing hits the shots where required, right? So you got to give credit where credit is due. A couple of sharper shots to come out from Cushy. Feels a little bit hard done by, and the eventual frag that comes out from Estrella that finishes him off. I mean, that's just a couple of pot shots through it. Pushed around over to the likes of DRX. They didn't find the first one in the first map. They found the second, but they weren't able to capitalize on the round after, remember? So let's actually see they don't drop the pistols here.
RRQ then needing more information on their defensive half. Right now it's just the pistols, so they're trying to stay tucked in. All four stacked up on this B site. Close range, out on top of yellow. Hyunmin quickly dealt with. Bringing the rest of them out, trying to push up front now, but still the Bulldogs will stand on top of the classics as Estrella finds yet another Jemkin crazy guy.
Freeing and Bane, they're quite low.
Maybe slightly possible. Spike not yet planted. I think they've kind of set the weapons and the spikes over onto the right people. Freeing, he's farther back, it's okay. Just more kills coming up for RRQ now until, low HP, Mako able to collect on the ghost kills.
Yeah, not able to get the job done at the end there, right? If those salvos weren't positioned on towards the planner in Australia, you know, maybe they're able to polish off one of the other members, but you want to try and get the better frag, you might think. Still some good damage delivered, nevertheless. Going in towards this bonus round, it should provide enough for the likes of RRQ to try and answer back quite nicely. For the side of DRX, though, are they going to still play in towards this default line, or are they going to change it up as well with some quicker proceedings over towards the B site? Getting some early salvos to try and take some space and force the likes of Monyet back, which is what's going to happen. You pick up a null command coming into the third round as well.
And that would aid so much into this B execute.
For sure. See how far Australia wants to get in before potentially even using it, or maybe holding it for the post plant. Nevertheless, none. Denied.
Just spams into where the default spike spot is. So, still a fair trade as Hyunmin fires back, but now everyone's just kind of tucked in.
It's It's a bit slow now, isn't it, for DRX? Let Bane cook a little, see if he can spot any over peaks, no flanks to come on out.
Bane is on his solo expedition.
It's also kind of expected by Jemkin too, right? Watching over towards that A side still with 45 seconds to go, you'd have to call a bit of a rotation now as DRX with the spike going away from Mako, freeing and Hyunmin to potentially keep people invested towards the B site, but with how far Bane has actually snuck up towards A,
it's decent.
Yeah, call the audible, call the rotation, get the boys on over, but don't give up your hand either, right? Don't give an opportunity for RRQ to get a 4 versus 3, for example.
That's the main thing for Bane right now, to be able to hold these spots and stay true to them. Jemkin definitely still hovering around, but you don't really hear footsteps anywhere close, so you don't really know if RRQ's nearby just yet either.
That's important. Wow. Salvo's used early to stave them off, which means you're not going to have them for the plant duration. You do have Molly's as Bane, though. One onto the spike and holding the second nano.
Just the one, yeah. So calls for RRQ to push up front. That's where DRX just looks to play post-plant up around pipes. It's just down to the firefight. Spams on over through the smoke, but still is Xfero sticking it to halfway through. Cushy doing a good job as pushing up front, and with the crossfires, it manages to prevent DRX from pushing even closer back in. The spike will be defused.
Yeah, a little bit too late on the utility to come out from DRX to hold that one there, unfortunately, but very well done from RRQ to navigate around the site and making sure they've got, you know, eyes on the prize to get the defuse, but also protecting it, right? You saw the cloudburst come out a little bit on the tail end of that as well, just for some added protection when the defuse comes through. So on the board, you know, nice and early, no multitude of rounds in succession going to be achievable on the early stages for DRX. This time though, quick one for RRQ, gathering some great information up to the A site, but meanwhile that's not the intended primary target for DRX at the moment. Sniffing out what may have been a B, but opting to rotate back to the more side of A, which is heavily stacked, which would be extremely interesting.
You could say that this is RRQ reading DRX's game plan, right? This is the exact same thing that they ran just in the previous round, and now the positions hold up. It's gonna be crazy guy. 2K found. Hyunmin trying to even out the odds. Will find one, but tailwind's away.
Australia dead again, so no access to the null command. They also lost freeing, so no initiator util whatsoever. It becomes more body play at the moment now for DRX. And if you do transition to this B side still, you've got that alarm bot that plays protection for Xfero. And you've We've already got rotations coming out, full pallet.
Unless Bane can really pull off something magical with this lurk. The movement's somewhat readable for RRQ right now.
There is no mollies on the side itself, though, for Xfero. So when the alarm bot trips, it kind of is just him calling for the team to rotate on over. And that does mean a bit of a free plant can go down.
Somewhat. Oh, the spam smart goes so low. The snake bite will kill him instead. Jemkin off to the trades as well. Just down to Hyunmin, who unfortunately got spotted out way too quick. RRQ to even up the score.
Yeah, I don't really know about that plant position, if I'm to be honest with you. Exposing yourself to 2 angles, no man and the front orange as well. And then you kind of just afford time for the molly to go down as well. I mean, you want a bit more of an open plant to be defendable, I guess, but yeah, a little bit awkward there at the end of it. Just spreads enough with the snake bite. And I mean, in a 1 versus 3 scenario with 10 seconds to go, that would have been pretty difficult for Hyunmin to be able to find.
True enough. And now we find DRX with weaker Arsenal.
Yeah, you definitely have to see Hyunmin be the charger here.
Yo.
Oh, already down to 16 though. That's rough.
Still gonna look for something
okay,
though.
Mind.
Updrafts upwards into a kill, but in with the Armageddon from Crazy Guy.
Estrella tried to stick the spike through that as well.
Spike denied, truly. Then the suppress as well. Hyunmin not quite able to use the blades any longer. Decent stun, but still a lot of assistance as RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Hyunmin not quite able to find much with the blades. RRQ will take the lead.
Yeah, nicely countered by RRQ, to be completely honest with you, right? You're getting some good damage on towards Hyunmin, which makes him think better of going for any further challenges. You're denying the spike plant from going down with Snake's Bite for the last one, but also with the Armageddon. I was looking on the moment that goes down as well, and you've got salvos comboed to through the wall side of things towards the orange back sight and stuff. So it was good, just utility layering to come on out for RRQ. And the Armageddon too. I mean, Estrella trying to just stick the plant through that one. Yeah, I know it's got a wind-up time and stuff, but it wound up a little bit quicker than he thought.
Just all the utility coming through, and it's a pretty, again, like readable game plan for RRQ. They kind of know, or they're kind of able to understand, discern exactly what DRX are trying to do. Hence this timeout, needing to pull in a little bit more depth, if you will. RQ so far has been pretty solid with Monyet just still able to hold off onto B, as well as the rest of the squad. Jemkin onto this jet, right? We've seen him, how much he can do on this agent.
Yeah.
Quick plays, quick positions in towards a nest, for example, on the previous round. Now, ooh, both sides stacked up towards A.
Yeah, I mean, last round you had the Armageddon used for Crazy Guy, but look at what you've got achievable in this next round, right? Viper Spit for Monyet, Null Command for Cushy. If you get them online at the scruff that's going to happen over towards this A site for at least, maybe one of them. Ruse could be pretty good in a post-plant scenario, for example, but let's see what this early challenge actually comes out with. Pit prioritized. As DRX don't see any full aggression early on, they will wait a second. They will then throw in their utility to regain space.
Ooh, and look at RQ, they're pushing down mid as well. Pit comes alive, and Monyet's whole duty is to just stay alive. So far, so good on the shorty kill, but Bane with the spams. That's the Pit quickly dealt with.
And an Null Command out from Estrella because finally he's actually alive. He's not dead for the first little bit of this one. Flank, though, already coming through from Jemkin.
And Estrella needing to stay alive alongside his team as well for this post-plant, but here comes RQ. Crazy Guy off of contact. A well-timed peek. 3v3. And also DRX being aware, a little bit paranoid about players towards the back. Yep, spots him out by the torso. Crazy Guy. Just being able to continue cause mayhem towards the back. DRX beginning to sweat. They're trying to hold shoulder to shoulder around 410, but still with the positions noted. Cushy. Multi-kill picked up.
Yeah, we really need to see DRX find some free opening kills and settle down a little bit, right? They're trying to force their way back in towards the site after, giving the space to RRQ in the beginning, which you understand that. But when they look to force the plant, they don't actually have anybody ready for the flanking situation. It was really good work done by Jemkin and by Crazy Guy to at least, gain favor there, make it more difficult for DRX to play in a post-plant scenario. Just really early on the rotation, really early on the flank as well. And you're setting yourselves up for maybe another successive round here. It's 4 in a row on this defensive side so far from them. You're up against the Stingers, you're up against the Bulldog. Definitely see a world in which that converts to 5.
For now, not yet. And this time they don't see Jemkin anywhere closer to the A site, so that could be some information. Outlaw, though.
Outlaw over towards the B site. You've got Monyet there too, but it is a little bit quicker from DRX. I did mention before you want to see some opening kills for them. Give themselves an advantage before going for the plant. Well, it's not going to happen this time. They're going for the plant in a 5 versus 5.
Okay, yeah, DRX classic with the executes into the site to the spiked plant. Question is, can they hold it?
Stingers around this side is not bad.
Yeah, really close, especially when both of them are stacked up against each other like that. But still, Monyet will be able to neutralize at least one. Dispatches the next as well. And you've got Blades, Jemkin, looking to kick up a storm under the site. Swift and precise will be X-Pharaoh as he swings off to the next position. And then the spike to get stuck all the way through. Oh my god, he gets the kill just at the end of it.
Another situation, man. Another situation where the spike is immediately just dived upon by RRQ and they don't even have to worry about the utility to come on out. I mean, we saw it earlier from Bane trying to throw the nano swarms on towards the site this time, but we're seeing it thrown again, but we're seeing freeing dumped down on towards the salvos too. It's just a little bit too little too late. RRQ are getting some great little reads and having the right numbers at the right spot, knowing how to dance around these sites, knowing what angles to watch out for at the right time. These defenses round for them, they've always had the right items, the right abilities available.
But
what?
Just for DRX not quite able to continue holding it post-plant.
They just need a good opening frag and to kind of force RRQ to fall back, ultibulate, you know, not go for a two-dimensional retake, right? Force them into something just very readable, which is not really happening at the moment. Another 5 versus 5, potentially, where there's a enormous flanking presence.
Right, we'll kind of write the previous round off just because they had Stingers. This time it should be a lot better, but what a flash coming out from Cushy. That's what you want in a KO. You got the pit, sure enough, but counter lockdown being placed in. RRQ happy to stay and stick around, hovering around as DRX looks for a way to escape. So far, not quite able to do just that. And they have the Viper's pit surrounded as well. Jemkin, alongside Cushy, just picking every single DRX player one by one, all apart, down into the final kill, and the defuse stuck in as well.
Another scenario where RRQ are already with 5 members surrounding the A site when the plant goes down. Like, it's a scenario where DRX are not finding advantage and they have to recognize that they need to scope out the map to be able to get some abilities. Yeah, they Viper's Pit and they lockdown, but you see a counter lockdown come out from RRQ and you see the attacker lockdown destroyed by, I believe it was the fragment and a little bit of spray on towards it, is what I think I caught there. There was just no escape whatsoever for DRX. Ooh. That's 6 rounds in a row, and you've got to be wondering for what DRX needs to do here. It has to be not giving RRQ everything they want for a retake. You have to remove some items first. You have to find some earlier kills.
This is where the calling kind of comes into question sometimes. Just a full site hits and they're not quite paying off dividends. RRQ on the other hand though, I mean, just playing all of this to perfection, right? The first few rounds might have eluded them, but down into these subsequent ones, they've been able to work their way across the map.
And I know we haven't seen a lot of Icebox for DRX this year, for RRQ as well this year, right? But from what we have seen, we've got a lot more of a reliance on this attacking side for DRX as opposed to the defensive side, right? So they need a lot of rounds on the attacking side, in my opinion, if we're going just by the history and what we're seeing in the previous ones as well, right? Being pretty good on the attacking side as opposed to this defensive side. Whereas for RRQ, I mean, scattered an approach, for example, against T1 in that game, but still kind of doing enough on that defensive side, right? They ended that one at 6 apiece, and they've already gained 6 here in a row. So there's only more to play with to make their attacking adventures better.
Everything points towards RRQ taking a successful map for now. DRX, though, off of the timeouts. This was the second one called already in the first half.
Yeah.
Trying to right the ship.
Waiting for any overextension from RRQ, and they're just not giving it to you.
At least you got Mako trying to somewhat lurk towards middle this time.
And you got Jemkin just making sure the Outlaw is looking down the extremity of B. If he spots out anything, he can go for a pot shot and fall on back, wait for rotations of the team, who are happy to play retake if they need to as well, right? Putting the eggs in the A basket at the moment, having the right numbers, because DRX don't recognize yet that there's a B site on this map. It's A, it's A, it's always A.
Yeah, there's more to the map. At least Mako is beginning to go on this expedition and chart further paths for his team right now. There you see the lurk coming a little bit more active and also working with some micro plants around this toxic screen. Hyunmin pushing it along his team, and it just completely decimates the RRQ setup. Just Jemkin, and they know exactly where he's coming from.
Crazy guy could have got 3, and that would have been an absolute murder. But now it's on to Jemkin in a 1 versus 4, knowing that damage is done, knowing that you've got money for next round, and DRX might not.
Just to dive in. Why not? He's made some sounds. Hyunmin will be the first to peek. No subsequent peeks needed. And it's DRX to put one back up on the board.
Yeah, it's not super exciting as well for the crowd here, of course. They know that that round is just one that DRX really needed to get, and a lot of those kills were, you know, a little bit disconnected through the round. But most importantly, what was it, Quack? It was not a full retake where RRQ had everything to go for the retake. It's battles being won in the beginning, battles being won in the middle of it, with good trades coming out. A bit of a different look on the timeout that comes out from DRX, and now, well, as RRQ, we don't want to let them get anything back. We don't want to give them momentum to try and tie it up. Let's just recognize what little slip-up we had just there.
Right.
Have a discussion for the remaining 3.
You got a Killjoy. You've seen Mako beginning to play around, well, the rest of the map now. So possibly looking to anticipate some of these further movements coming out from DRX.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have toyed with B, you know, a couple of times, but they've just been absolutely denied by a lot of the utility usage that comes out from RRQ, right? You have to play it a little bit more defaulty. You have to bait out that utility and try and escape. Puts a lot more of a premium on your Viper utility timing and what you've got in reserve for that.
And Jemkin as well. I mean, you've seen rounds where RQ begins with an A main presence, which would help them with information or possibly the first pick as well. And right now, this is exactly what they have set up for themselves.
Yeah, the turret and kitchen still for the likes of Xfero. You know, you can still have a bit of a creep up in towards the window to spot a buildup, which is how the kill was collected last round, but maybe we'll see that happen, maybe we won't. Forward presence from RRQ towards the A site with the 4 members yet again, not seeing that anything is home for DRX. And once moreover,
wow,
you got to remember that the alarm bot is the tell for the B site, right? You just got that at the front of the choke. As soon as it's popped, then you can start to see some shuffling from RRQ. If that's not popped, you really don't need to worry about anything. You still got mid being watched by Crazy Guy 2.
So far, so good. It was a really early stealth drone as well, though, so DRX might be able to play with some timing around this stealth drone, and it flushes Jemkin away.
Oh, Monya's on 22 HP. He has to get out of dodge. He will be successful in doing so. But you have forced a couple of these RRQ members back. Now you can start to see him toy with the timing, right? What can Mako find? The alarm bot at the choke, as I mentioned earlier. But with 40 seconds to go, if this is where DRX are going to end up towards, there is going to be a little bit of this utility that they still have to play for.
Yeah, noting the nanostorms right now at the very least, so not too bad. But can you find Xfero? That would help out so much in the post plants. Mako trying to sneak around, sneak through. Oh, the tailwind. Xfero, though, still able to take down Freeing. That's the spike.
Yeah.
Hello? Snake bite just to prevent Xfero from regaining position. But at this point, 15 seconds left. DRX, I feel like they're kind of lost in the sauce. Mako, though, still good on the multi-kills. Hyunmin good for the kills as well. Just Jemkin left. 5 seconds, but they're not able to take him down. Spike plant all the way through. Can Estrella take this 1v1? He's pinned down, his shoulder peaked, and it's Jemkin to hold the angle. RRQ, what?
I don't know about that one from Hyunmin, to be completely honest with you. Trying to elevate himself towards the top of the site, and Jemkin just swats him down. That was a sinister shot to come out from the jet of RRQ in a Red Bull clutch fashion. But I gotta say, freeing running out in the open with the spike there, the eyes is not on the prize of getting the plant down because they recognize that the utility can still come down. The utility that they didn't bait out on the A side of things can still deny the plant. So they're trying to go forward, they're trying to go for the challenge, but then you remove kind of the simple thing. If you're getting the spike plant down at that default spot, where's the angle that you're going to be, you know, taken down from? Well, it's the top of site, and there was someone lurking there.
You definitely have to consider those, but unfortunately, the round will play out the way that it did. A 10th clutch picked up by Jemkin as well. A lot of top stats being picked up by this guy.
Information, crazy guy Teo is towards the A site where an Armageddon is available, remember too. So does that make DRX second guess how they're going to try and attack in towards this site?
Oh, they haven't quite noted the op as well. Armageddon into op kill.
Yeah, that was great. Armageddon forces Estrella to get out of there, and he just can't.
And if you hear the footsteps as well, that confirms further information.
Well, it's also the spike on the floor, right?
That's, yeah.
So you don't really need to see too much movement from RRQ here. You've got an operator still looking at it. You've got no, like, Omen on this map, for example, where Bane had played that before against Paper X instead of this Killjoy.
Yes.
Because Flashback was
a long time
give
ago.
that one.
Ooh. Well, Flicks this time somewhat whiffed. It does allow for DRX to push up further up front, but still cushy. Unfortunately, it will be 86th. Ooh. Down to Magnetic Sparrow, both up around rafters. The spike's still down on the ground, and it still is timing for RQ to push up front. Oh no, they tried to pick it up. Xfaro just marks the position. Mako, though, good on the first. 10 seconds left, and he drops the curtain just to pull Xfaro down into the dirt.
Oh, Marco, you needed to deliver something there for the squad, didn't you? You needed to come out with your own clutch, your variation. You've been a little bit silent in the last couple up. You had a beautiful first map, but this one you crack open that can, the Red Bull clutch comes on through. In a round where you've got two individual peaks in a 3 versus 2 scenario, Xfaro winning both of those ones. The latter one, I mean, the wall isn't even up. Bane's just trying to upgrade the weaponry and have focus on that instead of, you know, any potential reposition from Xfaro. Bit rough there. 7-4. Will it be 8-4 or 7-5 coming into this last round of the half? A couple of great ultimates as well for RRQ, mind you, for a potential retake if they want to shift in towards that as well. Having some great successes, right? Null Command and Lockdown. Ooh, gonna be gorgeous if they can get into a situation like that, but of course it means that DRX have to start to scale up towards the site eventually. And as RRQ, I mean, you're not wasting too much of your utility. If you're not seeing DRX scale up, you know that they're waiting for you to use your util, so just don't give it to them.
That's right, both sides just kind of, would you call this playing chicken? They're kind of waiting for each other, aren't they?
Playing a game of chess at the moment. Which piece can we exchange and sacrifice for another?
Especially the pawns first. Oh, and that's just going to be Jemkin now, taking out Hyunmin.
And Null Command has been deployed from Kushi too, so this is going to halt DRX's processes and solidify that that kill on Hyunmin is not tradable.
40 seconds left.
You got to use the Armageddon to destroy that one.
And that just kind of forces DRX's hand. They will continue to try to push in, especially with the stuns as well. But RQ still in position. The toxic screen does provide additional value as well. Cushy now crazy guy. Xfaro finding all one apiece.
Yeah, that's a really quick flood to come out from RRQ in that round as well, right? Not giving DRX any time to even try and get the plant on the back of the lockdown being destroyed by the Armageddon. Really nicely done. And that'll be 8-4 at the half in favor of RRQ. So switching it up into DRX's, well, worse side on this map, the defensive side. I think you got a lot to discuss and figure out for the Korean side here, but for the flip side, RRQ, I think they done enough on their attacking side where if they get out of the gates flowing on this one, they get a pistol round the second round, albeit, you know, the bonus round too, right? That would be probably the map closer. So let's see what a change-up will look like.
Certainly needing to find so much.
Here we go.
More.
Monyet's biggest strength is his skills or his cuteness.
Wait, you were... How do you rate one of these higher than the other?
Let's see. Is he on top of the team for this map? Did he do good in the last map?
He was good in the last map.
How's he been overall?
They have a Mako drawing as well.
Oh,
Ooh.
another one. Who's the better Bane?
That's
Bane
a different
who
game.
rolls or
Excuse
Bane
me?
who shoots?
Look at that icon. Wow, this kid's actually seriously considering. Okay.
Bane who rolls. Are we getting like leaks here? Are we gonna have an agent that can like roll around the map?
Please.
We're getting like, you know, early theory crafting.
Please, no.
8-4 though here, Quack. Let's see if RRQ are going to be able to close this one out nicely and send us into the third decider of Lotus to have a chance to get their first appearance at an international. Of course, if you are just joining us, this is a series where the winner will go to Masters Toronto. Already seeing Gen G best Boom Esports in the previous series to book their ticket.
The chess game continues. Drone quickly dealt with so far. DRX keeping more players hovering around this A site, looking for information.
Now scaling up now, Xferro finds a stray up, first casualty.
Stop from pipes. Bane then went up from screens, but you still got Hyunmin undetected up from the top of rafters. RQ looking for the safe spike plant, but you got DRX close by. The utility's already somewhat spent, so they're looking to push up. Tailwind's away, but look at Quishy, crazy guy as well. All able to watch for these angles where the pistols are sharp and deadly.
Yeah, just Bane and freeing to see what damage they're going to be able to deliver, it feels like now.
Yeah, you kind of know that they're all towards the back. Monyet then slipping past towards the back. He's looking to slice them at the back of their necks. Crazy guy for the final one as well, and RRQ move up to a 9th.
I mean, it's just immediately one of the differences where RRQ, when one player feels a little bit hot under the collar and they want to disconnect from the site and fall back, you've got another player watching their 6, right? You've got these trades available from RRQ that we didn't really see too much from DRX. I feel like Australia is having a bit of a hard map at the moment in terms of positions that he can feel confident in getting a lot of the kills as well. Just first casualty in that round. And you saw some good value from the 0 point of Cushy too, by the way, so a little bit of difference to come out there. Now pistol round accumulated from RRQ. I was theorying a little bit earlier, right? They get the pistol, the second round, they set themselves up nicely. You get the bonus round, which we'll see after this one. If they win this, of course, then
yeah, could be it.
Yeah, it could be it, potentially. But let's see what the pistols are going to be able to deliver for DRX.
Taking it slow and easy so far, dealing with early utility.
Yeah, it's good to see that DRX know that there's a B site now on this defensive side.
Dispel the fog of war, if you will. But, well, in the kill department so far, it will be RQ taking the lead.
Yeah,
rotation.
Just going to send them to the A site, stack with the pistols, and, well, there's going to be nobody home, unfortunately. RRQ playing patient.
Yeah, and then this would just kind of point towards playing for exits.
Yeah, and then you're also, you know, juggle the buy in towards this one.
Meanwhile, though,
a lot into the bonus
for RRQ to continue building up towards these pivotal ultimates.
See if DRX want to try and challenge with these pistols, or if they are happy enough to just go up with the spike and deny any extra ult orbs.
Just deny. Bane as Sheriff. He's feeling lucky today. Oh, but Xferro, fortunate enough to find one towards the back. Suddenly DRX find themselves in a really uncomfortable position, turn back around. Estrella, not too bad, but still down to the final 2 with Class 6.
It's just
let's calm down.
It's just the 2 pistol players that lost their life. You know, it's okay for RRQ in this sort of scenario. They take the rest of the 3 weapons that they invested with here. Xferro and Jemkin held on to their own money going into that round, so this bonus round is actually going to look pretty potent for the side of RRQ and what they're going to be able to bring to the party.
Still not too bad for an hour, and RRQ with a steady approach, much like their entire group stage run. What is that?
I feel like we could have a really fun montage of all of the player reactions where they're just screaming or laughing and all that sort of stuff.
Well, we do have an outlaw now, Monyet. We'll see if he can chuckle himself into a kill.
Immediately, though, feeling the pressure at this B site is Marco, and he needs some assistance. What a gorgeous pop flash. The challenge is certainly on, and he weathers it. He wins one.
And Jemkin will be able to even out the odds somewhat. Tailwind's back into safety. You got the fragment as well, just to fend off any incoming players. But still then, now you got to play it post-plant.
Yep. Silent drone too, shifting on up. If that's available to pop, it is.
Not really suppressed though. 10 seconds for these salvos to come back online, so Crazy Guy needing to stay alive. You got the Killjoy utility to watch the back, so now you just got to watch the front, where Jemkin and Xfero are good on the spams. A triple kill picked up now. It's just Mako left alive, not able to do too much.
Yeah.
Just digging himself a grave. And it's RRQ, exactly like you predicted, Komodo.
Yeah, call me the prophet in that one. Hey, you get the pistol the second round and albeit the bonus round, and you're looking to potentially close out the map. I mean, from what we've just seen so far in terms of coordination and positioning, I get the feelings and the vibes that RRQ are just ahead of DRX in a lot of these very important pieces, you know, the very important things for a map of VALORANT.
We're going to pay attention to your predictions for the
Oh no, I went
upcoming
DRX on this series, and I went boom on the last one, so...
It's early, it's map 2.
I made a thing. It was my heart predictions, not my head predictions on that one.
I remember that.
No brain.
Right now though, brain spotted Jemkin. He definitely saw Stray on that one.
Yeah, and it has been Australia who's been given free haircuts more often than not, isn't it? So he needs to be quite careful. It is just the little pistols for DRX in this one. Solo stinger.
He's calling it to his team as well. The drone now trying to possibly put some presence on the B side.
Yeah, they already know that the Viper's there in Marco. You've just found out freeing towards B, so does it give you a bit of an idea? Of course it does, that A is lesser equipped. RRQ, though, not wanting to go too early, so they'll wait for the rest of their utility to come online.
Oh! He's going to get hit by the first initial salvo anyway. Off towards the back now, and that's exactly where Jemkin wants to be. You got salvos to counter back, but still, you got so many spots to plant around this A site where Jemkin continues to decimate just Mako, and it's so unfortunate.
I mean, he certainly would need to be the Doombringer in this one, wouldn't he? For a 1 versus 4 with the Sheriff.
Don't know how much Doom he can bring. Okay, that's a decent start.
There is a flank coming through from Monyet.
You wouldn't know. So Mako, unfortunately, back's turned towards screens. Does find the first, but as he runs around back, oh, Monyet. Oh, he's been spotted now. The spike will go off, but kill's still found.
He's just toying with his food. He knows he's won the round there. It doesn't matter. He'll go down for the shenanigans. It's 12-4. RRQ, as I said, they have fashioned themselves a pretty monstrous game plan coming in towards this map, leaving no space for DRX to really get a wriggle on for anything. I highlighted a couple times already that DRX's defenses on this map are pretty strugglesome at best. And it's being exploited quite nicely. Oh, I wonder what the end of that one was.
Okay. Thankfully, got caught up at the right time. Now we do have a bit of a Hail Mary pass from DRX, though, and trying to look for the gunfights.
Still wins it as well.
It's Jemkin. Hyunmin, on the other hand, though, has an op.
But what can you do around this A site? This is not a safe position. Neither is gathering an orb in the open. Unfortunately, Xfero in for the trade as they're getting in towards the site with advantage.
Right, multiple angles, all covered, and DRX continue to try to fight back, try to hold down the site. Hyunmin trying to get himself away out of position of this lockdown. Holding on to the op as well, where it's a 2v3.
And a top site plant as well. It can be pretty difficult to retake in a normal scenario.
Monyet still a snake bite as well. So far, high and low. It's going to be a tough position to contend for. Quickly spotted out, but the shot's not quite connecting. Just Jemkin, still sharp and lethal. Hyunmin to try to peek around the corner, but I'm sorry to say this round is probably going to go off the wayside. He goes up the zip line, and Monyet will happily pick up the kill onto that final one, and that puts
DRX out of their misery on this Icebox. We end with a scoreline of 13-4.
Yeah, feels like it a little bit, right? You've kind of said the right word there. Miserable for DRX with the performance that they're able to come out with on that map. But I think a masterclass from RRQ. They had a really good game plan and awareness factor on the defensive side and even on their attacking side as well. I mean, it's just flawless for the second half to come out from them from pistol to the closer. They were always ahead. 13-4 is the scoreline there. I think for DRX, this is certainly not a map that, you know, since essentially, what's that, July last year that you've won, probably needed to be July last year that you last played it.
Right, it's Icebox. It just came back in, but right off the rip, you're already seeing why this sort of wild card pick was even selected. You had so many moments coming out from the likes of Jemkin, Cushy even, and also Monyet.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great effort from the RRQ guys in their own map pick here as well. It was just, you know, what were they going to be able to deliver on DRX's pick, which they did a lot, right? 13-11, you thought that they might actually be able to push us into overtime with the tail end of rounds that we did see on map number 1, but this would give them really good confidence on the back of this dominant performance on Icebox to send us into the final map in Lotus, where it was them that got the choice.
That's right, you know, both sides not out of the woods yet. They have to go the distance, and this is where endurance comes into play. Our hearts definitely go out for the players who are trying to survive, but we'll toss it back over onto the desk.
Oh, they definitely are trying their best to survive. As we all know, qualification match goes into a map number 3 for Masters Toronto. And for RRQ, they must be feeling really good about this Icebox.
Yeah, they took them to the box and it worked out well for them. I mean, this pick, it was beautiful from RRQ, and you can even see it. I mean, we'll get into a little bit more detail when we break down some of the replays, but you can see it here. 12 first kills and 4 out of 9 post plants there for DRX. RRQ on the defense in particular was all over them, which was not good news for DRX, where they had much better attacking halves in their last 2 games of Icebox, which they dropped both of, and I felt like RRQ had a very good game plan, similar to what we saw over on Fracture. I think RRQ, if you're like a team in the tier 2 scene or you're up and coming, you're trying to work out how these defense side protocols go when you go from what is my start round setup, how am I going to rotate, and what do I do if the other team takes a site, or what do I do if the other team takes a certain amount of control. RRQ's protocols are just way too clean, the way that they're able to actually take the rest of the map and take map control off of the attackers when they can see control of the site. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive map from them. Again, very clear to see why they chose it. And I do think on the flip side, DRX looked very uncomfortable. I don't think they were able to really understand the macro in the same way RRQ were.
No.
And, you know, the rounds we saw kind of got scrappy and they were just able to kind of win these fights. We see Jemkin topping the charts here, 21-8.
Such a monster on the Jet. You saw it on Haven. Like, I've been waiting for them to go back to the meta comp on Haven for ages, because he was just owning on Jet initially in kickoff. So it's good to see him get back on that agent. He's fantastic to watch on it. And over on the side of DRX, a couple of players going missing a little bit. I don't think I've seen yet a good individual performance from Australia on a flashy unit, whether it be Breach or KO coming into DRX. Freeing has not been what he was over in kickoff, dominating on the Teo. And for Bane, as we get deeper into this series, I'm getting worried because he is got to be struggling at this point. The dude is really feeling it. He's under the weather. And when you go hours and hours into a series when you're in pain, it's going to really start to take a toll on you.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, we obviously, we know that DRX wouldn't let Bane compete unless it wasn't, like, medically advised.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Rest assured with the fans, like, he is okay. It's just that he is, of course, very uncomfortable right now. But I would say for DRX, you're absolutely right. Australia, I mean, a lot of the story revolves around him because he is up against his former team. It's not exactly the performance that you would want, especially when you have a lot of information on that previous team, right? We saw how RRQ was able to execute such great retakes on so many of those rounds.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we can dive into the replays of that right now and just see how well they were able to retake the site time and time again. The majority of these rounds won on defense start with a setup that makes a lot of sense, and then really, really solid map control protocols from the defense after the initial wave of aggression from the attackers, whether they run an A default, you take all of B long and take middle, or the way that you're actually able to approach a lot of these retakes was really nice from RRQ.
Yeah, these sites on Icebox are quite easy to retake, all things considered, especially if you're able to find that opening pick. I think that's one thing RRQ did really well.
Yeah.
They were often able to find that first kill, reset, give the space, and then go into the retake. And that's just how you play this map. I mean, they understood it very, very fundamentally and executed it very, very smoothly.
They kept changing up their setups as well. They would go from a 2 walk to a 4 stack on A, contesting belt and really fighting for things, to throwing the jet on that B long info line and being able to stack towards A. It felt like DRX were never really attacking into the same setup, and even when they ended up in some kind of a post plant that they should be somewhat comfortable with or were able to kind of play around, they were never quite playing against the same retake, whether it was retake heavy through screen and rafters or they were getting triple flanked.
It just goes to show how confident they were on this map, right? You could see all the players that they were really taking those fights and they knew that they would win, just like Jemkin. I mean, you compare him to Hyunmin, right? Who, of course, we saw Hyunmin pop off in the previous map, but here on Icebox, it just wasn't the same story.
Yeah, I mean, this was the kind of matchup we highlighted before of Jemkin versus Hyunmin, Jet versus Jet. Who is going to come out on top? I think there's no doubt Jemkin was just electric in this. Hyunmin got a few good shots back off, but, you know, we saw both of them topping the charts for their respective teams. I mean, this shot was ludicrous, but I mean, absolutely, I think this is where the real crux of this matchup is going to go heading into map 3, which duelist is able to pop off more.
Yeah, I think Hyunmin, look, he did what he could. He was definitely the standout player there for DRX, right up there with Mako. But Jemkin, I mean, 21-8. It's another monstrous game on the Jet. This guy is unreal on Jet. He's really, really good on the Yoru as well, which I think we're going to see from him in this next map. He put on an absolute clinic versus T1 in that decider game in the group stage.
Ooh, really early prediction over there. But yes, going into our next map, which will be Lotus. How are we feeling about this? Because I would say I'm a lot more confident in DRX's Lotus. I feel like they like that map a lot more, and then you look at RRQ's record on Lotus, it doesn't spark too much confidence.
To be fair, most of those losses for RRQ come back in kickoff when they were playing a different comp. With their current comp here in Stage 1, they're 2-1 overall, and the game they did lose was against Team Secret, which was in that game right at the end of the group stage, which didn't change the standings at all, so I don't know how much they were actually locked in to try to win that game of Lotus for themselves. So I think it's actually been a better map than the overall stats for the whole year, we'll say, but I do agree for DRX, this is a map that's been going great, and they even broke their head-to-head streak against T1 in that last game yesterday.
Sure, and as we see the stats right now, we're seeing that, you know, DRX, of course, we know that they've been experimenting, you know, back and forth with a lot of
changing.
Yeah, it's an unpredictable DRX all of a sudden. RRQ, I feel like they have a lot more to show in this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely... I'd say the ball is in DRX's court here. RRQ have a bit of an uphill battle in this map 3. We can see DRX have picked it there 4 times. Sorry, played it 4 times. So they are very, very comfortable here. And, you know, this is a map where they've shown continual innovation. So it will have been much harder for RRQ to prep for this.
Yeah, for DRX, I mean, exactly that. They keep changing up what they're doing on this comp. You never quite know what they're going to be bringing onto Lotus on the day, so that's something you have to keep in the back of your head. But the game against T1, a very, very close one that they were finally able to overcome T1 in that matchup, although they were playing against a very different comp, which, funnily enough, is very similar to what RRQ is going to be bringing into this game. That was a Breach Teo comp. I believe it was double Senti as well. I don't quite remember for T1 exactly what they were, sorry, double control. I don't remember exactly what T1 were playing, but it was definitely at the core a similar style to what RRQ is going to play against here. So, or sorry, what DRX is going to play against RRQ bringing into this one. For me, like I said before, Jemkin is going to be the standout here on the Yoru. He plays a fantastic Yoru on this map. He is the centerpiece of their game. He plays so disruptively on defense. He's going to be really annoying on a lot of these off angles, and it's something that DRX will have definitely studied and will have to be ready for coming into this game at Lotus.
Yeah, for me, I'm going back to that head-to-head between Crazy Guy and Australia, right? This is a 3-site map. You're going to look at a lot of the very, very smart IGL calls that are going to come in, especially, again, final map of the day. At the end of this map, we find out who's going with Gen G to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the IGLs tend to love these 3-site maps. There's a lot more room to maneuver. You're able to mid-round a lot cleaner. So this is the real IGLing test, if you ask me. I have to agree with you. I think both of those players now have to really step it up a gear, because there's no time to coast now. There's no time to make mistakes. Win this map, and you are going to Toronto.
Yeah, and I would say for, you know, both teams, do you want that lower bracket run? Not exactly, right?
No one does.
It's nobody does. Nobody wants to go through that gauntlet. Everybody wants the easy way in, and this is it. All you have to do is win Lotus, and you get there. For DRX, again, I said I was feeling a lot more confident with them, but I would say for RRQ, I wouldn't put it past them to just like, oh, we're just gonna play our own game, which is exactly what they have to do at this point. A lot of teams, you know, they have to counter all of these other strategies that teams are pulling in, but when you have DRX changing it up every single time, the most you can do is just make sure your players are on point.
Well, one-day turnaround for DRX. I don't know whether they're going to have time to change too much up, and they are going to play exactly this. Funnily enough, both them and Genji playing the most standard comp on one of the maps in their series and just trusting that it's going to work out for them. It was a dub yesterday against T1, so let's see what RRQ have learned from watching that game.
Yeah, DRX opting to stay with that simple approach. RRQ much more the new meta, the new wave. We do see Jemkin on that Yoru with Breach Teo. Now, I think this is definitely a winnable map for RRQ, but we saw how DRX played against a similar style yesterday. As you say, Pilski, it's all about the anti-strat. You managed to watch this map, so I really hope they've managed to dissect it, break it down, and that's gonna be what gets them over the line.
Yeah, sometimes that anti-strat can be hard to apply when they're playing into a completely different comp, completely different team, but in this case, there is some crossover and some trends that will be recognized here for the side of RRQ.
For sure, and we're gonna see who takes this map, who takes Lotus, and the winner goes over to Masters Toronto. We're gonna step inside and toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika, Big Time, and Pilski. They all come down to this final map, Lotus. And, you know, Dedes talked about the compositions. Any thoughts on that, Komodo?
No, I mean, it's the same that they ran in with last time, right? So I think that there's definitely room for the anti-stratting, a little bit more preparation coming in towards this one for RRQ than Lysa DRX, who had to play yesterday. But that kind of makes it a little bit more interesting, and thought process is why DRX have opted to start on the defensive side. Are they ready with their own sort of anti-strats of what RRQ have to play with them or not? Because historically, DRX have been worse on this defensive side compared to their attacking side. So do they just want to come out of the gates a little bit better swinging or not, or give themselves a little bit more room to try and recover? Who really knows?
Slight curious decision, but right now at least we can see DRX have the setups they have, and they're kind of looking for that map control.
Yeah. And remember, a little something happened on the game of Valorant earlier on. There was a huge, very huge overtime scenario where RRQ have now lost the big, long overtime trophy.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because this is an important match, and it should go deep.
We'll see if RRQ can attempt at breaking that record. We've been close to overtime the first map.
Look at the rotations. So this is kind of drawing over, though. Jemkin, rotating door, forces out a smoke, gate crashes away, makes the C side a little bit more vulnerable now.
Well, a little bit. DRX still staying true to their setup, 2-3 split. Right now, the positions that they are holding as well, stairs, as well as waterfall. Sudden decision for RQ then to route themselves possibly into B, but that's when DRX also still has players online. So straight into the C site they will stream. And you got DRX in spades on this spot. Still though, the pistol shots from RQ ringing true right now. 10 seconds left to get the spike down, but they don't necessarily need it. 4v1. So many of their players low HP though.
Now, if RRQ managed to pull this one back, I thought going to that B site was the wrong decision, but they somehow managed to find all of the doors around C. And now it's a healthy Marco against 4 bodies of RRQ.
Fall line spent, he knows exactly where Crazy Guy would be. So that does the first. Into the smoke, Smonyet might just be able to push into the back of Mako, and there it is.
Good pistol round, actually. Like a neat recovery for RRQ. As I was saying, when they decided with 20 seconds to go to try and get in towards that B site, and they're waltzing in towards, a Bane C's and a nade to come out from Houndman too. I mean, I thought the paint shells was just going to be the end-all to the round, but apparently not. 10 seconds to go, and Jemkin opens up with a couple of good kills. You got Crazy Guy and Xvero in for one as well, and you just set yourselves up for the opportunity to win the round. So these are little mid-round calls that you need to be very decisive on. Heard it on the desk earlier, right? This is the map where the IGLs probably need to step up, and a lot of great calling.
Yeah, we've seen Crazy Guy step up in that department on Icebox.
Yeah.
Where it's Lotus right now, though. Especially with the guns in their hands. Just classic. Move up front, Jemkin possibly able to gate crash. Well, no, not quite. He's just looking for as much as he can with this Ghost right now. There's the gate crash.
No classic magic to come out in this round from DRX. You would expect for the remainder of this round as well. As there's a big old pivot towards the B site. Yeah, it'll make it pretty difficult for DRX to just get in with the classics as well. So round should go RRQ's way.
Spike plant.
And this is just brilliant. Right now you've got all these positions. Slight high, low, 3 players,
Yeah,
4
just-
if you consider Jemkin.
Just don't fumble, really, as RRQ. Don't give an opportunity.
Just don't. Just win.
Just win. Forehead.
Easy.
Don't flash yourself like that, boy.
No, it's okay. Spot time. He's gathering information for the team. And time for Xfero to sneak up from the back to find the 4K.
Yeah, neat. Neat work. You give some confidence to him on that one for sure with the Ghost able to get the kills. But now we have the bonus rounds to come on through, and this is where we need to see DRX step it up, unlike what they weren't able to do over on the second half of Icebox. 5 in a row closer.
Guys, decent.
I'm telling you, we can make a great montage with all the noises. I'm telling you. Gun round though. Gun round out for DRX. So let's see what they're going to have to do. But util spam an entrapment towards a rubble.
Classic. Jemkin though, trying to sneak past through from it. That has been the entire RRQ game plan so far.
And with the door now rotated closed fully, Marco not able to find any opportune moments to gain an advantage early on in this round for DRX. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hyunmin instead. Jemkin down. Time to go time for RRQ to this B site though.
All right, tried to kind of overstay his welcome, but right now with the mid-round calls, quick and decisive, RRQ will be able to bulldoze their way into this B site. Freeing though, inside of the smokes, might be able to play spoiler, and he does! 2 kills, 3 kills, and it just completely throws around upside down.
Very nicely done for freeing there. Able to just spray transfer, finding the right timing to get through the smoke. Of course, not on the Teo now for this one, onto the Killjoy. So, a bit of a change up to allow Australia to go on to the Viper. Always seeing some good value from Viper players on this map as well, and having opportunities for operators, for example, with wall ups and downs. So I'll be excited to see when that does look to come out for these teams. This time, however, though, of course, too early for that, as it's once again the A-Rubble control and contest that RRQ will weather. Oh. As I say that, though, maybe not. Marco actually getting the literal tail-end bullet through the corner of that rotating door.
Oh, and he's still spamming. Ooh!
Cheeky.
Xfero, crazy guy. They were within range of getting domed, but right now, it's going to be Xfero who finds the frag on towards Bane. Clone instantly dealt with. Mako not able to sidestep. Hyunmin, though, turns back around.
He's got the rocket
Deals
too.
a crazy guy, but oh!
Shut down.
Still the paint shells at the very least.
Look at the spike, though, Quack.
Kind of buys time, yes.
At Rubble.
Not quite picked up. Jemkin's looking to go for it, and he's able to hold the angle. Very aware.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that the DRX members in the breaking room are not there to hit the shots together, and Australia not expecting a flank from the counter Viper. Taken down.
Right. All of a sudden, a quick round where RRQ, instead of having Jemkin to bait attention and then gate crash away, it's a full hit, and it's one that, even though Mako found the early pick, DRX didn't quite anticipate for the entire team to be around this spot. And also, great cognizance from Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, just the bait and switch on that door, the breakable one, to try and bring that through for DRX. Jemkin, a great round. Certainly if we've got a lot of these individual moments come through from RRQ, right, it can pave the way for successes here.
And now with the full arsenal, just going for the dimensional drift play into a weaker bot DRX on the C site.
Yeah,
so everyone's been spotted out.
Yeah, try and trap him out with the dimensional drift and the salvos, though now is the time for RRQ to get in, ain't it?
Good dinks all backsides, but gate crashes away into safety. Got kills coming up from Monyet, and Bane is able to answer back, but still, without the guns, it's weaker firepower, and it's so tough to be able to withstand the push. RRQ then looking for the spike plant. Still not entirely sure if it's safe enough. Mako looking for some possible angles.
I mean, the Stingers in this situation, man.
You think?
They can absolutely wreck them.
Oh, it all comes down to the positions, but unfortunately Mako has been spotted out, and it's just the classic left. Decent shot coming out through with the headshot, but still, RRQ. They're leading with a very good score right now.
Good spot. Fault line out, not giving him a opportunity to spray the Stinger. I got a highlight as well in that round. The showstopper brought out from Hyunmin, and it finds Zilch. If that had found a kill, or maybe even two towards the bend, it may have been able to switch the round over towards DRX's favor. Look how low they are. The spam comes on towards Marco, and then just the classic at the end for Bane. Bit rough there. Wouldn't be surprised for DRX if they drop this round, of course, to have a timeout, because momentum is in RRQ's favor.
We'll see. I mean, right now, at least looking to contend once again for the A plays. RRQ happy with the utility baited out then to rotate and transition over onto the C site.
What are you going to look to do? Send in the drone for some information. Crazy Guy can Rolling Thunder in if they spot anything, which is exactly what he's going to do with the counter Nightfall, though. That kind of does hold some proceedings for the remainder of the RRQ squad, but Jemkin still somehow able to find the kill, and Cushy to follow.
Yeah, close quarters, and then to watch for the waterfall angle as well. Just Mako and Hyunmin left. Hyunmin maybe looking to sneak one over, but slight sidesteps, and he's able to still at least collect on towards the next. Hyunmin tapping onto the brakes.
Are they saving here? Yeah. They're able to sneak out, but it feels like it's with the tail between their legs, isn't it?
Too dicey. It's not a situation that you want to contend with, so in fact, it might be a wise decision sometimes.
I mean,
not the hill you want to die on.
No, the Nightfall comes in to try and counter the aggression on the back of the Rolling Thunder. And Jemkin is able to find the opener, and then just followed up by couple of extra members of RRQ.
But would then have to go back into this possible timeout.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would be expecting a timeout here for DRX, honestly. You've just lost another gun round here. It's 5-1. These are the sort of scenarios where if RRQ are allowed to really establish some positioning, they could run away with this half. That's why I was kind of questioning earlier as well, right? Like, why have DRX opted to start on the defensive side? It's been your most lackluster side. Did you have an idea? Did you, do all the preparation to try and really have some counters? No timeout.
That was with everything, with the Nightfall as well, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Coaches feeling like they don't necessarily need to if they're enjoying at least the calls and the ideas for the team to be able to come back for themselves, right?
We'll see. Currently, again, trying to be able to read RRQ's movements, but down to fights themselves. It's RRQ this time staggering.
This is where you got to be really careful as Marco, because if you're spotted out by this drone real early, there's a flash as well to come out. You should be dead to rights.
Oh God, he managed to spot one out at least, but it was a clone. Hyunmin then for the double kill, but Crazy Guy for the trades right back. Bane looking to B-hop himself into safety. You've got Baby Door broken up apart, but Xfera with a sudden lurk springing over on towards Estrella. Freeing.
He needs the gun upgrade, and he will be able to achieve it. Estrella caught yet again with a knife in hand. So in this 2 versus 2, your options as DRX, spot him out and retake with the lockdown wouldn't be the worst thing.
But it depends on Bane's position as well. He's playing a really close one and done.
Pretty much. He needs one, at least here, to allow freeing on lower HP.
Not even looking for the Prowler play. Even RRQ, though, they have a slight chance to possibly sneak on over, but instead they will walk straight into Bane's crosshairs. The trade found. Crazy Guy with a one-on-one freeing. Is this where you use the lockdown? No, he sneaks in. Crazy Guy doesn't quite know, but he tucks himself in the corner instead as well. Freeing then to creep on over. Certainly looking for the tap. Crazy Guy pushes over, but he's not looking the right way, just turns in the nick of time. The 3rd kill found in the round, and RRQ with a win streak at their hands.
Yeah, gotta say, the lurks from Xfera have been damn well potent in this one so far, right? You saw the tail end on what he was able to do on the last map as well, really trying to just play with rotations, and this time he's certainly just done it again, hasn't he? Peeking in through the B side of things. Yeah, the turret is supposed to be there to spot out the information, but if you as defenders are feeling a little bit of pressure, you're putting up that Viper's Wall to stave off any split aggression to come on through, right? And unfortunately, it is the fact that that Viper Wall is up that helps Xfera go for that little later flank there. Now the timeout does come out for DRX, at the 6-1 mark, which, you know, already concedes the half to RRQ. They also, you know, do get a discussion in a timeout. It's not just the team that calls the timeout that gets to converse. So these are the sort of scenarios as well where you give RRQ the time to really come out with a different look at this side of things as well, right? What have they figured out in this map so far?
I don't know. I tell you what though, Komodo, it certainly looks and feels as though the stars are aligning for RRQ to make their first ever international appearance.
You
This
mean
could be.
There's a chance there may be an SEA representative?
Yes, there very well could be. Not just the Korean teams. All the SEA fans clamoring for this one approach. DRX though, now with the timeout.
Yeah, let's see what it converts into here as well. What different looks there may well have been discussed on this defensive side from DRX. It's pretty stock standard again though, with the rubble control, with a little bit of utility, having Marco still in the tree room door. Do see that Straya is actually on the seaside itself this time to assist with freeing, who might need to drop that lockdown a little bit earlier than expected with all the utility that is starting to get hammered into the seaside, but it suppresses a little bit, quiets on down.
Here. Just to hold position.
Bane will throw out a Prowler for the information, but it's no time for RRQ.
Straight in with the Armageddon and the Gate Crash, but Estrella just marks the position. Then the lockdown coming over. RRQ flushed away across the map.
Yeah, you can just get out in that sort of scenario as well. Your job has been done. Now you're trying to contest with a little bit of rotations over to the side of A. Marco does not need to challenge whatsoever. Hyunmin as well. This is looking better for DRX.
Right. Everyone now aware of every single possible position, especially the one where oftentimes Jemkin Gate crashes into. That was a pivotal play off towards a lake now, and that's where Hyunmin is able to lock down the angle. DRX puts themselves on the board.
Alrighty, timeout conversion going DRX's way, but more importantly for me, and I think a lot of fans out there as well, is are they going to be able to get successful rounds in a row? They weren't able to do it at all on the previous map, bar the first and second round, which was the pistol, and then the second round after the pistol when your opponents really don't have any legs to stand on, right? So this is the time that we need to see them double down. That's the first round they've actually won besides the bonus in this map.
It would be a good chance for it with the ultimates online.
Yeah, but you also got to contend that RRQ do have a dimensional drift. And we know what information that's going to be able to find for Jemkin to bait out rotations and bait out utility. He's scoping out the breakable room at the moment. He'll be spotting out where Bane is, and he'll be spotting out all of these abilities. The drone removes Hyunmin's rocket.
And he's just stuck into this one spot. Unfortunate as he's not able to come up with some kills, but Mako picks up the slack. 4K found in the round. Crazy guy to even out the odds. 1v2 still, though. If he finds one more, that would be Rolling Thunder. He's got to sneak away, freeing. Thanks to Estrella's jump peak, knows exactly where he is. Freeing spotted out as well, though, but manages to tuck away.
Yeah, Crazy Guy was ready for that as well. You could see his crosshair was at the right spot. He knew that that was a possibility. So now, in this 1 versus 2, what do you look to do as Crazy Guy? A Rolling Thunder when you get the plant down, an Aftershock as well. So you want to plant in a position that you're going to be able to use these.
Seaside would be the best possible spot.
But where does he want to go for? Does he want to try and plant it a little bit more for the whole side of things or for mounds? He's going to opt for the latter. And generally, you would expect him to play behind the mound spot, right? So, see if there's going to be any differences. No. Alarm bot actually managed not to trip. Does that bait them, though?
He's got no idea, but
didn't expect him to be so close.
Still watching the angle, that's right.
So nicely done from DRX there. They get the opening engagements won despite the rocket being removed on the back of, well, individual heroics, right? Marco. Let's have a Marco highlight.
You gotta watch exactly how he found every single one of these, you know, dancing back and forth around this rubble area. Just everyone seized up and choked up thanks to Bane's seize as well.
But then you got to remember that it was a 1 versus 2 at the end, so there was still some damage delivered by RRQ to make things plausible for a collection of the rounds. Just not able to get done by Crazy Guy. Nano Swarm kind of funneling him into the crosshair of Freeing, who was already ready. So a 3rd round now for DRX. See if they can continue any sort of streak where you aren't seeing the combo utility of Fade and Paint Shells to actually net a kill towards the A main choke point, but you are staving him off a little bit with that Haunt that comes out, and now some extra utilities that forces Jemkin to get out and bandage up a little.
That's where we've seen this exact game plan for the past several rounds. Once again, RRQ just baiting them off of A and then back in towards this B position. You got Link smoked off, so some decent spams possible, but nonetheless, the spike still gets planted. Prowler confirms positioning, but look at Jemkin looking to bypass and to cut them off on rotations as well. Rolling Thunder to buy further time.
Yeah, it hit 2 of them over towards the C-Link side of things.
Ooh. And if you're a DRX, I mean, considering contending for this heaven position, it's way too tough. Mako steps into the crosshairs. Estrella as well as Freeing right now, just getting tapped away.
Gotta call it.
There's no chance, 2v4.
Too difficult to get in. I was looking at the utility change-ups as well for Freeing, for example, putting the alarm bot on the Nano Swarm for the C site in case they got a little bit further into C, so they could put more focus on the B site, on towards Rubble. But it just feels like, you know, as soon as Jemkin got in towards the B site there, it was a little bit too difficult to have any follow-up come through from DRX, taking some great space. I don't know how Crazy Guy has managed to fall away on that one. But regardless, RRQ get their 7th round on the board.
Which still keeps themselves more than afloat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, maybe we need to...
We need to what? What do we need to do?
We can't tell.
You won the round.
That is classified information, Komodo.
For sure, redacted. We'll never know. Combo util again for DRX out this A side of things, and then playing 1B, 1C. Spot out any information if you can, but you really want to go for this Rubble control. No TP from Marco to the top of Rubble to have any high-low. But pressure building up towards this C site, really. You might see him from the shadows over here if required.
Same thing again.
RRQ have been doing really well on baiting out a lot of this utility, really forcing DRX to think and have some good adjustments around the map. You know, these are the sort of situations as well where if you're Australia, are you contemplating dropping a pit a little bit later on to try and funnel RRQ away from you?
Not entirely sure just yet. I mean, so far not seeing too much towards the C site. You still got this 2-2-1 where DRX has a couple players to watch down B. Mako then to find the first. Paranoia as well as TP away. Hyunmin back into position where RQ might not expect him.
Oh, cancelled. Salvos still go on in.
Oh,
Hyunmin has a lot to do here.
He might have been blinded, but the toxic screen.
It helps him.
Yeah, well, also helps RQ to kind of sneak in through from tree though, but is that going to be enough? Mako in position, and he lines them up, racks up 2 more kills. Xfero then to try to hold it down from backside, 30 seconds left. Just Monyet. He's got to watch out for A-Link as well though, and that's where Freeing will stab him in the back.
Starting to see the numbers aligning right now. So Marco 4K equals round win for DRX, because that's another one where he's just absolutely delivered the goods and really not overplayed his hand too much. A moment in time where he may have been traded out by Jemkin, but still gets him at the end in the 3rd kill, finishing it up nicely around the A site as well. No pit needed to be invested for DRX. They will hold that available for the last round of this half. And you're also seeing with the reposition from Monyet from the shadows down to drop, you know, didn't really give him the chance anymore for a 1 versus 3 scenario.
Looking for a quick hit into the site. Both Vipers on Judge plays in with a gate crash though, but that's quickly dealt with. And now you got the Viper screen up.
Yeah, counter pit going in towards the B site. But will the turret actually be able to give you any information with this one as well? They're now contending inside Estrella's pit.
Okay.
He needs to be the judge, the jury, the executioner, but he's spotted out.
Still manages to bang them up though, just by the trailing image of it all. Down to just Crazy Guy left, where DRX all of a sudden find themselves with ultimate map control.
Yeah, it feels like the Viper utility at the moment. It's done the lion's share of the work for DRX, hasn't it? Australia's toxic screen getting in the decays, same for the pit. And then the shots just drain on out for the remainder of the DRX members. So finally we see something, you know, well coordinated from DRX here. Bloody well, what a shot that one was from Crazy Guy on the timing. I'm saying well coordinated from DRX because this should be their round, but it's the last round of the half.
You never quite know.
Well,
he starts off pretty well, but now not expecting Mako to be in that spot. Mako once again saving rounds for DRX. It's 7-5 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, it's not like the 8-4 on the last map either, right? So a little bit more to work with for DRX, especially if they themselves now are able to pick up the pistol, or if not, well, is that the time for RRQ to start to look to close it out and book their ticket to Toronto? Who knows? Because everybody, if you are just joining us throughout this one, this next half is going to decide which of these two teams here will meet with Gen G from Pacific over at that Masters event.
At this point, it still could be either one. And that's where tensions continue to rise even further up. I mean, you were talking about DRX with this curious decision to start on the defensive half. We see them ending 5-7, which isn't too bad. What about their attacking side now? Because they just pulled off an incredible performance against T1 yesterday. Both maps going to overtime, and DRX still bested their opponents.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it, like, incredible. It was entertaining, for sure, but if you want to talk about the incredibleness, you probably want to talk about a 12-0 half or, you know, an 11-1. You want something just absolutely commanding. That's an incredible scene because you've got all the right reads, you've got all the right understanding on a map.
And we saw that from Gen G.
We didn't get that from DRX against T1, but we did get some good rounds on the attacking side on the second half. It did start off with the pistol though, so it's going to be a key importance here for DRX to, you know, get the pistol in the secondary round. Bonus round, all right, they're going to be able to afford to lose that one for sure, but I think we just need to see from DRX kind of a lot of what RRQ were doing, baiting out a lot of this utility, playing with a lot of the rotations.
And once again, that does come down to how the players operate this, as well as the IGLs on both ends. I mean, both ends finding themselves on opposite ends of the spectrum right now in terms of the kill feed.
I was talking about DRX there, but for RRQ as well, right? If you're able to pick up the pistol round here, that would be absolutely brilliant for you. You've got still reposition available from Jemkin over at the A side of things, of course, and you've already had a cheated rotation from Crazy Guy to back up this C site with Xferro if things get a little bit problematic.
Cover going out.
Just waiting for utility to trail through.
Yeah.
Aftershock, snake bites.
Not seeing anything come on through yet, so you don't necessarily need to use the snake bite.
DRX trying to bait it out as best they can as well.
Yeah, now when you've got no toxins, now's the time you would probably look to use it. But
sneak in, but the fault line.
Yeah, waiting for a potential shrouded step from Marco, but he doesn't have one available.
The drone just cleared out pillars as well, so DRX thinking to just really commit into this one C site. The snake bite drawn out. Still Xferro trying to play around the stairs. Crazy Guy with the off angle. He does find the first, but off to the trades. DRX managed to find more space. The smoke's beginning to dissipate as well, though. And RRQ has a slight opportunity. Trying to find position back out from Halls. Meanwhile, DRX looking to reposition.
3 versus 3. Not all on the site. Hyunmin's off it.
Blinding.
Play it close. Hyunmin looking for kills or possibly refresh the utility, but it's not needed. Look at that microflake in a matter of seconds. Pistol round picked up by DRX, and that's the win condition found.
Shots out for Hyunmin. Certainly needs to be the tip of the spear here for DRX to charge on through, you would think. He needs to be very sharp, very potent and punishing. So it's good to see that a couple of great shots do come out from him at the end there in the 3 versus 3 that may very well look awkward if you consider salvos for Kushi. You know, how long were they away from being able to put at the back of the site? Talk about rotations and positioning. You know, the rotations were kind of there for RRQ a little bit earlier on, but just not enough.
Out to the next round now, though. Ooh.
Yeah, Freen caught out by himself.
It's just a pistol.
Not a gun retrievable. Well, I mean, it is, but they're not going to go for it.
Well, it still is a lot of information found then for RRQ to put more attention towards this ace site. Prowler confirms it. Jemkin trying to hold it close.
Yeah.
DRX considering the option to go into B.
It's one of the things as well, right? Marco always playing at the tree. He wasn't really contested with, where generally teams try to isolate him and find some good punishment, but didn't happen on their defensive half.
Well, right now at least, managed to sneak on through it. Flash to hold them back off from spawn as well, but then he's got to watch out for Heaven. Crazy Guy He's been putting up huge numbers for RRQ, but still with the pistols as they dive on through, the automatic weapons will still find numbers. Off to the last one, though.
1 versus 2.
Yeah, slightly low HP as well. Some decent dinks might do huge favor for Jemkin. Sneaks on over. They're not really peeking out just yet. DRX trying to play it safe as much as possible, but that is a Bulldog now afforded to Jemkin. They know he's on the spike. They try to peek together, and they will manage to do that in rapid succession.
Yeah, but some good damage from RRQ makes things a little bit more interesting coming in towards the next round as well, right? How much of a force-up are you going for as DRX, or are you playing more on the side of caution to have a proper gun round come in the next one if you don't feel like you're getting all of the components for this round? The pistol round and the second will tie things up from DRX. Now, this is the scenario where they started to falter a little bit against T1. They got into the site, they forced out a couple of post-plant scenarios that they ultimately lost to defuse retakes. As rubble control will be established for RRQ. You're not going to be able to force them out. Of course, not running a Teo on DRX's side. We've seen how brutal freeing can be on the Teo. You push him onto the Killjoy. Feels different, to put it lightly.
Flashes as well. It's going to be tough for them to retake or re-clear. It's going to spend... Oh,
I don't know.
Expend a lot of utility. And yes, unaware that Jemkin was still hidden behind. He walks away with the first kill, and that smoke's gone. Well, just initial smokes. Still got Estrella.
Yeah, making sure that you're scaring DRX away from trying to just bust in towards this B site.
But then RRQ still within range. Utility all prepped up and ready to set off. In with the peaks, though, all of a sudden unaware. There are a couple players pushing out from Pillar.
They want that gun. You definitely want to see a scenario where that gun is going to be retrievable, but sticking it in the salvos, the plant goes down.
And then for DRX to attempt to hold the gun, unfortunately robbed away as well. RRQ beginning to flood back into the site. It's Jemkin online for the A. Stolen at the end by Cushy, but still around. Successfully picked up at the end.
Yeah, that's just some sharpshooting to come out from Jemkin and some quick realization on the opponents as well, right? 4 alive in the bonus round for RRQ. Certainly going to be great for them coming in towards the next one. And the reason why I highlight the Teo as well, right, as opposed towards a Fade who's pulling in a Prowler, is you can do exactly what you did as Jemkin. When you've got that wall up that you can dance around with your opponents, you can kind of dodge out the Prowler, have a little bit of a safety net, go back in, take your kill, and then get out of dodge. Where if you see a Teo there, they're generally going to be putting in the salvos, and that would properly flush you out of rubble. So these are the things that DRX need to realize very quickly, that they cannot just trust some of this utility.
That's what makes it a little bit tougher for them right now.
Oh, that's so awkward for Australia.
Try to hold and lurk out. Jemkin is able to snuff out that light on towards the C site now, and that's a tough spot for Crazy Guy to be in, but he will be able to buy some space.
Yeah, Prowler spots him. They've got to have the go time here. They need the advantages, and now they've got a showstopper as well as Hyunmin, so they can start to establish a plant. And Cushy realizes this one. Drone on in will make you think that they may very well be coming early in towards a retake.
Maybe. We got Dimensional Drift with Jemkin, able to force his opponents to feel uncomfortable. Showstopper then deployed. Hyunmin looking to blow Jemkin out if possible, but Jemkin out of the gates. Will find that mound position instead. Back line, and that causes DRX to fumble somewhat. RRQ continuing to push up now and completely blinded. Bane finds himself fully whited. Monyet to pick up the final kill. An expertly maneuvered around retake coming out from RRQ.
It's Jemkin again, man. Honestly, Dimensional Drift for the information, puts himself at the right position of mound where nobody is there. DRX playing in the site itself because there was no Armageddon available for Cushy at the time. There was no Rolling Thunder because Crazy Guy was gone. Jemkin, you know, was in the right spot to be able to just do everything there. Some good flashes, completely blinding up the members of DRX and allowing his team to get in and capitalize on that as well. Just another well-coordinated retake to come through from RRQ.
Fully fired up right now as the scoreline nears double digits. RRQ, they've crumbled DRX's economy as well.
Are we going to get another scenario like the T1 game yesterday where this round would go to the likes of RRQ and then DRX start to make a comeback on attack to try and push us towards OT?
Would be lovely.
Yeah, maybe. This round of stingers could certainly change it, though. Bane with Nightfall could provide some stingers, the quick shots.
Oh, but Monyet, the paranoia just completely collapses on towards DRX. They're trying to hold into safer positions, but look at those stingers, close range. You called it, Komodo.
Get out of there,
Off to the positions now. Hyunmin trying to play around it, still stunned up, still able to sidestep around. Decent damage going over and forces the Nightfall out. It's going to be RRQ then to continue marching up. Just Mako. He's got a stinger. He's playing off towards, well, the most obvious spot. Jemkin already beginning to stick on the spike, and Mako knows his time is up. Looks for 1, maybe 2 kills at the very least, but not too much found. It's a round conceded over onto RRQ.
And that's a hefty investment as well, honestly. I mean, the Nightfall used from Bane there to push the Heaven position, and you're only shooting the clone to come out, getting flashed and immediately traded. I mean, there's no value that you're able to get on the back of that one. You technically dropped it in a 2 versus 4 scenario as well. And with the spike already being diffused and in a pretty problematic position for Mako to be able to get a retake happening as well. That's just a rough turnout for DRX, where a timeout will be deployed. Last one for them of this environment, unless they push us into overtime or unless RRQ decide to use any of their 2, who really haven't felt the need. You know, even when the round started going DRX's way, there was nothing too consistent, right? It was the 2 at the tail end of the first half, and then it was the 2 rounds that they get at the beginning of this half. That's not enough with the break in the middle to draw out a timeout when you had the great lead at the first half. So I think RRQ are still in a pretty powerful position here.
That's true. That's true. But you're forgetting one thing, Komodo.
What's that?
This is now the DRX timeout. This is where it all begins.
But they only converted 1 round last time, Quack.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, maybe it was 2.
They'll prove you wrong, Komodo. It's going to happen. This is for Masters Toronto.
Yep.
They didn't miss a beat. They were right there, Masters Bangkok, but they kind of also lost that, somewhat lost that title of the strongest team in Korea.
But they fell into the curse of the 5-6. That's the achievement to try and beat.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Evan Odin.
The Odin's out. Doing our best art impression. We'll see. Jumkin has the op as well.
Quick Rolling Thunder into Armageddon play. Hyunmin is dead.
Yep.
Just not able to evade it whatsoever. Mako, though, TPs himself into a kill.
Difference of duelist as well, right? If it was a Yoru, for example, that DRX have played before, Hyunmin would have been able to get out, but this time, wrong agent, wrong location. You do get a trade, though, on a Cushy. So there's an opportunity in this 4 versus 4 to still try and navigate an advantage.
But this is off the timeout, and this is where DRX's game plans might not come into fruition.
The trap with the fault line available, and an Odin that can still spam out. You're waiting to see what's going to happen on the back of this door.
Oh,
Xfero is in the right spot, dodging out the flash.
He's ready, and there it is. The kill's coming through. It's a bit of a crossfire if you consider the Odin spam as well. Just completely wall-banging everything up. Just Estrella left, and he's not able to get out. DRX completely thrown into disarray off of the ultimate combo.
That is gorgeous from RRQ. It's absolutely cheeky, don't get me wrong. It's quote-unquote not fair Valorant, but you'll take that one. When they recognize that the breakable door is the intended target of DRX there, and the paranoia misses its mark onto Xfero. I mean, there's only one spot that you need to really be spamming in that sort of situation. It's a very narrow choke point that was widened up in a patch a little bit ago, but it's still quite difficult to just get through that one.
Telling you,
the timeout not converting for DRX.
And it's tactical, Komodo. 2 more. It's all they were looking for. DRX now with the Stingers. We've seen some incredible thrifty / half buys. Looking to challenge Monyet.
And why would you look to challenge him? He's not weak by any means. He's just ripped you a new one in the last round.
It's just a position where you know you need to get him out of that spot.
Talking about positions, though. With the Sentinel-less roster that RRQ run, there's a gap in the B side of things that is not being watched for at the moment.
Oh, Crazy Guy has an inkling. We'll come back to check, but the Stinger spams deters him from staying in that position.
5 versus 5 retake here.
Oh boy.
Who's going for the plan? It's going to be Bane. I wouldn't have minded it be freeing. You would have had a lockdown, lads.
Spike planted.
Well,
or Estrella on a pit.
Neither available. just comes down to a possible first kill. They just went in for whatever was quickest.
Yeah.
RRQ then, though. I mean, it is close range. The Stingers, again, still.
They're not going for this one.
Just to play the long game. DRX then to possibly die to the spike until Xfera begins to push in, now tapping onto the spike. Estrella, what are you gonna do? Tucked inside the smoke, Jemkin beginning to stick it all the way through. It's at the right time, but still the kills going all the way over. DRX then able to turn it back around because Mako has picked up the Odin.
The lockdown gets used at the end there as well. The spike already half defused. I mean, they could probably just stick it if you wanted to play on the back of that respect there. That's
beginning to feel nerves.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a bit of a quote-unquote wasted Nightfall earlier on. I'd probably call that one a little bit wasted when you've still got a Crossfire available in the 1 versus 2. I mean...
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Look, let's just throw that one away, right? It's a thrifty round that DRX have managed to pull through with Marco stealing things with the Odin.
Still, you know, 11-8. You're absolutely right in this fact that it could turn things around, but we do have Estrella with the Viper's Pit. Ooh, counter Viper's Pit as well.
I mean, that last round is just crazy. The fact that Monyetta is just waiting and waiting and waiting to drop smokes for the team, and then Marco ever so patient as well with the stinger, not focusing on the side itself. How has Freeing won that? He's been removed from solo lurking time and time again, and this time he comes up with a double.
Anticipates his opponents into checking his position, and that's just incredibly smart.
Ridiculous.
Then, though, for Estrella to try to get to spot Xfero as well, but quickly spotted out, just so quick. 3 kills netted up by Freeing.
He's finding his groove, it feels like, potentially in these last few rounds. The Teo Titan now on the Killjoy collecting. This will be another round for DRX. A flawless one, in fact, if things continue this trajectory. You didn't need to invest the pit as well, so that'll be quite important. How long will you hold that as well when you consider that Jemkin's going to be able to scope things out soon enough with the dimensional drift? This is the time, though. This is the time, though, that I wonder, as RRQ, as Ewok and as Warbirds, do you give DRX some time to think with a timeout or not?
Not unless you see something that you really want to call out for the team.
The time is paused. I think they're doing it, Quack.
Just might be. One thing is for certain, though, with these kills Freeing is racking up on, it's getting the home crowd riled up.
Yeah.
Definitely see a fair share of Southeast Asian fans in the crowd as well.
Couple of rounds will decide the victor. And now the timeouts come through from RRQ. They're feeling the pressure, and yeah, I don't mind it, right? They haven't found round number 12. They've still got space. They've got 2 timeouts to use in regulation. They feel the need that they have to have a conversation. They very much should, when you consider that this is the furthest they've ever been and the closest they've ever been to an international event. We haven't seen a seed number 1 come through from our Alpha Omega group styles.
This is Omega. We haven't seen RRQ make it to any international events ever. 3 years in the making, and this could be their first. If you let it slip at this point, just imagine how heartbreaking that's going to be. So close to it, just 2 rounds away, and they can just almost taste it. We'll see right now at the very least. We've seen that Odin come into play. They're doing it again. Jemkin now on an op, though. Possibly to hold info lines towards Pillar, possibly Mound. Meanwhile, DRX, so far so good with the A plays. They know Monyetta is here, and they've been looking to push him off of it.
Well, let's see. This is a very important round of investments here for RRQ. Be around the corner of a reset, maybe a tied scoreline too. But for DRX, one step after the other. Especially if you can gain favor in this round, find an opening kill. There's not a lot around the map at the moment for RRQ to waltz back over to this A site, but now you maybe start to feel a little bit more that you need to. Drone to confirm some information. I like the timing on this one for Kushi that sees a bunch of members actually You'll check the radar on that one. And Crazy Guy does make his rotation over here. 45 seconds to go.
Serving all across. Oh, with 40 seconds left, though, that's when they begin to burst into sight. But look at Monyet, able to turn 180. 2 kills found. Mako for the trade. But then you got Cushy back in. Slight with the spray transfer. Crazy Guy with the assistance, and it's just freeing left. DRX completely dismantled as they tried to push up. It's all down to the hands of Monyet with this disgusting Odin.
Safe hands, though. Safe hands in that one for the SEA fans out there. That is now map point for RRQ. The investment of the timeout, it's better. Yes, you gave your opponents in DRX some time to discuss things, but you come away with the round that may have mattered the most. You stave off being reset. You stave off having an equalization. You give yourselves 3 rounds to try and figure things out here.
A lot more pressure taken off their shoulders right now. Series point, same position, same Odin. And the op once again freeing. He's in position around pillar. Might be looking for the lurk timing, but he has no idea Jemkin will be around. Monyet still spamming away.
It's the scenario on how do you off-put them, right? How do you scare this position away? You need to open the door. You need to dump some utility to force him on back.
They're trying to creep on over. Footsteps not heard. Monyet does trail back thanks to the Prowler, though, but that's the lurk now quickly sussed out. Jemkin with the op. Hyunmin, though, all of a sudden.
This is where you can get a plant down as a Strayer as well. You need to go for the pit after this plant.
Boombot confirms, and there's the pit. Hyunmin is 1 away from Showstopper. Low HP, though, so I don't think you really want to deploy it in this round. Clone spotted, and you know Jemkin's right around the corner. You hear them dropping as well. Still marking the position, and there's the first kill. Swaps on over onto the back, but Xpero spins on a dime. It just is Estrella and Bane. They've been spotted out thanks to the dimensional drift, but Estrella onto the shorties. Tries to bring DRX alive once again, and they will continue hanging on by this thread. It's getting ever closer, Komodo.
Oh, it's a tight thread. Certainly is, isn't it here? That's 10 on the board for DRX, and with that round, they force another investment from RRQ. Saw someone there was with 7,300. So you need to do some quick maths to get out a buy, or maybe you can have a timeout here and have some elongated maths, because I think you need a deep talk again as RRQ try and convert and close this map, because if this is the time when you see yourselves on 12, I start to consider the jinx that I may have deployed on towards this server earlier on with the overtimes. We saw 22-20 with Nongshim and RRQ. We've seen a longer OT in one of the other regions recently. Discussions here for RRQ though. And of course DRX, 2 rounds to push us to overtime. 1 round though to push RRQ to Toronto.
That's all it takes. You've seen the defensive setups, you've seen Jemkin with this lurk, but one thing that wasn't considered was Hyunmin and how he was able to sneak into sight through the left side. Blast packed over.
Yeah, very cheeky, very sneaky. But it's these sort of timings and moments that, whilst you can't always rely upon, if you see them happen, you have to capitalize upon them. So let's see what'll happen here, round number 23. With an investment for RRQ, light shields around the board. They've decided to full force in what they can, at least.
Overtime or bust. Whatever our coaches and IGLs cooked up for us, DRX now opting for the C push.
Yeah, send in Hyunmin with the showstopper as well. Force Xfero to fall on back. Don't want to see a gravestone put up too early for him, so RRQ will situate themselves in here, get forced into a 5v5 retake.
Just a full retake. RRQ doesn't really have any ultimates for the, well, retake scenario either.
No ultimates. Do you even consider a save if you don't find anything in the next couple seconds?
That's a great question to pose. RRQ, though, certainly looking to fight for it at the very least. If they can find a pick, and then that would be the go signal. Right now, all the sight engulfed in smokes, but Hyunmin to hold all the lines. Triple kill collected and wrecked up.
Gotta save. That's the call.
No way in hell do you continue pushing off of that.
He's gone in there with the showstopper, but it's those 3 shots that have brought the party for Hyunmin, for DRX, and for Korea fans. That is a big one for DRX to be winning. I was thinking to myself as well, do you consider a save? Because you're playing on the back of some loss bonus coming in towards this next round. Does Kushi even find 1 kill to potentially have the Armageddon come in towards this now last round of regulation? You don't get any of them.
None of that matters.
Shut down and squandered by Hyunmin.
Just peeked off from the left side of the smokes, and they all went in
shot.
1 by 1. Hyunmin, unbelievable.
Just in the decay, will carry on. Last round of regulation now. Will we go into overtime, or will RRQ win this with the haphazard bye?
Crowd chanting for DRX now. Well, we do have Xpero and hide around the off angles on C site with the judge.
Yep, try and go here yet again. Will it be the satchels for Hyunmin to be sent in? It's the Nightfall, it's cheekiness. You hear the showstop, or rather the shotgun.
It's all too clear. The Armageddon, though, instantly ripped. It's a little bit too early. The flash is out then for Jemkin to try to flush back in. He might be able to hold stairs with this.
Oh, but they can leave. Marco does still have From the Shadows. Do they want to try and cheat it real early or not? You start to see some re-clears from RRQ, however. Rotate door, sniffed on out as the stealth drone finds things, but DRX together as 4 towards the A site now.
Certainly you favor the heavier numbers. Just Crazy Guy to try to play a spoiler on an off timing.
Well,
they spotted him out at the last second.
It would have been ill timing for DRX, not waiting for Australia's wall to go on up, but now a smoke towards drop, a plant to be established.
And Mako to lurk around this position as well. You got the poison cloud off towards drop now, which makes things that much more difficult. RRQ trying to start things off. You got the clone. Oh, here comes Mako. He jumped up. What? Just Jemkin now. And it continues to waterfall over. Estrella and Freeing, they need to survive. They need to bring this round back up alive. Freeing, he's done it. Just down to Kushi. You know exactly where your opponents are, but do you have the kills? He pushes up. 1-on-1. Freeing hiding inside a tree. Just looking for the headshot. Tapped onto the spike. He doesn't see him. Tries to play it safe. Kushi taps back onto it. He's not giving up his position. He's not even thinking about the tree. Behind this corner, the spike continuing to tip away, and with his back turned around, DRX will collect the round, pushing us into overtime.
Kushi couldn't get it done. The one spot he's not even looking at, judging by the radar, a deeper spot into the tree, where Freeing absolutely delivers. With the clutch play to come on out. The 2 versus 4 from Freeing, putting everything on his back where Estrella tried to help out there. But it's the 3K from Freeing that pushes into OT. It's the 3 in a row, 5 out of the last 6 for DRX, and the overtime percentage win rate now, it switches into DRX's favor, you may think, but RRQ not out. Attacking side to start for them.
Time to jump.
See what they've got.
And Odin is exactly what they've got. Bane jumped down to half HP, trying to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, the door's been broken as well.
Little bit of forward space from RRQ. Together as a full unit. Look at the flank though. Freeing has pushed up pretty sneakily all the way through Mound, so that's going to be a very viable option for DRX, you would expect to come later in the rounds, but a minute to go. And RRQ still very favored to end things at this A site, forcing Marco back, forcing Hyunmin to rotate over.
In terms of the...
You got to be careful about breakable door too here.
Infogame at the very least, yeah, you know, DRX is still pretty much commanding this right now. Xpero to watch for the flank. But how will the team successfully make their way into the A site?
They're waiting for all the utility components here. RRQ layer them down together for a huge explosion.
And there it goes. Mako has the flash though, and it does stall them somewhat. All chucked up inside of tree. And that's when all of a sudden Freak springs over. The flash coming over, but it's also Jemkin to find the trades right back up to bring things to a 3v3. Hyunmin still hovering around the top of heaven, but it's been spotted. Jemkin, he turns back up around. Estrella then continuing to hover, and he will find the next one. Jemkin
eliminates another player once again, and it's just freeing left.
It's got to be freeing, doesn't it? The savior.
And he's got all the utility to work off of, but it's KJ utility. Will it be enough? Fake gate crash and out of the dimensional drift freeing, considering all of these options. Goes for the tap and the fault line comes out. Tries to hold for the positions now, but Jemkin quick on the wide swing. A quad kill picked up in OT1.
A 4K from Jemkin to push RRQ onto another scenario where they may be able to get the victory here. He's certainly dug deep for the kills on that one, finding the timing, looking at the right spot. Just the quick shots to come out from him as well, and in the 1 versus 2, having the contingency of your teammate in the back lines if needed as well. So let us see. They are going to be able to close this one out as well, or if DRX will push us into another overtime. Now on the attacking side for them, not able to establish any rubble control. I talked about it earlier, where Jemkin playing at rubble will have a gate crash available to get out.
The one difference right now, though, Prowler enabling Fring to sneak into this spot around the top pillar.
But behind the toxic screen, Jemkin, what have you got?
Oh, he's been great on this spot so far, but this time, high stakes. Yet he has to play for a safer game instead. So now some possible space for DRX, but oh, the drone. Fring, though, he will take the challenge. Here's Jemkin jumping up, and he finds the headshot.
That was the one kill. That was the one player you almost did not want to lose their life as RRQ here.
And with the mid-round adaptation into the B site now, Shrouded steps in, spike plant soon enough, the aftershock tossed over. RRQ, they get themselves into position. Salvos as well, ripped early on.
Smoked Marco.
And he's gonna keep himself alive, but oh, what of assist! All of a sudden the kills, they spray all through, and it's just Estrella left! This might just be it! 14-12. RRQ's hunting for it. They stick the defuse all the way to the very end. RRQ with a final score of 14-12. They have been going through with this the longest journey ever, but they finally reached the summit. And down to the very end, you got to wave and let the RRQ flag fly high. They are headed to Masters Toronto.
A return for Monyet as well since Masters Madrid with Paper X. For X-Ferro, he has not been over there in a scenario like this since Champions 2022 before the franchising leagues with Boom Esports way back then. And for Jemkin as well, a player who didn't get here, you know, with a team coming through the Ascension run on the back of the Scars performance, getting picked up by RRQ. The vision that they have seen in him since those games, now finally finding a result. We have a new contender on the international stage from VCT Pacific. SEA fans rejoice as RRQ make it to Toronto.
The second Pacific rep. 3 years it's been, Komodo. All of it all just to come down to this moment. They've been looking for every single piece, the growth, the journey, the progression of the entire team. This year, you've got Cushy. This year, you've got Warbirds. And for Ewok to lead all of them up to this point.
I'm so excited to see what they are going to be able to do for sure. We've got more games to be playing in the VCT Pacific brackets, of course. It's not over for DRX. It's not over for Boom as well for today's efforts. But you know what is over? It's this series, RRQ with a victory. And I'm keen to hear what they have to say.
Hello, RRQ. Congratulations to you guys, Ewok. Congrats, Warbirds. And Cushy. We have two guests. Congratulations, X-Ferro. All right. Let's stand in the middle. You ready, bro?
Ready, bro.
RRQ의 쿠시 선수와 이웍 감독님 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 먼저 이웍 감독님 22년부터 RRQ와 3년 동안 함께하면서 RRQ의 첫 국제대회까지 함께 이끌어내줬습니다. 정말 오랜 노력을 이렇게 가한 팀이기에 이번 진출이 더 많이 의미가 클 것 같은데 소감 먼저 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 3 years since 22, Ewok. You were there from day one. Now the team is going to their first international event. What does this mean to you?
It really means a lot. we've been working so hard for so long. We've made improvements to the roster, but just believe we've always worked the same. Like it's always been exactly what we wanted. So we hope from here. It's been our goal since the start is to go to an international event and then also be competitive there and do well there. That's always been important to us, and it's been something for all of the players that have came in. That's always been our goal.
Already thinking ahead, doing well there. All right, that's good. Love that, Iwak.
That's my coach.
처음부터 RRQ의 목표는 국제대회에 가서 거기 진출뿐만 아니라 가서 잘하는 게 목표였기 때문에 오늘 결과 너무 만족스럽고 이워학 감독님이 이렇게 우리 팀이 이렇게 이루고 싶었던 걸 이루어서 너무 감격스럽다라고 이야기를 하시는 동안 쿠시 선수가 제 코치님입니다라고 이렇게 자랑스럽게 거들어줬습니다. 쿠시 선수는 퍼시픽 합류하자마자 첫 국제대회까지 함께하게 됐어요. 이전 인터뷰에서도 항상 나 가고 싶다라는 뜻을 많이 밝혔었는데 지금 엄청 많은 생각들이 들 것 같은데 지금 무슨 생각이 드는지 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, we saw you mention I want to go to my first international event. We saw you say it so many times on interviews. Now that you got it, what is running through your mind right now?
First of all, I'm so freaking happy with my teammates. I'm proud of them. We played really well, in my opinion, and yeah, I'm looking forward to playing internationally. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Already thinking ahead, like coach, like player. Love this. 오늘 팀원들의 뭔가 이 팀워크나 시너지에 대해서 너무 만족스럽고요. 첫 국제 대회를 가게 돼서 너무 감격스럽고. 코치님과 같이 다음에 우리 국제대회 가서 잘할 생각이 먼저 든다고 이야기를 했습니다. 이혁 감독님 오늘 팀원들에 대해서도 이전에 우리 팀은 팀 게임을 하면 된다라는 이야기를 많이 해주셨거든요. 얼마나 만족스러운 경기를 보셨는지 좀 자랑할 시간도 한번 드려보고 싶어요. 이혁, I've heard you say we need to work together as a team, and they played spectacularly as a team. They bonded. They were there together. How proud of you are you of your boys that played a team game today?
Super proud of all of them. It's been something that we've been focusing a lot on, and it's not something that we can do by ourselves, any of us. So as I said, it's just working hard together and then understanding that everyone really wants this. So then you need to put in everything and play for your teammate, sacrifice for your teammate. So that's something that we try to instill in the players, and I'm super proud to have seen that today.
너무 만족스럽고 한 명 한 명 개인 플레이어의 역량보다 우리가 5명이 다 함께 뭉쳐서 같은 목표를 두고 게임을 해야지 이끌어낼 수 있는 목표다라는 거를 항상 감독님께서 이렇게 상기해 주시기 때문에 오늘 플레이는 그게 이렇게 표현이 된 것 같아서 너무 만족스럽다고 마무리해 주셨습니다. 쿠시 선수한테 물어보고 싶었던 게 카론 선수가 아까 RRQ와 DRX 누구 만날지 모르겠다, 둘 다 너무 잘한다 이야기를 했었는데 RRQ를 항상 발목 잡았던 젠지를 또 다음 경기에 만나게 되거든요. 한마디 한번 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. Previous interview with Karon Kushi, he said that, I don't know who's gonna win. You heard that, right? And you meet Genji again for your next game here in Stage 1, Kushi. What do you want to say to them?
See you next week.
See you next week? See you in Toronto as well,
See you in
right?
Toronto, yeah.
뭐 이미 토론토 확정됐으니 뭐 다음 주에 봐라고 쿠시 선수가 정리해줬습니다. 이혁 감독님과 쿠시 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 마스터즈 진출하게 된 젠지와 RRQ의 오늘 경기 저는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. Congrats to you both. Thank you for the interview. Congrats again. Oh my God, that's all from me on the stage. And bye bye. Have a good night.
Welcome to Masters Toronto RRQ! We were saying how RRQ were the underdogs coming into this matchup. The stats seem to favor DRX every single time, but what they didn't count on was the crazy rounds coming out of RRQ, those instinctive plays that we were talking about, and some crazy guy calling crazy calls.
They played fantastic today. I mean, the Icebox pick really works out for them. They slogged their way through the other two maps, not quite getting there on Fracture, even though it was a winnable game for them. And this game of Lotus was just a banger to close it out. RRQ as far as I'm concerned, this is some of the best Valorant we've seen them play over this last season. They've just looked fantastic as a team. The players have great individual form. Crazy Guy really hasn't slowed them down at all coming in as the IGL. In fact, he's probably offered them a little bit more firepower in terms of the individual fragging department. So it was really now or never. This is the best opportunity they've ever had to qualify for an international event, and it's fantastic to see them seize that with both hands and go straight through to Toronto here.
Since the start of the year, we've been saying this is the most potential we've seen in RRQ. Like, this is the year for them, and it's so great to see them finally convert that. They didn't choke this time. It went to an overtime map 3, and they closed it out. They closed it out for the ticket to Toronto.
There were so many rounds where you were like, oh my god, I think that they're going to crumble here. But they honestly, like, fantastic. And the thing that I'm really impressed, especially for RRQ, it's an effort by committee at the moment. All 5 of these players are so rock solid right now.
It's just such insane growth from this squad, especially from the guys who have been there from the start. We see Coach Ewok, we see guys like Xfero. They've battled it out in the trenches, you know, maybe missing playoffs or getting eliminated by Gen G, you know, almost immediately. And now they're finally here. They finally managed to
That is the word. Finally, after all of these years of grinding, it's just so validating for Coach Ewok, right? Building the squad really from the ground up, needing to restart occasionally. Now he's finally here, and so validating as well for Crazy Guy, who just comes in, he gets this second shot at Pacific, and he manages to lead this team. We saw, I mean, you could hear from where we are right now how active he was in the calls. His voice was so clear. I was kind of like, maybe DRX can hear you or something, but he was so active in his comms, and he was definitely enabling all of his players, like, if you want to take that fight, go for it, go.
Yeah, just an unbelievable game from him. You know, IGLing from the front, leading there. We see 23 kills. I mean, just a really fantastic game, showing why he got picked up.
He puts up better numbers than Australia did. He really does on the same roles. He absolutely delivers firepower-wise. You don't really notice much of a difference in terms of RRQ. Like, honestly, I felt like the calls were better and the firepower was better. So as far as the head-to-head of the IGL that we brought up in the pre-show, that was a different Crazy Guy today, and one of the biggest factors as to why they won against DRX.
Oh, definitely. And you also look for those X factors, right? And going into overtime, I'm going to bring out the Odin. Oh, that's so fun. But of course, what was equally fun to watch was Jemkin, who was just amazing. It is no wonder why he is our MVP for this match.
I can't wait to watch this guy play in Toronto. We're going to get to see him battle it out with the very best from across the world, and he is certainly one of the best that we have here in Pacific. Just a truly unbelievable player, and he showed that today.
Yeah, plus 23 for the series over on the Smokes there for Fracture, and then a game on the Jet as a throwback, and another fantastic one on the Yoru to close it out. His Jet and his Yoru right now is second to none. He's very comfortable on those 2 agents, and any map that RRQ gets him to play those agents, he's just such a pain in the ass to play against. You're attacking into this guy, you're going to be losing players as you make your way through the map.
Yeah, he's so lethal. That's the only way I can describe it. You know, you don't want to face this guy, and he's just shown it again and again and again. He's been so consistent throughout kickoff, stage 1, now into the playoffs, and he's booked a ticket.
Oh, definitely. But going back to Australia, right? We did see, though, that there's no bad blood at all between RRQ and Australia. You saw them give him a hug afterwards, and you saw him smile, and you know he's happy for this team because he knows just how hard they work, right? But I guess I was, okay with putting my trust in 2 RRQ players, right, for my team. Of course, we did see some mishaps. I know there was that one from Cushy, for example, which I think in their winning moment, you could see Cushy going up to Ewok and just like gesturing, and he's probably talking about that moment where he missed freeing, I think it was on B.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, look, as a ENIT player, that is definitely a moment where you just don't check a corner with the drone and someone dies and you know it's all your fault. Or you just deny everything. I definitely cleared that. I have no idea where that guy came from.
It was a glitch. It was a bug. He's bug abusing. Admins.
My drone wasn't working.
I don't even know. I want to leave before I look at the results of this build roster.
You're not feeling good today.
I've absolutely been cooked today by the one, the only.
You're so despondent. You're so despondent. Let's just wait for the right moment.
Queen Victoria herself.
Queen Victoria.
Just absolutely
my
dominating.
God. But
Morgan, you owned as well.
Yeah, I was close. I thought I might have been able to beat it today. You know, Hyunmin played great, so I was really hoping that I'd got over the line. But no, Vic is once again way far ahead.
I'm last again. This is a stupid game. This is a stupid game with stupid rules but goated production.
Morgan? you want to swap duelists with me, or are you good?
I'm actually okay there for now. I think I'm good on that one. Hemo played great, but yeah, fair play to Vic. She's winning once again.
Oh my gosh, she is gonna win. Oh,
I was 10 points behind, and now I'm 23. I've got minus 13 for Vic today. Today I thought was the day I was going to close in.
We might as well give it to her already at this point in time. We might as well just, oh, okay, congratulations, Vic. You've done it already. But looking at our playoff brackets right now, this is going to be really interesting because, of course, Pacific wouldn't be complete without a Gen.G versus RRQ match.
Yes,
we have to have it.
I mean, yeah, you've got the continuation of that storyline. RRQ, they haven't qualified for an international. That's done. Now it's time to conquer the next demon of Gen.G. We flipped the playoff bracket on its head. DRX, lower bracket. T1, lower bracket. This is going to be insane to see who's able to pick up that third spot over in Toronto.
The lower bracket is where it really heats up. There's no more second chances now, no more second lives. You have to win out to make it to Toronto. We're seeing Boom down there. You look at the run that now a team like PRX is going to have to go on. They have to conquer the previous champions of Masters in T1 and then the flawless group stage merchants of Boom.
Yeah, but definite group stage merchants at this point. Going into next meet's matches though, Talon versus Nongshim. Nongshim have been sitting down there. They've been able to see everything that the other teams have been doing, but Talon is still an impossible team to prepare for, so I'm not sure how much that's going to help them. PRX though, same thing. They're going to have been able to watch T1. That's a very difficult match to be taking on in the first round of the lower bracket, but at least they're going to be well prepped for it.
I mean, hey, I think that at this point in the lower bracket, you could toss up all of the teams, and if ever they land in whatever way they land in, it's possible. Any outcome is possible at this point in time, which makes the next few weeks very, very exciting indeed. So who is going to be joining Gen.G and RRQ in Masters Toronto? The window is closing, and of course, our show is closing as well. We do have to say goodbye. Happy birthday again to Morgan and to your brother, Bambino. Much love from Pacific.
18 today.
Only drink.
I could have been a player, I could have made it now at 18. Maybe I'm getting past it a little bit.
Yeah.
So, however, we'll see.
Well, much love to you and Bambino, of course, all the way here in Pacific. We hope to see you guys next week for more action here from the Pacific stage. Good night, everybody. See you.
This is a spot where it's just NC Slasher plays around the elbow. There's no way they can make it out of this rat position. Double kill picked up, and he's praying, hoping to find anything possible.
Yeah, just the sheer presence that Texture getting up towards tower is trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least.
Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy 9 as well, but look at Ash, looks for the ace as well, swings up! Gen.G, they will bring themselves back to the international stage at VCT.
You do have all of main as well as DRX.
And, well, left undetected. The trigger discipline now coming alive. He finds the first. Bane the rest of them all, though. Neural theft coming through as well. It's Mako trying to spray and trickle them down. Mako will find the 4K.
Spike defused half, at least early on, makes it a little bit more achievable.
I feel like they're kind of lost in the sauce. Mako, though, still good on the multi-kills. 5 seconds, but they're not able to take him down. Spike flat, he's pinned down. His shoulder peaked. And it's Jemkin to hold the angle. RRQ, what?
Great calling.
Possibly able to gate crash him. No, not quite. He's just to gather information for the team. And time for Xfero to sneak up from the back. RRQ fly high. They are headed to Masters Toronto.